Home Sports Podcast. Yeah. I'm not your host.
I thought you were going to finish the line.
Wow,
look at that editing. Woo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Off the Dome Sports Podcast, your favorite sports podcast where 2 or sometimes 3 or sometimes 4
that's the math.
Sports lovers sit on this couch and give our hot takes
off the dome.
Off the dome. Yeah,
hopefully you heard Mustang chiming in from back there. He is at the fridge right now.
William the Fridge Perry.
Oh, good point. I am Redfish.
I am Clown Car.
Lionel.
What's so funny about that? That's my name.
Never gets
Lionel
old.
Frankenstein coming at you.
Frankenstein, he says. Lionel Frankenstein.
That's my name.
Vontae Mack, no matter what.
Yeah.
So right now we have on the movie draft day because why not? I am repping the Vontae Mack jersey. If you've never seen the movie Draft Day, you should watch it. It's really bad, but it's also really good.
Awful movie.
Peak cinema, though.
That's kind of rude to say.
Sorry.
Hopefully that we're on right now. I don't really know how this works.
Are we?
I turned it on.
Let's see.
But yeah, this is going to be the most laid-back podcast of all time. We're literally just going to be hanging out with microphones in our hands and the camera on. There's no script. There's no talking points. Like, we're just going to be, like, chilling out, reacting to the draft when it comes on at 7.
And eating egg rolls.
Eating egg rolls,
Yeah.
eating roast, mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, cookies, chips.
ASMR.
Got drinks. I mean, we're going to have a good time.
Crazy.
You guys might drink alcohol, but I'm sticking to the
Not me.
Water.
non-sponsor Mountain Dew code red.
Not me.
Put a sticky
Not a
note
sponsor.
over the sponsor.
Not a sponsor.
Can't be given free
But
advertisement.
yeah, boys, how we feeling about this draft tonight? Any fun thoughts here?
I'm feeling great. I'm just excited to see what happens. I mean, we've gone through a million mock drafts, and I'm just excited that it's the night. Like, we're finally going to see where these young quarterbacks are going to go.
Young, like Bryce Young. See what you did there.
Well, where is he going? Is he going 1 or 3?
Got to be 1. I think that's...
Or is he going 2?
I mean, he's minus 5,000 to be the first overall pick, so I think that's a pretty good bet there.
Is that right?
I'm put $5,000.
Yeah,
on
he's
Bryce Young
he's
to be
minus
one.
$1 million to go number 1.
Fair enough. I've been in modern Japanese history. Today.
Mustang, I see you don't have a mic in your hand. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people since you haven't talked yet?
Go Tigers.
Yeah.
BJ
Words of the
Ojolari.
wise. Why don't you go ahead and pull up the website we like to do here? So before we obviously get into reacting to the draft, because the draft hasn't started yet, the first thing we want to do is we want to go through a mock draft together. All the 4 of us. I know if you didn't watch our last episode, go back and watch it. It's on YouTube and Twitch. It was the 4 of us plus our buddy Rebo Hustle, and we did a cumulative mock draft where we all had 6 picks. Gave not necessarily what we think is going to happen, but what we would want to do. This one, I want to go more predictive. What do we think is going to happen tonight? Of course, without trades, because that's way too complicated. What's up?
Nothing.
What you trying to say?
We're just talking about football.
What did you say?
Cool. But yeah, we're going to go predictive mock draft, more of what we think is going to happen rather than what we want to happen. So try to guess the best we can. So we're going to do that together, all 4 of us. I see Dustin is in the chat already. What's up, Dustin?
Go.
Dustin, why don't you go ahead and drop in a hot take that you have on this draft?
Tell me who you think the Saints are taking with the 29th pick in the first round.
What project
that's a
defensive end out of a D3 school they're going to draft?
Good point. It's going to be Yaya Diaby out of
Oh,
Louisville.
my favorite.
Are we doing our questions right now?
No, we're going to do that after we do the mock draft. So let's go ahead. Let's start up a mock draft here. Let's go. We'll go prediction wise. We're not going to go what we would do. We're going to go what we think is going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
Without the trades, because that is impossible.
Valid.
What do you say? I think we're going to somehow trade up. I agree, Dustin. Give us a location to trade up to. Give us who you think we might move up for. I really want to get your thoughts, Dusty.
Did you guys see that Loomis was talking about it? They reported that,
Yeah.
that Loomis
Yeah.
was in talks with teams about trading up.
We have 8
And then the
picks.
Saints
It was
quote
very
tweeted.
funny. Yeah, because he was there. A reporter was like, "So, you have 8 picks as of right now, and what are you going to plan on doing with them? Do you want to move up? Do you want to move back?" And Mickey Loomis straight up just said, "We have 8 picks," and then started laughing. So, if that tells you anything, we're not staying at 29, in my opinion. But yeah, let's go
Move
ahead.
up to 2?
Let's go ahead and get started. No. let's go ahead and get started here without the trade. So let's take trades out of the equation. What do we think is going to happen tonight?
I feel like very clear cut. I mean, like Forsyth said, he's minus 5,000. It's got to be Bryce Young to the Panthers.
Bryce Young's going 1. Number 2.
This is way more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this draft really starts at 2 for me. Personally, based on everything I've seen out of the people who actually know things, I'm going Will Anderson at 2. I think that's where a lot of the reporting's coming from. So that would be my pick here as far as what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's Will Anderson at 2. I think you'll be in a position, maybe even next year, or even later in this draft, like at 12, where you can get a quarterback that is in a similar tier to C.J. Stroud. There's not many players in this draft, and I'll be honest, I haven't looked too much into next year's class, but there's not many players comparable to Will Anderson. So you add that blue chip talent on the defensive side, and I think you're set for the next decade plus.
I love this guy. I'm not talking about Will Anderson. We have draft day on in the background, and we're looking at this is Jacksonville's GM, huh? He is so funny in draft day. Like, he flounders the whole time.
Speaking about Jacksonville, Dustin dropped in the chat. He thinks we're going to trade up to 24 with Jacksonville to grab a guy who I mentioned earlier, Nolan Smith. I told Adam earlier during class, actually, that if the Saints are going to move up, Nolan Smith is a guy I think we could move up for. So I love that you backed me up on that, Dustin. And I could see that happening. If Nolan Smith falls that far, though, I think we'll end up moving up before 24. I think if Nolan Smith falls out of the top 20 with Seattle sitting there at 20, if he makes it past Seattle, we're trading up to 21 with the Chargers and we're grabbing Nolan Smith.
Okay.
All right, so 2.
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, I'm sold on Will Anderson. I mean, he could fit on just about every team.
I like how I'm holding the mic for you.
Keep it up.
Yes, sir.
You guys got to invest in mic stands.
Probably something like that. But I don't know. This is kind of casual.
It is.
Also, maybe just get a 4th mic.
That might be it. That might be the answer.
Will Anderson, yeah, he's the pick there. 3, this is really interesting. I've seen reports of anyone and everyone going here. Lot, why don't you start us off with who you think is going to go at 3?
Honestly, I truly don't know. But, Cardinals, they're losing J.J. Watt, right?
He retired.
Why don't they go Jalen Carter at 3?
They lost J.J. Watt to retirement. They lost Zach Allen to the Broncos. Very possible.
Yeah, so
they go edge or D-line here.
They need some D-line. So why not go Jalen Carter at 3?
Yeah, I have no problem with Jalen Carter here. The only other one I would consider would be Tyree Wilson, because I believe it's the same conversation of Aiden Hutchinson and Trevon Walker from last year. For a long time, it was Aiden Hutchinson at the top. He's the number 1 edge rusher, and then Trevon Walker ended up going number 1 overall.
Yeah, Tyree Wilson and Trayvon Walker have been kind of comped this entire draft process, so I definitely see where you're going with that. I think Jalen Carter's going to slip past 3 here. I don't think the Cardinals have had much talks on him. So for me, it comes down to Tyree Wilson or the pick of late, which is Paris Johnson. I've seen a lot of talks of that. However, I think 3 is way too rich for Paris Johnson. I think that would only really be the pick if they find a trade back scenario. But since we're not doing trades here, I think Tyree Wilson is probably the guy.
Well, it seems like we need a 4th opinion here.
So give me Give me the rundown of what y'all said.
Well, he said Tyree Wilson. I said Jalen Carter, and he said kind of Tyree Wilson, kind of Paris Johnson.
I think I'm gonna have to go with a clown car here on this one. I think Jalen Carter is gonna be a superior talent in the NFL, and I think the Cardinals see it and want to help bolster that D line that they are gonna miss very badly.
All right, since we're split 2 and 2,
rock, paper, scissors.
Well, I was gonna say Dustin, since I know you're active in the chat and you're the only person I know who's been hitting us up in the chat. Why don't you tell us who you would see at 3? Not who you want to see at 3. Who you genuinely think the Cardinals would pick if they're both there. Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter at 3. So Dustin, please let us know if you're still there.
If I can say one more thing about Jalen Carter.
You can't.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Can't? Turn off this mic. I'm going home. So Jalen Carter at 3 to the Cardinals. I don't know if they're going to have, because they have a new head coach, new GM as well, right?
Yes. Osen Ford, I believe, is his name.
So I'm not sure if they're going to want to add a player like Jalen Carter who has possible character or the character issues that come with him. I think they're going to want maybe a more proven off the field player in Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, and I agree, and so does Dustin. Dustin said Wilson in the chat, so we're going to go ahead and go with Wilson at 3.
Okay.
Starting off, I'll start us off at 4 here. You know who my pick would be, but I don't think it's going to be real life. Every single mock draft has Will Levis to the Colts, and that's from people who know what's going on behind the scenes, former scouts, people who are inside the building. Will Levis is an Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah, it just makes too much sense. It really does.
Yeah, I mean that's fine and all, but I think we're gonna see a little repeat from the Justin Fields situation 2 years ago.
I've been saying that for like a week now.
CJ Stroud is gonna end up sliding if Will Levis gets taken at 4, and who knows who he slides to? He could slide to 8. He could slide to like 11.
Oh, I mean, yeah. There's been talks in the last like hour and a half about the Titans moving up to 3. I would assume for their quarterback, and it would probably be Stroud. They could very well just sit at 11. I don't think they do. I mean, they could probably sit at 11 and get their guy. That's crazy.
So imagine this scenario. Imagine a scenario where C.J. Stroud falls all the way to 12. Do the Texans take him then?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Repeat
No
that.
shot they pass on
If C.J.
twice.
Stroud slips to 12?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Like you
I'm
get
sorry.
your second shot at him.
I had to zone out because I got a notification.
Is that the Sean Payton?
Sean Payton was caught on video ripping a bong.
Absolutely.
What?
So Denver has gotten to him. So
Somebody
Sean
said-
Payton and Laramie Tunsil, Sean Payton, Laramie Tunsil, shake hands emoji, ripping bongs on draft
Just
night.
waiting on the Shefty notification that Laramie Tunsil's been traded to Denver.
Oh yeah,
Just
absolutely.
waiting.
So I think we're all in agreement. Will Levis here.
Yes. Yeah.
Byron agrees. 5, another very interesting spot here. I got a tweet. Ari Mirov said that Pete Carroll has had talks with Geno Smith and said, hey, don't be surprised if we take a quarterback tonight. 5 could be that spot if C.J. Stroud is still there. I mean, it makes so much sense to get C.J. Stroud in Seattle because you already, if the one thing you're worried about with C.J. Stroud is the mental processing piece, who do we see in the league that Geno Smith is like? Geno Smith is one of those guys who that's what he does. He's a very good processor and he's very good accuracy wise. And C.J. Stroud would be a perfect guy to land behind him. However, I don't think that's who Seattle would go for.
Not a chance if this is how the board looks.
If this is how the board looks, you have to go Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I think it would be silly to go C.J. Stroud if you're Seattle when you have a guy like Geno who just had a career year. Like you're just going to give up on him that quickly when you can get a guy that might be able to get you into a playoff push. Like in a weak division, like that is a weak division. Like if you're in a weak division like that, you can try and get a guy who can help you, a game changer.
What?
But yeah, a game changer like Jalen Carter that will help, that will bolster your defense even more than it already is because Seahawks have a good defense.
Oh yeah, I mean right after the season ended, Pete Carroll's postseason press conference was all about the pass rush. And he mentioned they needed to get much stronger up front. So what better way to do that than maybe the second best defensive lineman, maybe even the best, right there, 1A, 1B with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also see it. If it falls like this, definite Jalen Carter to the Seahawks. Another generational talent, really, in my opinion, that probably look good in a Seahawks uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been an organization that's been proven to handle the more questionable characters. I mean, they had Brandon Browner in the building.
Everyone on the Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
When you put it like that.
And they won Super Bowls. So.
Yes.
Except for Cam Chancellor.
Oh, what a guy.
Not a questionable character. He was a stand-up guy.
Love Cam Chancellor. What a guy.
All right, next up, we got the Lions at 6.
I personally think this is another super easy pick.
Tell me about your Lions, Bryce.
Listen, my Lions are in a great spot in this draft because they have pick 6, pick 18, a pick in the 40s, and then a pick at 55. So they've got 4 picks in the top 55. So you can't ask to be in a better place when you were 1 game out of the playoffs last season. But picking at 6 here, with the way the board has fallen for us here, and not only that, but the way the board's going to fall in real life, you've also got to look to the future.
I knew it.
I don't think this is what they're going to do in real life, so this isn't the pick. But this is who I would pick, and this is who I hope my Lions would pick would be CJ Stroud, because I'm the biggest CJ Stroud
Dude's got the jersey
fan of
already
all time.
on order.
Oh, absolutely.
He's placed it through DH gate. He's ready to go.
Absolutely. Right next to the Chad Seifert Penn State.
Let's go.
But
What a guy.
I think if this is what the board looks like in real life, and to be honest, this guy's still going to be there, I think Devin Witherspoon might as well be already wearing a Lions jersey.
Absolutely. He fits exactly what Dan Campbell does. And the whole attitude of the Detroit Lions.
Grit and
just
grind
toughness.
cornerback. Yep,
I'm
that's
fine
what
with
Witherspoon
that.
is.
The definition of dog mentality.
Get that dog in
He's
it.
a dog. But yeah, I'd go Witherspoon here. Another pretty chalk pick for me. You lose 1 cornerback at 6, you go the next cornerback at 7. Christian Gonzalez, pairing him with Nate Hobbs. 2 very different corners, but 2 very good corners to lock down that secondary for the Raiders. That way they can start working in the trenches later rounds. Because they've got some solid pieces that can be built around. I think building that secondary is the place to go.
Unless this is the spot for your guy. Because
Stroud? No,
I mean,
that
Jimmy
can't
Garoppolo
happen.
just came to town, but he is on a very clearly it's a bridge contract. Very clearly it's a bridge contract, so they're going to need that guy to take over eventually.
I
Why
just
not
don't,
Stroud?
I just don't think they're gonna. I don't know. I think they have Jimmy G there because they're gonna wait. Like if they were planning on getting Stroud, then they would have not taken Jimmy G, and they would have just waited until the draft. I mean, that's my own personal
I
opinion.
mean, to be fair, I don't think they knew or they would have thought that CJ Stroud would be available at this spot.
That's fair.
I think if he's there, I don't see why the Raiders wouldn't go and get him.
And
Especially let him train under Jimmy G for a season or 2, and then they could, trade off Jimmy G if they like Stroud or vice versa.
yeah, I mean, looking at this class of quarterbacks, the only one that I think can step in week 1 and have an immediate impact on their team is Bryce Young.
I disagree personally, but that is a personal opinion. I see what you like. I get it. I get CJ Stroud going to the Raiders. It makes sense here. I just don't see it happening. I think they signed Jimmy G to be their guy, and you send the message of them being their guy by helping out the rest of the roster. I think next year's quarterback class is going to be even better than this year's anyway. So if you're in the same position next year that you're in this year, where you've got a top 12 pick, you've got guys like Caleb Williams, Drake May, even Jaden Daniels will probably make his way into the first round after a good year this year. You could have 4 or 5 going next year in the first round too. So I think you find a solid piece somewhere outside a quarterback at number 7 for the Raiders. That's just my opinion on what they would do, but if they pick CJ Stroud, I think that's a great pick for them because you know how much I love him.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. You said Christian Gonzalez, right? Was your pick
That
here?
I went see,
And that would be my pick too. I just wanted to throw CJ Stroud because I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's the call in the next hour.
Oh no, yeah. If CJ Stroud's sitting there at 7 and the Raiders say his name, I am not shocked whatsoever. I just wish. I think for their sake they shouldn't, because of how their roster is currently built.
Totally valid.
To be fair, any of these teams, 1 through 9 at least, if Stroud's there, they're going to be thinking about him, It's not like, they're like, oh, no, not even a shadow of a doubt, he's not going to be on this team. If he is there, it's a talking point for every team 1 through 9.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep. All right. Can you pass the microphone over to Mr. Lottober over there? I know he's not on camera, but I
What
promise.
am I saying?
So we're looking at pick 7 here. I've got Christian Gonzalez. Lionel Frankenstein over here has Christian Gonzalez.
As do I.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I mean, the Raiders' defense is historically bad. I mean, especially in the last decade. So I am perfectly fine with them going defense here.
Actually, I think I turned to this on ESPN. Let's see if we have NFL Network.
Yeah, do we have the NFL Network is so much better than ESPN.
Yeah, I agree.
Daniel Jeremiah is he's the guy.
When are we getting your Mel Kiper impression?
He's got to get a couple more beat of strawberries.
yeah, there we go.
What channel is this?
ESPN.
That would be ESPN.
Okay. Y'all let me know when you see NFL Network, because I can't see it. Right here?
You passed it up.
There
This
you
is
go.
it?
There. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right.
You
so
flip
let's
to
go
the channel. It's the
Christian Gonzalez
NFL
at 7.
Network. We're set.
And then I want Lionel Frankenstein to lead the push on this next pick, because he said, I quote, Bijan Robinson to the Falcons is a lock.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. Todd. It's top tier stuff. Anyway,
When you look at this guy, you get get Christian Gonzalez. He's a long, lengthy corner.
Yeah.
Do we try and explain Bijan to the Falcons as Mel Kiper?
Yes. Do that, please.
All right. Todd. So you look here, you've got a blue chip talent, Bijan Robinson. What a guy. No character issues whatsoever. Top tier player. He's a running back over at Texas. He's just quite the guy, you know. The Atlanta Falcons are going to look for someone like that. You look at Arthur Smith, former head coach or offensive coordinator over there with the Tennessee Titans, right? What did he do with Derrick Henry? Run him into the ground. Maybe that's exactly what he does with Bijan Robinson.
I think you need just a couple more pauses in there to be an effective Mel.
That's fair.
Mel has those. Well, you look at this guy. You know what he's doing. You know what he's worth. You know he has that.
We need Chris Collinsworth on draft coverage.
Now here's a guy.
In Bijan Robinson.
All right, but Lionel Frankenstein as yourself.
Yes.
Bijan Robinson to the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Mel kind of said it all for us.
Okay.
I really do think the Falcons are going to look to pound the rock. They did it with Tyler Algier, who I believe is really. What's that?
Dog.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think he's a talented running back, but Bijan is on another level. Like, you don't get running backs that have top 10 consideration unless you're Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
And I think going to the Falcons at 8 with pairing him with Arthur Smith, just a match made in heaven.
Any opposition there?
I mean, no. Again, it's one of those situations where I could see him going to multiple different teams depending on where he falls and who's up. And Falcons, yeah, they could definitely take him, especially if they're not sold on Algier, which, I mean, I am. I'm sold on him. He's a good player. He's going to be a good player for a long time. But if you bring Bijan into the building, it brings up the question as whether he wants to stay there or not. So, I mean, yeah, Bijan to the Falcons could open up some opportunities for other teams to get Tyler Algier later on, which is a good thing in my opinion.
Or maybe they hang on. I'll get you right back to it. Tyler Algier hangs around with Bijan Robinson, and Cordero Patterson he's a training camp casualty.
Yeah, I was gonna say is, like, if you look at the way the Falcons have run recently, as well as, like, specifically last year, they had the Cordero Patterson, Tyler Algier 1A 1B system. You do that with Bijan, because Tyler Algier and Bijan, they're not the same running back. You can use them in two different manners. If you want to use Bijan as your primary back, and then kind of use Tyler Algier how the Cowboys use Tony Pollard, right? You know, your reception down, your screens, your goal line stuff. If that's how you want to use Tyler Algier, that's how you do it, and then you use Bijan as your primary guy. I would have if I'm the Falcons, it makes sense. And in real life, there's been a lot of talk about it. So I think if Bijan's I don't think it's a question of if Bijan's there at 8. I think he's going to be there at 8, and we'll see in probably about a little over an hour if that's going to be the pick. But I'm thinking it is.
We just got some kind of interesting news.
Okay, what's up?
So this is from Schefter on Twitter. Eagles and Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as the Cardinals head coach. They orchestrated the trade so that the Cardinals wouldn't be caught in tampering allegations here. So the Eagles traded pick 94 and a 2024 fifth-round pick to the Cardinals for pick number 66 in the draft. So it might not have impact on tonight. However,
tomorrow night.
well, no, there still might be an impact tonight because
'Cause
there
they
was
can
conversations of the Eagles moving up from 10 or I guess from 10 on up. And if they got now pick 66, that's even more ammo that Howie Roseman has. That's crazy.
If the Eagles can the Eagles already have 2 firsts. So if you can package, using, like you're saying, using that 66 pick, you can move up into the top. Like if a guy like Tyree Wilson falls,
Oh my Lord.
that would be. I mean, have you thought about more of an Eagle than Tyree Wilson? Like it just makes so much sense. So I could see that happening.
They'd have a top 8 D line.
They'd have a top 1. Shout out Rebo Hustle.
So what if? So there's also the conversations of Tennessee moving up, right? So what if they move up to 3 and we get quarterback? What if Houston takes a quarterback? You go 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks, then Will Anderson's falling. What if he's an Eagle?
See the Seahawks. See
The
the
rich
crazy.
get richer.
The crazy part about what this scenario that we're drawing up here is, Seahawks are at 5. They have 2 firsts. Lions are at 6. They have 2 firsts. Eagles are at 10. They have 2 firsts. So it's all teams that have 2 first-round picks. So they have a lot of added flexibility. So it's a situation that you could easily see the Eagles move up at the 5 or 6, grab a Will Anderson or a Tyree Wilson.
This is crazy.
I love it. All right, but
I love the draft.
The draft is starting in technically 3 minutes. It's probably going to be 15 to 20 before the first pick is actually put in. So let's kind of get moving through this mock draft here. That way we can get to a point where we can ask some hot button questions.
Okay.
So 8, we're going Bijan Robinson. Yep. Let's just kind of keep it quick. Who do you think is going to get picked? And if we disagree, we'll give why.
What if we just go like 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah. So Byron, give your pick at 9. I'm sorry, Mustang.
Yeah. Don't
no
use my
government names.
name. I'm gonna have to, shout out to Rebo here and go the Bears taking Skoronski if he's there.
I like Skoronski, but I think a lot of NFL teams have Paris Johnson higher, so Paris Johnson's the pick at 9.
I disagree with both of those. Look, I'm a weapons guy. I think Justin Fields is an MVP caliber player, so I see them going JSN here or Dalton Kincaid.
I think this is Skoronski.
We can go Skoronski.
Skoronski it is.
Skoronski is the major vote. You're up, Byron.
I just won.
No, but we're like you just start on every pick.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, I thought we were gonna do like Byron picks, you pick.
Oh,
you
I
pick,
thought
pick,
I
so
thought we were just gonna go down. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. So if you pick Skoronski, remember this is predictive, not what we would do. That's what I'm trying to remember at least. I go Nolan Smith at 10. I think Nolan Smith is a guy who the Eagles have done a lot of homework on, and he's a guy who's getting a lot of top 10 pick talk right now. So Nolan Smith to the Eagles makes a lot of sense. Kind of reminds me of Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, a pretty good comp there. I could see either Smith or Cansey going there.
10's a little high for Cansey, but Cansey does seem like an Eagle. All right, so go ahead and pick Nolan Smith there, and then Lot, you're up for 11.
I basically said it all earlier. I said it last podcast. I am not a fan of Ryan Tannehill. And I think if Stroud is there at 11, you take Stroud at 11. So, I would pick C.J. Stroud here.
Easy enough.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah, so we went Will Anderson at 2?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Give me Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
Ooh. Okay.
That's fair. They definitely need help there.
JSN was the other consideration.
Yeah.
That was probably where I would have gone, but I do like me some Anthony Richardson.
Fair.
I don't, but I could see it.
Yeah, I also hate Anthony Richardson.
All right, the Packers. This has probably been a go-to pick for me. If JSN's there, do they really take a shot at Aaron Rodgers?
1,000,000%.
That's the most Packers thing I've ever heard.
I would live for it.
Mark Murphy calls him on the phone and FaceTimes him while he picks him.
Every mock draft I've run through is a lot of them has been Dalton Kincaid, a very Packers player.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with him.
Okay, fair enough.
Valid.
In this scenario, I think the Patriots can't pass up on JSN if he's on the board. You go JSN here. You don't have a number 1 receiver on your team, in my opinion. You go JSN.
All right, so I'll hop in for the Jets and let Mr. Lottober have his manders. For the Jets here, this is Paris Johnson. Run the ticket to the front. Easy money.
Yep.
It's an interesting last few picks because I feel like the Patriots, I think they will end up. I feel like JSN is going to wind up on the Packers, and I feel like the Patriots are going to take one of the tackles. Like if Skoronski falls, they'll take Skoronski, or if Paris Johnson's there, they're taking Paris Johnson. But anyway, my Manders, I do firmly believe that these Commanders are going to draft Michael Mayer. I think they're going with the tight end. I think they're going with the best pound for pound tight end in the draft. That's my own opinion.
Pound for pound tight end.
I love the pound for pound tight end. That's awesome.
So it's back to me, correct?
Yep. I know who you're picking. You don't even have to spend more than 0.5 seconds on it.
Okay, cool.
Darnell Wright.
Joey Porter it is.
Watch our last episode if you want his explanation on Joey Porter to the Steelers. 18.
Yeah.
I'm picking for my Lions. I love it. I know he is. Don't do that. I know he's Lionel Frankenstein's favorite player in the draft, and he's definitely growing on me too. Give me Kalijah Kancey.
I just want him to be there at 29.
We are officially out of my area of expertise. So I feel like I should not be inputting if we're doing what we think will happen. Because honestly, if I'm honest, I have no idea. From 19 on, no idea. So y'all can skip me.
How about I'll double up. I'll make your picks for me. I'll make your picks. I'll make your picks
okay,
for you, and then you can give your opinion on it. Just let us I don't know if you know the guys. I guess what you're saying is you don't know the guys.
Here's a guy.
So we'll partner up every fourth pick. How about that? So you start here at 19, 20, 21, and then on the fourth pick we'll all partner up together.
All right.
It makes it complicated, but I like it.
So I'm up with the Bucks.
You're up with the Bucks.
All right. Give me Broderick Jones.
Yep.
Wow.
Donovan Smith stinks, so I'm with you.
Yeah, I think he's getting up there in age, isn't he?
Not only is he old, but he's legit bad. He was the worst rated left tackle in all of football last year.
Not yet. Roger's got to take
technically.
a half hour before he gets up there and says, now they're on the clock.
So it's me with the Seahawks, correct?
Yep.
At 20. Man. Who do we take for the Seahawks earlier?
They got Jalen Carter at 5.
Did get Jalen Carter at 5. There's many different, routes you could take here. But one that I'm definitely thinking about is Darnell Wright, tackle out of Tennessee. They have been struggling in the protecting the quarterback aspect of the game. They also could use some help, with the run game when Ken Walker comes back and starts pounding that rock.
Fantasy stock is going to love that.
See, I'm going to stick with Darnell Wright here.
I respect it.
Yeah, I love Darnell Wright. I think he would fit perfectly with the Seahawks. Anchor that right side of the O-line. Him and Charles Cross, 2 back-to-back first-round tackles. Pick 21 here to the Chargers. In real life, I like Michael Mayer to be here, and I think that's the pick. But since he's off the board in this scenario, I think if you're the Chargers, you're a playoff team, you kind of go BPA. And for me, that's Lucas Van Ness. So I'd go Lucas Van Ness here.
Oh, with Joey Bosa? And is Khalil Mack still there?
Khalil Mack's still there, but he's getting older. I think this is the last year of his contract. Lucas Van Ness has shown inside and outside versatility. Big boy.
Oh, man,
I love it.
what a D-line.
I love it.
Wow. I thought you were about to say add an offensive weapon.
That's what I'm about to do
either
here.
Addison or Johnston.
All right, are you on the clock?
No. We'll switch it down to 3. That's fine.
So
go ahead and pick Van Ness for me at 21.
And then, let's see, Jason's the only receiver off the board. We still have Addison, Quentin Johnston.
Jason's the only receiver off. Yep. I mean, the Ravens did. Let's talk about that for a second. Ravens signed Lamar. Finally signed Lamar to that extension. 5 years, $260 million total, $185 guaranteed.
And let's not all forget this, that Lamar really should be a saint after that trade
Trading
up for
up in
Marcus Davenport, a
2018.
project defensive end out of UTSA.
which means they're absolutely
They're
picking
gonna do
Yaya
the same
Diaby
tonight.
this year. But yeah, you had to mention that.
Yeah. At 22, I'm going to go with a guy that I would have considered at 20. Give me Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dustin,
Over Zay Flowers?
personally, I don't believe that's a hot take. I also would much rather a Saturday morning first round of the draft than a Thursday night.
I would love if they did a Saturday first 2 round, and then Sunday just go 3 through 7.
Should I pitch that to Dr. Z as my marketing plan?
You
we
should.
rearrange the draft.
I would pitch it personally.
Brilliant.
You said Addison at 22.
Yeah, to the Ravens.
All right, so you're up with the Vikings. The Vikings?
The Vikings.
They're in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder how the Kansas City fans are liking that beer sponsor. Shout out Dylan Mullaney.
Life's
Anyway,
crazy.
continue.
John Mulaney.
John Mulaney.
Not the same guy.
Hold on.
Guy
What's
is
the
a
pick?
Strong term. I'm sorry. We shouldn't be getting political in this podcast. Vikings, please.
Vikings could go a lot of different routes here. It's live. There's
Do it.
no editing.
Damn it.
Do it.
All right, go ahead.
Make the pick.
Do it.
Do what we all would do.
I don't know what we all would do, but
I
do
know
the
what
thing.
I would do.
I also know what you would do.
Yep.
So, if the board falls like this,
All right, Rogers coming on stage, ladies and gents. Rogers is coming on stage.
Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, that one. Aaron.
Sweet.
Aaron Roger Goodell.
My favorite
All right,
quarterback
I'm sorry.
position.
We're interrupting this guy. Let him go. Damn it, Bryce.
the Viking situation is a tough one here, in my opinion. But with the team the way it is and how this board is falling, I think they'd have to go best player available. That would, help them in certain circumstances. And I think that's Brian Branch.
I like it.
They have a pretty good secondary, but they are getting old.
And they lost pieces in the secondary as well.
That's your Harrison Smith replacement.
Exactly.
Eventually.
Yes.
Harrison
Or maybe
Smith.
make Lewis Seen your Harrison Smith, and that's your slot guy.
Yeah.
like
Harrison Smith getting older. They lost Pat Pete on the outside, so you could address that. But they signed Byron Murphy. So, I mean, move Byron Murphy to the outside. Keep Brian Branch at the nickel where he's played a lot recently. I like that for the Vikings. Here, Jaguars. I went DB, I think, or I said they should go DB last time in our last mock draft. I still go with that, and you have a guy who could be picked in the top 20 still on the board, so I go Deontay Banks here. He's the best available secondary player, in my opinion, and that's a spot that the Jaguars can definitely get deeper in.
I like it. For the Giants at 25, you're going to have to go to positions. I need centers. Give me John Michael Schmitz.
Hello.
I forget, where is he from?
John Michael Schmitz is Minnesota.
That would be it.
Very Cowboys pick.
Very who?
Cowboys pick to the Giants?
Yes.
I like
Pick
it.
to the Giants, huh? Got to steal him right before,
That's
huh?
that's like when the Cowboys jumped the Eagles for CeeDee Lamb. That's what the
Yeah, they moved up
That
2
was the move.
spots. Yep.
yeah.
All right, you're up with the boys.
Boys.
That's a lot of boys. A lot of red out there.
Oh, it's Kermit.
Kermit the Frog and Jonas Valanciunas are walking out onto the stage for the NFL draft.
So, with the boys here,
I mean, we know who the first pick's going to be, which we'll talk about once it becomes official.
the boys could do a lot of things here. So, I'm going to forfeit this pick
Oh
no.
why?
to either one of you.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll gladly take it.
Let's get Lot take it. Let.
Yeah.
He hasn't talked in a little bit.
No, I'll tell you what. I really don't have a pick here. I just wanted to mention who's on stage right now. I mean, there's the girl from Saturday Night Live, the guy from Modern Family.
She's also on Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, all right.
What a pull.
Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Roger Goodell,
number
and two former players. I don't know who that is. Do you guys know who those guys are? I think they're two former players. I could be wrong.
Rice?
It'd be weird if it was Jerry Rice. Like, why would that make sense?
I don't know, but
It might be.
Derek Thomas,
Then it's probably not if he's dead.
the linebacker that is no longer with us.
Bryce. Bryce,
Derek Johnson's
who do the
very much still
Cowboys take
around.
at 26?
I thought you were picking. No,
I'll
you
gladly make the pick.
Yeah, I know who. We'd probably pick the same guy, Mozzie
So
Smith,
that he's
right?
not, so he's not there for the
yeah,
Saints.
Mozzie Smith. No, also he makes sense.
He absolutely
Run stopping
makes
D
sense.
tackle up the middle.
I want him and another player that may or may not be a guard out of Florida off the board by 29.
All right, but so you were so I got the Bills, right? Because
Take the Bills. Take the
okay. Well,
Unless
this
you
would
want
be
me
a
to take the
great
Bills and
spot.
you
No,
take your guy.
This would be. I do actually want to do that. So why don't you take the Bills, and then we'll restart from there since you took the Cowboys.
And I'm going to take
him,
that
yeah.
other
Oh.
guy. I'm going to take that guard out of Florida,
You're the one who
Cyrus
forfeited
Torrance.
the pick.
I know that was part of my plan to get the Saints pick.
Bad
do your
plan,
thing.
buddy. We
Do your
caught
thing.
on. When Heath Cookie?
Send Osiris
know.
Torrance
All
to
right, I'll take
Buffalo.
one.
Let
Heath
him
Cookie
freeze up there.
for the culture.
So with the Bills, they need help on defense.
Oh, are we not taking Osiris Torrance to the Bills? Are we?
No, you gave that pick to me.
Says who? But okay, whatever.
Now your plan has failed,
Yeah.
just like mine has.
Gosh darn it! I'm so upset.
My
now.
plan's working perfectly fine.
They need help on defense. I think any position would help them on defense right now. We saw their defense lose its own mind in the playoffs.
What did you just say?
We're just speculating because they're showing pictures of Bryce Young, and I said he wasn't on the phone. So Bryce said it might be Anthony Richardson 1-1.
Crazy.
That was a lie, by the
Put
way.
it in the sports
Continue
books
with your
now.
So
picks,
with the
please.
Bills, I'm going to give them Miles Murphy. Think he's the best
like it.
defensive player available.
That is such a good pick for them.
So does this? So you've got Bengals and I have Saints.
Mhm.
Gosh darn it!
So this is a narrative I'm going to continue to push until after tonight when it was so very wrong. But I love it from every angle. I like the Bengals taking Jahmyr Gibbs, running back out of Alabama. They say Joe Mixon's not in their future plans. They're going to need another running back. And what do you do to beat the Chiefs? You just add more weapons. And what better weapon than a running back who's basically a receiver in Jahmyr Gibbs? If I had to compare him to a former player, it'd be tough, but I'd say he's a bigger, stronger Darren Sproles. So give me Jahmyr Gibbs at 28.
I really like that. I'm anti like running back in the first round unless it's Bijan Robinson. But
me
that's been catching steam lately. So
Hear me out. The Bengals get a running back duo of Chris and Zach Evans.
Ooh, the Evans
so they get
twins.
Captain America and
Zach Evans.
And Zach Evans.
No, yeah, give me Jahmyr Gibbs here.
yeah,
All
that
right,
makes sense.
Lionel Frankenstein, give us the Saints pick. No, the one down. The one down. Yep, that one.
No.
the one up. No, stop.
Steve Avila out of
Ew,
TCU.
no, please don't do that.
No. Steve Avila out of TCU. Reportedly, they love him. I don't get it, but we're taking Jake
Michigan State
Moody.
punter. The Michigan State punter.
My favorite.
Bryce Behringer.
Oh, what a guy!
If my last name was Behringer, that would be my name.
That's crazy. Steve Avila out of TCU. I don't want to go offensive line in this draft. I think defensive line is a much bigger need. The way the board fell, I would take Brian Brzee. I don't think that's what the Saints will do. So this is going to be Steve Avila.
You said Keanu Benton?
Siaki Ika? Moro Ojomo? What a guy.
Hey, we love that guy.
We do.
Young
Keandre
Byron?
Coburn?
Young Byron?
I actually do like Keandre Coburn a lot, though, in like maybe rounds 4. I'm not opposed to
You're
it.
up with the Eagles.
Eagles. Who did we take earlier? Nolan
Smith at 10.
That's a good pick.
Thank you. I made that pick. That was me, by the way. Thank you, Byron. Mustang, I'm sorry. I can't believe I keep calling this guy by his government name live on air. With all one person who's watching. It's Dustin. Who's literally related to him.
Literally my cousin. How dare you?
I'm so sorry, Dustin. Anyway.
So, with the Eagles, you just made it to the Super Bowl. You were very close to winning it. What do you do? What do you do to get your team to that, over that hill, win that Super Bowl? I think their problem wasn't their defense.
Do it.
It was the fact that Jalen Hurts was having to do a lot
Do it.
with I wouldn't say a little because that offense was star-studded. I hate that Jahmyr Gibbs is off the board because that would be a great pick for him. However, this wide receiver out of TCU could push that offense to the next point.
That's an unreal receiving core.
So I'm going to give the Eagles Quentin Johnston.
Not only would it be such a good pick for the Eagles because of like value, but if you look at those 3 receivers after you add Quentin Johnston, you have 3 very different receivers who can do 3 very different things. So any given day, you can change up who you're going to, and the defense won't have a clue what to do.
Speaking of being different, I think the Panthers are about to look real different. Looks like the pick might be in.
The pick might be in.
The war room is real excited.
Which is perfect timing.
Quick, we have 1 pick left.
Yeah, I was about to say, perfect timing because we're at our last pick in our predictive mock draft
Kansas City.
Clown car, what are you thinking here?
Clown car. I would say that's
wrong. I'm not opposed to that.
I would love it, but
I love Jack Campbell.
I do love Jack Campbell. I think if he's there with the last pick in the first round, it's the best value left in the draft. Brian Brzee
Absolutely
goes at pick 31. So go ahead and add him. Actually, before you do that, let's look above him and see guys who we think might go in the first round but didn't work out in our scenario. 2 guys for me, Zay Flowers and Emmanuel Forbes. Their names will probably be called tonight, but they didn't get called in our mock draft. Go ahead and add Brian Brzee.
Yeah, so for a fringe first-round talent, I think we could hear their name called tonight, DJ Turner, cornerback out of Michigan.
Every time you run under a 4.3, you
Absolutely.
immediately become in the first-round distinction. Happened with John Ross. If John Ross doesn't run a 4.24 or whatever he ran, he's not a first-round pick.
That name
but he
still
goes at 11.
Traumatizes me.
Yeah. So
It was a good-looking draft.
So this is what we have without
Look
trades.
at the
We know
draft.
there's going to be
It's real
trades,
special.
probably somewhere around 5 to 6 trades. That'll mess all of this up. But this is what we think if nobody traded, who they would pick. So we'll leave that up while we're going through the night tonight because we can't show the draft because of copyright reasons. We'd absolutely get struck for that. So before the draft, before we got on here, I asked the guys to each come up with a question that you have about tonight's draft. That it could be something as simple as like, who would you pick if you were the Panthers? Or it could be something very profound, like who's your one guy outside the first round that you think is going to be a great talent in the future? Like it could be anything. So since you've got your mic up to your mouth, why don't you go ahead and start us? Give us a question, we'll all answer it, and then we'll walk down the line.
All right. So, I mean, we've kind of addressed this throughout several different points in our mock draft. Other than the Saints, because I feel like that is a lock, who do you think is most likely to trade up in this draft? At least the first round.
You know, that's interesting. As I'm looking at it, you know, you mentioned the Eagles earlier. I think that'd be a great idea for them. Go get another superstar. Go maybe get a big name. I don't know. I feel like that would be a good one. How about my Bears?
I think Rodgers walking out with the pick.
Bears trade up to.
We're going to cut you off.
Pick is in.
Clown car.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Can we have
Makes
draft
sense.
audio, or is that going to get copywritten too?
I think that'd be a problem too.
I think not only would it be a problem, we can just turn it down. Not only would it be a problem, but I don't want to mess with us, like picking up on the microphones, background noise type stuff. I would love to have the audio on, but I don't want us to get in trouble. But anyway, continue.
I mean, that was really it. I mean, honestly.
Team to trade up. I think the Titans are trading up. I think it's a matter of time before they announce it. I have no doubt in my mind that the Titans are not picking at 11 tonight. They're going to pick somewhere in the top 10, whether it's because a tackle's falling, a quarterback's falling. They could move up to 3, 5, 6, 8. Any of those spots I could see them moving up to. I think the Titans are without a doubt moving up tonight. Let Mustang finish his Heath cookie. As we look at the TV here, we've got Bryce Young walking out in a light salmon-colored suit.
I like it.
Ooh.
Double-breasted.
Spicy.
He's got the one button. He's walking with a swag, walking with a smile, and he's got the Panthers hat just sitting on top of his head. If I'm Bryce Young, I wear a black or blue suit knowing that I'm getting picked by the Panthers just to make it match, but I guess that's just me.
So there was teams that were possibly trading up, right?
Most likely teams
to trade up.
See, I see two teams on here who have multiple picks in the first round who could use one of the later ones and pair it with something to get a higher pick than, 18 or 20.
What do you think?
So like the Lions or the Seahawks. Seahawks have pick 5 and 20.
Look
Lions
at the
have
third bullet.
Lions have pick 6 and 18. They could package, either the 18 or the 20, and then either some later on picks, even a player or something, and move up into the lower teens. I could see either one of those teams doing that.
I like the thought process on that. I was telling the boys here, look at the third bullet because they had Bryce Young's little draft profile. First point guard. Fair enough.
They lost that game.
They did lose that game. They're showing
Go
highlights
Tigers,
against
baby.
the LSU game that they lost in overtime when we created an earthquake on campus. So they have They have Bryce Young's
Saw that
NFL
earlier
comparison
today.
as Doug Flutie and Drew Brees.
I saw that earlier.
I don't mind it. I mean, it makes sense style-wise.
That's crazy.
But that you're also comparing them to two Hall of Famers, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Charles Davis was talking about that on yesterday's mock draft live when they were going over DJ's mock draft, and I kind of like it. I kind of like the Doug Flutie comp.
No, Doug Flutie makes sense. Like it style-wise, size-wise, play style.
I like it. I like it a lot more than the Breezes comp.
I like it more than the Russell Wilson comp too. A lot of people have him compared to Russell Wilson. I don't think he plays like Russell Wilson, in my opinion. I think Russell Wilson's more thought out when he moves around the pocket. He's a better runner once he gets the ball in his hands, and I think Russell Wilson is known for the deep ball, and that's not something Bryce Young does particularly well.
We're 1 for 1.
We are 1 for 1 in our predictions.
Boom.
So Lot, give us your question.
Okay, there were a lot of questions before the draft about a guy out of I don't actually remember. He wears orange. I know that.
Syracuse. Clemson.
I'm talking about no. It's either Texas or Tennessee. Quarterback. His name is Hendon Hooker.
Oh yes, Tennessee.
So yeah, Tennessee. My real question is there. Before a few months ago, there was buzz about the Saints maybe going after Hendon Hooker with that second pick. So as it stands on draft night, where do we see Hendon Hooker falling?
I think Hendon Hooker can go as early as. Now I've seen mock drafts of him at 11 and 12
that's
to
pretty
the
high.
Titans and Texans if they they stand put. I legit believe there's a serious chance that by the end of the night Hendon Hooker is wearing Minnesota purple. Ooh. I think he will be a Viking by the end of the night.
You think Hendon Hooker's a Viking by the end of tonight?
Absolutely.
I think it's very possible. I think Hendon Hooker's ceiling is 19 to the Bucks. The Bucks had him on a top 30 visit. I think that's the highest team that had him, and they could use a developmental quarterback.
Houston's pick is in, by the way.
Houston's pick is in. All right, who are we going?
I think it's Will Anderson.
Will Anderson?
I think it's Will Anderson.
It's got to be, right? Will Anderson?
While we're waiting on the pick,
CJ Stroud.
our chat box for our platform isn't working properly, but I see the chat popping up now.
Yeah, I see it.
Dustin asked,
Rebo's
does
here?
Derrick Henry get traded tonight? Rebo believes so.
Okay.
man.
Before we finish that Hendon, let's
don't
finish the
think he
Hendon
does.
Hooker discussion real quick because we were on that, and then we'll get immediately to Derrick Henry. Hendon Hooker, I think his ceiling is 19 to the Bucks. I do think he gets picked tonight, but I think it's going to be one of those either the Eagles or the Chiefs trade out at the end of the first round, so somebody trades in, and the team that is going to trade in to get Hendon Hooker, Seattle Seahawks, are going to move in for a third first-round pick, grab Hendon Hooker, after taking a D-line and a secondary player at 5 and 20.
I love that.
There it is. All right, Byron, go ahead. Give your thoughts on Hendon Hooker before we have good old Roger Goodell tell us who pick 2 is.
Raj.
I've also seen a lot of mocks and just different analysis saying that Hendon Hooker will be picked early in the second round, possibly by the Saints, which is great.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Raj.
Pause.
We got to wait for this. All right, Will Anderson, CJ Stroud. Who are we going?
Mazzie Smith.
CJ Stroud! CJ Stroud! Ladies and gentlemen, the Texans are winning the AFC South.
No.
Woo!
Wow.
CJ.
My Trevor Lawrence Jaguars have to have a word with you.
Quarterback.
I'm overreacting. Shh. Let's go, CJ.
Do
All
we
right.
see Tennessee move up now? Because you got quarterback. They're going to panic and they're going to need their guy. Because Tannehill is not going to get it done.
Is if CJ Stroud was their guy, now they just sit back and wait.
Who says Stroud was their guy? Then?
That's true. I don't know. I think we'll have to see if they move up. Let's finish our Hendon Hooker discussion. Then Tennessee will tie in perfectly with our Derrick Henry discussion.
Boom.
Guys, this is amazing. We're so good at this job. We're so good at this. We should be making money off of this. Which, if there's anybody out there who's watching this in past time or present time who wants to sponsor this podcast, please email us at offthedomesportspod@gmail.com
Come on, Abita,
to
you know
let
you
us
want
know
to.
about a sponsorship or Facebook message us, Off the Dome Sports Podcast.
Oh, he's so pumped.
So yeah, like I was
Should be.
saying,
Let's go, CJ.
like I was saying, Hendon Hooker could definitely be a Saint going early in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
But also there are a few teams that could use this spot, whether it be, they need it now or they need it in the next few years. I could see Tampa taking him because they're a team that needs a quarterback now, and if both Anthony Richardson and Will Levis are gone, I could definitely see them jumping the gun and taking Hendon Hooker. So, that being said, I could see him going anywhere between upper teens to middle second round.
I like
that's
all
fair.
three of those landing spots. He said Vikings. I think that would be good for him.
Mhm.
You said
Seahawks.
Seahawks and Bucks. I like all three of those. I think they all fit him well.
Yeah. I love Hendon Hooker. I have him as my third quarterback in the draft,
Woo.
which is high.
Where you got Will Levis?
I have Will Levis at 4, Anthony Richardson at 5.
Okay.
I think Hendon Hooker has proven more to me than Will Levis or Anthony Richardson has, and for some reason I'm a guy about proof. I don't know what it is. For some reason. Yeah, I never fall in love with like the potential guys. I'm the guys who are already good enough, and it's never worked out for me before as far as quarterbacks go. But it always proves me right on running backs. So we'll see how it works out for me this time. But let's get into that Titans talk that we were just on, and let's get into Derrick Henry. First of all, what's y'all guys' take on Derrick Henry? Does he get moved by the end of the night? Rebo said yes. Dustin said yes. What do you say?
I don't think so. I think Tennessee is in love with Derrick Henry, as they should be. He is going to be a Hall of Famer. So I don't think you could trade talent like that and get away with it.
But they also traded A.J. Brown last year, like during the draft.
Yeah, but he was. I would say that A.J. Brown, he hadn't proved as much as Derrick Henry already had. He was kind of still blossoming, and he was getting injured.
Yep.
In Tennessee, so they were kind of ready to move on.
It's a different situation. I'm just saying,
absolutely a different situation.
No, it's a different situation. I'm not saying it's the same exact thing because Derrick Henry's on the bottom half of his career. He's already had his second contract, and the whole reason A.J. Brown got traded is because he needed his second contract.
Exactly.
I'm just saying Tennessee has shown that willingness to trade guys before.
If Derrick Henry gets moved, it won't be for any pick that matters tonight. At this point in his career, he's not a first-round trade.
I agree.
Compensation.
I don't think he gets moved tonight, but I think there's definitely a chance he gets moved this weekend.
That's fair. If they get their quarterback though, he sticks around because they're going to be in there. They're going to want to capitalize on that window.
I feel like it could have been a possibility. I feel like it could have been a possibility for the Titans to move up. Before, like if Stroud, or it would have been a possibility for them to move Derrick Henry tonight if their guy like would have fallen. But now that Stroud is taken, I don't see them moving him. I feel like that would be weird. What is it? Okay, so Texans take Stroud at 2.
Yep.
Do they take JSN if he's there at 12?
Absolutely. You've seen the connection with the quarterback, the college quarterback, and their college, teammate with Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne and Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. it works.
What about Carr and Adams?
Worked real well for Devontae.
Devontae had a great year. The Raiders just didn't have success.
So what I'm hearing is if they take Stroud at 12, draft him first overall in every draft. Every fantasy draft.
I think if JSN is there at 12, nobody in their right mind passes on him if you're within the Texans organization. Just makes so much sense. Unless they have another guy who has fallen that we wouldn't expect to be there, like Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter. Then you have to go them at 12. But other than that,
with the
I think he is ahead of us because it's saying trade right there.
That's what
Dustin
looks
Dan
like. It's
said.
going to be a trade. Look at how far down the clock is. This is going to be a trade. This has got to be Tennessee moving up. Quarterback. Tennessee gets their quarterback, and it's going to be Will Levis.
What if the Texans are moving up just like DJ said? Daniel Jeremiah is the smartest man of all time. The Texans traded to get Will Anderson at 3. This is crazy.
Houston has won the draft. I don't care what they do for the rest of the
Dude,
the rest
Daniel
of the
Jeremiah is a genius. Daniel Jeremiah is so smart.
Whoa!
Holy Daniel! Look at his face.
I need to see
Look
this
at that
trade
man's
comp,
face,
dude.
Look at his face. Look at how smart he is. If I could be one person in life, I'd be Daniel Jeremiah.
Oh my! What?
I'm just kidding. I'd be Bryce Duhon.
Right.
All right.
I'd be Clown Car.
So JSN,
man.
the only way I don't take JSN is if Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter's there. But they're not picking at 12 anymore anyway. So who cares?
Wow. What a move, Houston!
Dude, I gotta stay off my phone because they're like they keep on updating like
I just
5
wanna know
seconds
what the trade
before.
pick was. What the pick was for?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they have the exact return. But the
Assume
Texans,
it's 12, and you're moving up 9 spots back to 3.
I'm assuming they throw probably a 3 this year and
And a Davis Mills.
no, I'm assuming they throw in a 3 this year and maybe a 2 next year.
Competition.
Maybe a 3 this year, 2 next year, something
I
like
think you
that.
need more than
Or
that. You're
maybe
moving up 9
a 3
spots to number 3.
3 this year, 1 next year, probably.
Yeah, I think you need at least a first-round pick from next year.
A 1 next year and a 3 this year. That probably sounds about right. To move up 9 spots, especially moving that high. This is the first time a top 5 pick has been traded in a very long time. On draft night, at least.
What if they pull off a crazy trade to move
get
up
4?
to 3, and wait, they get 4?
What?
They get
I thought that's what you were about to say.
Get 2, 3, and 4.
I thought that's what you were about
No,
to
no,
say.
no.
And
They
they get
pull off-
Jalen Carter too.
Just a monstrous trade.
The
to
Texans
get 3.
trade to get the rest of the first round.
Brilliant. They get 3, and DeAndre Hopkins comes home.
Wow.
Crazy trade,
dude? What if it was like?
It's a. Oh, here it is. It's
Okay.
Let me pull it up. 3 and 105 for the Texans.
Okay.
The Cardinals get 12, 33, a 2024 1 and a 2024 3.
So next year's 1 and 3, and this year's 1 and 2
Kinda cheap.
for
That's
a 1 and a
insane.
4. That's a lot.
What
but
a
good
price
for the
tag.
Texans. You're getting Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
This
You
is
take
what.
the-
Listen, this is why we
my
did
goodness.
this. This is why we're live streaming right now because, this is how. We'd be saying some crazier stuff if we were not live, I guess. But it's so cool to be able to do this.
Very true.
I know you would, Mustang. But yeah, dude, wow. The Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson that's just insane. My question is, do you think? Now, well, of course, there's no way to know for sure. Do you think they could have just picked Will Anderson at 2?
Nope.
Waited a little bit and then traded up for Stroud, or do you
Nope.
think Stroud goes 3?
I think if they
somebody moves up for Stroud at 3.
I think Tennessee would have.
taking
Yeah.
Stroud at 2 makes the price of 3 cheaper.
Yeah.
Because Arizona can leverage, oh, you really want your quarterback? Come up and get him. And then they get a haul, even more than what they got. But taking Stroud at 2, well, now you
And
pay
you
a
still
little
had
bit
to,
less.
and you still had to give up a ton.
That was an aggressive hug from Mr. Goodell.
Yeah,
The president just
might be the
lift him
moment
up.
Like bear hugging Goodell. Bear hugging Goodell, trying to squeeze the life out of him before the round is over.
Are you trying to kill Roger Goodell?
He's got a hit out
I'm
on
saying
Goodell.
that's what's happening. The hugs, he's getting some serious hugs.
Khalil Mack is
Torque.
the
Love the comp.
He's a lot bigger than I thought he was. Reese made him sound like he was like 5'11". He's 6'3", 250.
The tiny man on the edge.
Because that's what he said. Reese was like, he's just so small. He's 6'3", 250. He can supply himself with the next level. I think Will Anderson's CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. That's crazy to me. That's a beautiful draft from the Texans. Dude, stop showing games of him losing. Like, that's just not smart. Oh, yeah, he did dominate. That's Reese's least favorite edge rusher on Reese's favorite left tackle. Crazy. But
was that my guy James Cook? Or was that Kenny McIntosh?
I do love Will Campbell as well. Talk about Will Campbell for us.
I mean, we can talk about the symmetry of the name. I mean, Will Campbell. Double L, first name, last name. I mean, it's not symmetry, but it's pretty. It's got a perfect 40. Yeah. It's a pretty name, and that being said, he's super young, and he's super good for our Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Shout out Bronco Nagurski.
Go Tigers. Go Tigers. Bronco Nagurski, Chuck Bednarik. I mean, just the K's in those names are just crazy. So we've seen the first 3 picks go off the board here. Indianapolis is sitting at 4. Pretty sure this is Will Levis, right?
Easy.
Like, I don't think there's much talk about it. So y'all two gave y'all questions. Let's go ahead and move on to our questions. I'll go ahead and ask first. I know you said you don't know a lot of guys, but I have a feeling I know who you'll say even when I ask this question. Who's your favorite non-first round prospect? So a guy who's not going to get his name called tonight, but somebody who you think is going to work very, very well within the NFL. Byron, this is for you too as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a second to.
Yeah, go ahead. I have a feeling I know who Lot's going to say anyway. So.
Oh God, you have a feeling that you know what I'm going to say?
I got a feeling.
Oh!
Tajay Spears.
Oh, my God. You know, we can talk about Tajay Spears. You know, I went to the, what are they, ACC?
AAC. American
AAC.
Conference.
I went to the championship this past fall. And that was a hoot and a holler. Tajay Spears got off. Tajay Spears is so good. He's so talented. I'd love to see him on any of these teams. I think he will succeed in the NFL. I think the way he runs, he's one of those guys that, my comp for Tajay Spears is Le'Veon Bell.
That's a good comp.
Like Le'Veon Bell in his prime. The way he runs, he pauses. He's that kind of guy. He pauses and he surveys the line to find the hole. And I think that is super successful in the NFL, and it always has been.
I do love Tajay Spears. He's a great player. What you thinking over there, Lionel?
I still need a minute.
Okay.
There's
you got any thoughts, Mustang?
I'll stick on the running back train here and go either one of 2 prospects in Devon Achane or Zach Charbonnet. Both run super hard. They're different running backs. So Achane has the speed. He's got the get up and go speed. He's 1 to 100 on his second step, whereas Charbonnet is quick. He can get around the tackles. He doesn't have the same top speed as him, but he's quick. He accelerates fast. And we've seen plenty of players succeed off of that in the NFL. So I think either one of them will have a great career for not being in the first round.
This guy sounds so intelligent over here. That was awesome. That was awesome. That was a great explanation.
Exquisite. So it's guys that are not first round talent.
Guys that are not they're not getting their name called tonight, but a guy you really, really like.
Like not even a chance they get their name called?
I mean, if there's a chance, sure. I don't care that much. I'm just saying, like,
give me.
Yeah,
I thought about it. I'm gonna go Jack Campbell, linebacker. He's a classic linebacker. I don't know how well he'll do in the modern NFL, just because of how
very
much
Will Compton-esque
of how much is asked of today's linebackers. He has shades, like the lightest shades of Luke Kuechly.
Colts pick is in.
Very, very Luke Kuechly.
Goodell is making his way to the stand after we just heard a Luke Kuechly Jack Campbell reference.
The lightest of shades.
All right, here we go. Colts are picking. It's either AR-15 or it's Will Levis.
Osiris Torrance.
Anthony Richardson.
Whoa!
Wow.
So that's nutty.
So with the first pick was chalk. And since then, we've seen 3 picks that everybody kind of raises eyebrows at in the sense that it didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, out of the first 4 picks, we say, wow, 3 times. That's kind of crazy.
So now where's Will Levis?
Will Levis?
Sliding down.
Will Levis is sliding down, and
Tennessee.
man, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The first team I see that really could.
Unless you get your Detroit,
Unless you go to him,
Lions.
unless he goes to him, I could see him going to the Raiders, like y'all were talking about with Stroud. But like, I don't love that either.
He's gonna be a Raider, isn't he?
He might be a Raider. He might be a Raider.
Goodness.
Yo, we need to riot if Will Levis becomes a Titan, because the way I look at Will Levis, he might be Ryan Tannehill too. He might be.
Interesting.
That's not bad at all. Big guys, athletic guys. Ryan Tannehill used to play wide receiver, turned quarterback. Crazy. Both of them are low-key turnover prone. Will Levis has thrown 23 interceptions in the past 2 seasons. Ryan Tannehill, if he's not throwing to his team, he's throwing to the other one. So, I mean, that's not a terrible comp. I think he's a little bit more athletic than Ryan Tannehill, can do some more as far as running the ball goes, but it's not horrible. But
Ryan Tannehill does have that finger roll.
Shut up. That's disgusting. But let's give our thoughts on Anthony Richardson here.
He's
Pick 4, Anthony Richardson.
He's Cam Newton light, but he can't throw the ball.
Yeah, he's Cam Newton without the frame.
No, he's what? He's like 6'4", 280, bro.
He's not as big.
He needed to
Cam
land.
Newton had the muscle.
Cam Newton's like 6'6".
Anthony Richardson needed another team.
Yeah.
The Colts is maybe the worst possible place he could have gone, because outside of Michael Pittman, nobody.
Well, not only that, but I think Anthony Richardson is also one of those guys who could very much benefit from sitting behind a vet.
Absolutely.
And Gardner Minshew's in the Colts, which Minshew Mania, love him, dressed like him for Halloween a few years ago. But Anthony Richardson and Gardner Minshew, that's your quarterback room?
I mean, we made the comp. The NFL Network crew made the comp to Cam Newton. He's a free agent that's fighting to get back into the league. Do they bring him in to mentor his clone?
I don't think Cam Newton's a fit in the Colts organization. I think
then Anthony Richardson is not a fit for the Colts.
No. Like
what about Kurt
personality wise? Like, I think Anthony Richardson, like, he's confident, but he's not loud and boisterous and out the box like Cam Newton is.
Yet.
I think Chris Ballard is kind of against that. But then again, like you said, if Cam Newton's not a fit, neither is Anthony Richardson. So I guess we could see. I personally don't like Anthony Richardson. I would not have taken him with the first 4 picks. I personally wouldn't have taken him within the first round. I know he's super athletic and has a lot of potential, but I don't love that he was under 60% completion percentage. He started 1 season at Florida, and they stunk last year.
Who's the coach in Indianapolis right now?
I
know Frank
Shane
Wright is
Steichen.
gone.
Shane Steichen, former offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, who has developed and played with Jalen Hurts.
Okay, at least he's going to be learning under an offensive guy.
And not only that, but an offensive guy who is used to an underrated athletic quarterback.
Yeah, so I mean, that in a positive note, that could be good for him.
He's no Jeff Saturday.
I forgot he coached the Colts. I forgot that.
The clock is still just ticking away. Do we have another trade here?
We could have another trade here.
Because I think this is chalk for Seattle.
I'm
but
looking.
If the clock is still moving,
I'm looking for an update. Ian Rappaport said phones are ringing. Seattle. That was the last tweet. And it was 4 minutes ago. Saints news. So Martin Barnes, he has 86 followers on Twitter. Says at Saints make a move. Saints quote tweet him and say, "Okay, fine."
No
admin
shot
is going
they
to get a
just moved up
third
to 5.
piece of Raisin Cane's toast. Ladies and gentlemen, the Saints are getting a third piece of Raisin Cane's toast.
Going home.
I'm also going to get it.
All right. Give your thoughts on Anthony Richardson. You haven't chimed in yet.
I've chimed in a little. I can see the Cam Newton
I want
comp.
you to chime in more, damn it.
I can see the Cam Newton comp. I don't think he's as aggressive.
Ooh, hello.
He's as aggressive or as much of a showman as Newton was. I also don't think he will thrive with that kind of style
on the Colts team, the way they are built, they don't have the weapons to really run the play action that well.
Yeah.
They don't have the receivers to, fake the quarterback run, fake the draw and then throw it deep.
Yeah.
They just have Pittman, who was out almost all of last year.
They also don't have the receivers to receive.
True.
Exactly.
True. Their receiving core is very bad.
So
Milk.
I don't. For Anthony Richardson's sake, I don't like this move.
Yeah, I don't like it for anybody. Like anybody. I don't think this works out well for anyone that's involved. But yeah, I mean the clock is running
Minute
down
30.
here on
There's a
Seattle.
minute 30.
So either they're working out a last minute trade, or they're yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm thinking. Is like they're trying to decide what's going.
Well,
They are making the pick. Did
Well,
you
who
see who
wants
they
who?
picked? Oh, okay.
Are they trying to move up
So-
for Jalen Carter?
Okay, if the pick is about to be in, I think it's got to be. I would say it's got to be Jalen Carter.
Rap sheet says they were making the pick.
Okay, I would say it's got to be Jalen Carter, but we haven't seen anything go chalk yet, other than Bryce Young. So it could be Tyree Wilson here. I know Seattle would. He definitely looks like a Seahawk with his build.
BJ Ojolari.
That's okay.
No,
That's the most
who
Jerry
says no?
Tillery thing I've ever heard. In
Who
my
says
life.
no?
me.
Me. Seattle. Every other team.
Pick is in. Pick is in.
Okay, Byron.
But yeah, as I was
Go
saying,
ahead. Finish up your Anthony Richardson. And
I think
then,
Anthony Richardson can compete at a high level in the NFL, just not on the Colts, not in their current state. They need more weapons in the receiving category, other than Michael Pittman.
in the Michael Pittman's a great player.
He is.
He's so
But
good.
He is, but he probably, I mean, I don't watch many Colts games, to be fair, but he probably gets double covered every snap because they have no other receiver.
Yeah,
Exactly.
probably. Do the Colts have another pick in the first round?
No.
Where
They
are
do
at
have
in
the
second
Twin
round?
Towers at tight end, though.
Where do they have him in the second round?
I'm not sure. Can we look that up? Can we look that up?
Trade Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, you
I
be
would
our
not do
technology
that.
man over there.
What am I looking up?
Oh, where's the Colts' next pick at? I think it's like 36.
But yeah,
11 years less than Jenny.
They have some talent. They have Jonathan Taylor, young talent, generational talent, who can be that guy for a long period of time. Same with Michael Pittman, but you need more than just those two guys
Agreed.
to run an offense.
I completely agree. I'm
Here's
with
what
you.
you do. Here's what you do. You trade Jonathan
Tell me.
Taylor for a
I
package.
disagree.
A whole bunch of picks, and then you draft Tajay Spears in the second round.
Okay, this is ridiculous.
I'm being serious.
The Colts have picked 35.
35.
Ooh.
That's high up there to get a receiver.
Yes, they could get another receiver with
The
that. Then I would
Colts-
like this Anthony
Zay
Richardson
Flowers?
pick more.
The Colts could be one of those teams who trade into the bottom of the round
Zay
to
Flowers.
get a receiver who fell, like Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnston. I mean, him and Michael Pittman Jr. together,
Woof.
two very tall receivers who have speed capabilities downfield. It's really hard to read the chat. Is there any way you
What
can
does that say?
move
Can
it
you
to
read
the
that?
other side of the screen?
Even if successful,
Or does this
will
just
have
stay there?
issues with injuries.
That didn't help at all. I mean, it helped a little bit.
So
Look at
he's
that man crying. Green room is very weird this
Dustin
year.
is saying like the way that Richardson plays, like it's going to be taxing. It's the Lamar Jackson argument,
Issues with injury.
right?
Yeah, I agree.
Hang on, pick is in.
All right, pick is in. What are we thinking here, boys? Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson. Jalen Carter?
Well, Frank.
Seen who the pick is. I'm not
Devin Witherspoon.
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa!
Him
You
and
get a
Tariq Woolen?
trio of Tariq Woolen, Devin Witherspoon, and Kobe Bryant. What a cornerback squad! Not the basketball player. Rip to the Mamba.
Yeah, R.I.P. Black Mamba. But,
Is this the best secondary in the NFL?
you know, this whole offseason, all they've been doing is trying to recreate the Legion of Boom. And they're
They're
low-key
getting
doing
there.
it.
They're getting there.
Tariq Woolen is Richard Sherman. Devin Witherspoon is Brandon Browner.
Absolutely love that.
I mean, you've got Quandre Diggs, who's one of the best safeties. Jamal Adams is coming back and should be healthy. He can either play back in
Best
safety.
in the nation.
He can either play back in safety or he can play up in the box, kind of as a fourth linebacker.
I think they've said they're like moving him to like
to
a sub
like weak side linebacker. Yeah.
But
Wow,
now,
guys,
you take a bookend to your secondary.
Dude, I
And
love
then at
Devin
20,
Witherspoon. I think he's going to be an absolute
Assuming
phenomenal
they stay
talent.
at 20, right? Because that's their next pick. You're gonna probably be in position.
To grab a very good edge rusher.
Miles Murphy to Seattle.
Miles Murphy could be there. Lucas Van Ness could still be there.
Elijah Cansey to Seattle.
Elijah Cansey's also going to be there. Brian Brzez's going to be there. I mean, you can get
That's
tons of guys.
insane.
Detroit coming up
What
next.
a
You've got your pick of
unit.
Jalen Carter or Tyree Wilson. Who would have called that? That at 6 you could get either one you wanted. If I'm Detroit, I'm going Tyree Wilson. Pair him on the other side of Agent Hutchinson. I mean, what are we
I'd say
talking about?
Jalen Carter, and you run the ticket.
This is awesome.
I had to reset it.
I would say
Denzel Ward. Good. I mean, well, Denzel Ward's not as physical as Devin Witherspoon, though. Devin Witherspoon is such a physical corner.
yeah, I
Like,
don't
look
I don't
at
like
that.
the Denzel Ward comp. I don't like that. But at 6 with Detroit, I'd say it's Jalen Carter because I think that's the consensus pick. But nothing's been consensus.
I
so
like
far.
Tyree Wilson to Detroit as a Lions fan.
Devin Witherspoon is a Seahawk. That's insane.
Him and Tariq Woolen is going to be, in my opinion,
Dynamic.
and I'm saying this off the cuff without even thinking about other teams because this is off the dome. It's what we do. I think the Seahawks might have the best cornerback duo in the NFC now.
I think that's fair.
Like, I'm trying to think of other...
I don't think there's any argument to that.
Like, even, I mean, you think about the Eagles. They have Darius Slay and James Bradbury. Two more proven guys, but Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen are, 22 and 23 probably?
Wait till you see what Alontae Taylor does this year.
Alontae Taylor's very good. I love
I
Alontae
do
Taylor.
love Alontae Taylor.
Paulson
I told y'all
Adebo
last year.
is not bad.
It's true. I hated
Marshawn
the
can
Alontae
be
Taylor
healthy.
pick. You're like, but he's a dog.
You were right.
You were
Hey,
right.
You take the win on that one. Good job,
You
Mustang.
know about that dog
Point one
mentality.
for Mustang.
It's crazy.
So before we get to pick 6 here, why don't you give us the question you've been waiting on?
Oh, yeah. So,
yeah, we're still gonna do that.
out of everyone that has
There's
been
a lot.
has been drafted so far or could possibly get drafted tonight,
Uh-huh.
who do you think will have the best first season in the NFL?
Rookie of the year.
Who could be the rookie of the year? Exactly.
How about we go? Can we go offense and defense just to be fun with it?
Yes.
Sweet. So offensive rookie of the year. I'm gonna try to be as unbiased as possible. I'm going C.J. Stroud. I'm not actually going C.J. Stroud. I'm sorry. I think offensive rookie of the year is going to go to. It's gonna go to Bryce Young. I mean, Carolina might win the NFC South this year. I know we're Saints fans. Like, you can burn me at the stake if you want, but
Who did?
no, you've said it.
Who
Yeah.
did Carolina add on offense?
Adam Thielen
Miles. Whoa.
and Adam Thielen and DJ Chark are both wide receivers for the Panthers now.
So it's not the
And they added Miles Sanders.
They added Miles Sanders in the backfield. They added Hayden Hurst at tight end, who's better than Ian Thomas.
And Tommy Tremble.
And Tommy Tremble. They still have a really good O line. Like, not
Greg
okay,
Little.
not really good. They have a
Solidified
solidified O-line.
slightly above
Capable.
average.
And not only that, but I think a big thing for O-line is chemistry, and they're returning all 5 starters on the O-line. Ike Mekwonu is getting another year to develop. I mean, I like Bryce Young to win the Rookie of the Year. I know it's an easy pick because he went 1 overall, but out of all the quarterbacks that are going to go tonight, he's got the most weapons. He's got the best team around him, and the only other person I could really see going for offensive Rookie of the Year is Bijan, but it really depends where he goes.
I think that's going to be my pick. I don't think it matters where he goes because talent will prevail.
I think for me, the perspective of it matters where he goes is, does he go to a team that already has kind of like another established running back? Because then his first year he might be used in a system. And that also depends on how late he goes. Because if he goes to a later team, he might not be the first guy.
I don't think that a team that's got an established back is going to take a super. The odds are they have another need they're going to need to look at.
That's fair. I'm just
Unless
saying,
you get someone like Tennessee that takes a Bijan. Derrick Henry's winding down in his career. You get his replacement. That I could see happening.
Yeah.
And in that case, then Bijan probably doesn't see, unless we see the Derrick Henry trade then.
So Locke, give your offense, and then we'll go to defense, and then we'll review who the Cardinals
boy.
are.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got to do this first because the pick is in. So, as a Lions fan, How do you feel that they just traded this pick?
I figured the Lions wouldn't stick and pick here. I
See if I can pull up the compensation.
the Lions were either going to
late.
move out of 6 or 18. There's no way they were going to pick both. Moving from 6 to 12 here, I believe they moved back to.
I'm not going to say the pick.
That
say
still
the trade.
keeps them in position to grab an interior or exterior D lineman. Because if you look at Las Vegas, Atlanta, Chicago, Philly, Tennessee, you have those 5 guys before you. I think this is going to be Paris Johnson Jr. right here to Arizona. I'll take Orange Crush if you don't mind.
Take a sponsored code red.
So I think this is going to be Paris Johnson Jr. here, which only leaves you 5 spots before Detroit picks. And there's enough talent on the inside and outside of the D line where you can get a good guy. I'm not worried about them moving back, and you probably get extra stuff.
Here's the trade comp.
Okay.
So, pick 6 for picks 12 and 34.
Oh, wow.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Detroit now has 5 picks in the top 55,
Like
2
they
in
did
the first
before.
round and 2 picks outside the first round. I mean, dude, they just got an extra pick that's 2 picks outside of the first round. Detroit might move in the back of the first round and grab Hendon Hooker.
Oh,
I mean,
I like it.
you look here at 12, you can probably grab Miles Murphy or Lucas Van Ness.
Thank you, Clown Car.
Clown Car, you're the dog. Dog car, some would say. Pick is in, and then
Mr.
we'll get
Goodall's
back
on the
to the
stage.
Rookie of the Year discussion. Good snap.
Yeah.
Paris Johnson Jr., tackle at Ohio State. Rebo, if you're still here, can you give us your thought on Paris Johnson going as the first tackle off the board at pick 6 over your guy, Peter Skoronski? If anybody has any thoughts on Paris Johnson, air them out now. If not, we'll get back to that Rookie of the Year discussion.
I've got nothing on Paris Johnson. What I do know is that the Cardinals got to find a way. If Kyler Murray is your guy, you have to find a way to keep him safe. So I'm always for drafting O-line when you have a mobile quarterback. So I'm fine with it. But back to this Rookie of the Year talk. Offensive Rookie of the Year. I'm gonna go with something a little out of left field. Probably it's in character for me because I really
On
like
brand.
tight ends. I really like tight ends. But see, I don't know. No, honestly, I don't know. I don't know where Dalton Kincaid. I don't know where Michael Mayer. I don't know where Sam Laporta is gonna land. But dude, you said that Michael Mayer would land at the Chargers earlier, and if he lands on the Chargers, he might have an all-time rookie tight end season.
Paris Johnson Jr.
20
might kill
touchdowns.
Look, he was about to crush him.
Not 20 touchdowns.
Did you just say 20 touchdowns?
I was waiting to see if any would notice. No.
Can we do a bet on that?
No.
I will slam the under.
No. But I think a guy like Michael Mayer or even a guy like Dalton Kincaid on the right team can have a historic rookie tight end season. So one of the tight ends, that's my pick. That's kind of a cop-out, but I'm going one of the tight ends.
Okay.
It's not really a cop-out from the sense of who would ever think that a tight end would win Rookie of the Year? So that's a hot take on its own. Just saying a tight end doesn't matter which one you pick.
The tight ends are talented.
Very Some guys have said that this is the best tight end class of all time. Low key, you're not lying because I think the top 5 tight ends are all every other year they go in the first round too. Even the guys who are going in the second round this year, they would be first round tight ends any other season. But because you have such talented guys like Dalton Kincaid, Zach Ertz, Dalton Kincaid, or Michael Mayer, or George Kittle, Michael Mayer,
Michael Mayer is Rob Gronkowski.
No, he's not.
Watch him.
Brock Bowers is Rob Gronkowski.
No, I don't think so. No, I think Michael Mayer is more talented than a Brock Bowers. I think literally on the line, I think Michael Mayer is way better than Brock Bowers.
That's
Looking at him, that's what I see.
I'm buying you a Michael Mayer jersey, whoever team he goes to.
Go ahead.
No, I don't care. Okay, let's move on to the defensive Rookie of the Year. I mean, Devin Witherspoon kind of. I mean, him and Will Anderson are the only
What
two
did Lionel
defenders.
say?
Lionel, for Offensive Rookie of the Year, said Bijan Robinson.
Oh, yes.
Defensive, I mean, Tyree Wilson is still slipping. Jalen Carter's still slipping, and Raiders are up next with pick 7. I think Defensive Rookie of the Year is so about like what team you end up on that it's kind of hard to judge right now. Based on, I mean, Will Anderson's probably a good pick. But looking at who's, where guys might end up, I think if Atlanta takes a defensive lineman, it'll be whatever defensive lineman they take. Whether it be Jalen Carter, Lucas Van Ness, Nolan Smith. One of those guys, if they take one of those guys, Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson, Lucas Van Ness, Nolan Smith, one of those 4, if they end up in Atlanta, they will be the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I'm going to go with...
Raiders don't know it's draft day yet.
Raiders are
still
too busy
a business
watching
day
the
behind.
movie Draft Day.
Yeah, they're a business day behind. The Raiders are unsure that today is actually...
The Raiders are still trying to
the day that
draft
they're
Vontae
drafting.
Mack, and they
That
can't
guy's
find him
wearing
on
a
any draft
Is that
board.
Luke Combs' dad? That guy was wearing a short-sleeve black Columbia shirt in a
man.
draft room.
Defensive Rookie of the Year, I'm just going to go with the obvious pick. Give me Will Anderson. I think he's just too talented, and he landed in a perfect situation there in Houston. He's gonna have quite the season because I don't think they have anyone else, right, to rush the passer. It's kind of gonna be up to him, and I think he's got the ability to take it on his shoulders.
I have no idea who the Texans have on defense, other than Stingley.
Brian Cushing still there.
Oh, forgot about that.
Whitney Merciless.
Honest to myself, honest to all of you on this couch right now, I have no idea. Like, defense is not my specialty. I love defense. My favorite football player of all time is a linebacker. Anyone want to guess?
Scott Fajita.
Pick is in.
Junior Seau.
It's Gerard Mayo
Oh, I should have guessed that.
of the
That's
New
a good
England
one.
Patriots.
That's a good player to like.
So you know what? Give me Will Anderson. I mean, like Lionel said, we're really he's super talented, uber talented. It's hard to deny.
All right, so pick is in here. They're showing Will Levis on the screen. It didn't look like he was getting ready to get up or anything, so I don't think he's the pick. No, like he didn't look very happy, so I don't think he is the pick here. Who do y'all think is going here 7 to the Raiders?
Christian Gonzalez.
You think even with Jalen Carter and Tyree Wilson on the board?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. I think it's defense.
They
Could
need
be
secondary
Skoronski.
help
Could be
bad.
Skoronski.
I could see either.
It could be.
I could see either Gonzalez or
Skoronski.
Brian Branch going here.
Brian Branch at 7.
Brian Branch is not that guy.
That would be a Mike Mayock pick if I've ever seen a Mike Mayock pick.
No, he would have picked Miles Murphy because of Cleveland Farrell.
Oh my. Cleveland Farrell.
Pick
guy.
7 here. I like Christian Gonzalez. I'm either going. I think it's either Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez. I don't think Tyree Wilson is a Raider in my mind. They already have Max Crosby, who's been he's in my opinion the most underrated edge rusher in the league. I think he's so good and just doesn't get the love he deserves because he's on a very mid team. Yeah, I'm going either Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez. I think we picked Christian Gonzalez in our mock draft, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So I'll stick with that.
I've done like dozens and dozens of mock drafts, and it's always Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I've always had either Witherspoon or Gonzalez going here.
And I thought Witherspoon was such a if Witherspoon was here and he went to the Raiders,
He's such
I
a
think
Raider.
he just plays like a Raider, man. He's so physical. He's so emotional when he plays the game of football. He just makes sense to be a Raider. But as we know, he's already gone. Went 5 to the Seahawks. So it's hard to imagine. I mean, listen. I said before the thing that Tyree Wilson might slip to 10 to Philly, and he's still on the board. So we'll see. But Raider selection's in. So Christian Gonzalez
The
is
autumn
kind
wind
of what we're thinking here.
Is a Christian Gonzalez.
Unless it's Brian Branch, which if it's Brian Branch, I'll I don't
You
know
gotta
what
do it on camera. Whatever
The
you,
autumn
whatever
wind
you say.
is-
I was gonna say I'd
Brian
buy you
Branch.
something. Like I'll buy you dinner.
All right, you gotta do it on camera.
All right, here we go.
I'll
Here
DoorDash
we
you
go.
something next time you want dinner.
There he is, Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson.
It's a good pick.
Jalen. I mean, listen. Before this draft, we heard about the Jalen Carter might be slipping thing, and everybody was like, "No way he's gonna get past 5."
He's past 7.
He's past 7.
What? Oh my goodness!
Look at that.
Just in my head,
Look at Tyree Wilson.
I didn't even consider this to be a possibility. The Philadelphia Eagles are there at 10.
Jalen Carter.
What if they pair Jalen Carter
With Jordan Davis.
and you have a mountain and a freak?
And then Nakobe Dean coming up the middle of him.
Ooh, I love Nakobe Dean.
I do love Nakobe Dean.
Why do the rich get richer? Why did we have to trade?
Tyree Wilson.
Hey.
Jalen Carter could be a saint.
Hey,
He could.
fly Eagles fly.
No,
Dude. Oh, dude. Just look at Tyree Wilson's suit.
it is clean.
That's a great.
That's a
sense.
Raider
so clean.
suit.
I'm gonna buy it.
No, you're not.
Tyree Wilson jersey off of DH Gate. Let's
No,
go.
his suit.
No, Tyree Wilson's suit.
off of DH.
Off of DHK.
Take 3 months to get in.
What, you know, I mean, you look at the next pick. You've got Atlanta.
Hot
And
Atlanta.
Jalen Carter is a Georgia football bulldog.
Yeah, but didn't they like?
They're gonna kill.
load
They're
the
gonna
defensive
kill
line in
Goodell
free
by the end
agency?
of this.
No, they got David Onyemata. They got
They got edge rusher,
two guys
they
from,
got-
They got 2 D tackles from us, right?
I think they took.
If I'm Atlanta,
No, they got Caden Ellis,
Who?
linebacker.
But
They got
they-
Jeff Okuda as a corner. Chandler Jones.
Chef Okuda's not gonna. They could add someone else there. I think.
No, yeah, absolutely. No, but
if I'm
the
Hot
corners,
Atlanta,
Christian Gonzalez might be a Falcon.
yes. If I'm Hot Atlanta, I'm either going a DB or offensive help. And if Christian Gonzalez is still on the board,
He is.
he is the
If
pick.
you
I'm going
really
Christian
better
Gonzalez
be
if
the
I'm a
pick.
Falcon.
if you really believe in Desmond Ridder as the guy,
I think
You
he
go
can be.
JSN or Bijan.
no chance you go JSN. I say that, and I've been wrong about almost every pick so far.
We've all been wrong about
Yeah,
every
so
pick.
whatever Adam picks, I'm picking something different.
Remember, take all my quarterback takes and consider the opposite.
Except for
That
Justin
would be-
Herbert.
Boom! I was on Herbo.
We each have one hit at quarterback respectively. He has Herbo. I have Jalen Hurts. Everyone else we've missed on. So
See that hug?
that was a good
yeah,
hug.
they're gonna kill Goodell by the end of this.
That's the motion tonight. They're bear hugging Goodell.
Bryce,
They might die.
here,
Yeah.
I've got a question for you.
Okay.
If let's say Goodell takes the plunge tonight and he just gets crushed by an offensive lineman or
If
something,
Goodell
right?
dies, okay.
Who in our sport management program would make the best commissioner of
Wow,
the NFL?
What a question. So I'm going to start off with the guys who I know it wouldn't be. It's not going to be Big Mess.
Oh, seriously?
It's not going to be Jonathan Nunez.
Dude.
It's Tom Cruise as a selection, but he doesn't. Listen, I love Tom Cruise, but I don't think he has the passion
he's
for
got
it.
the chutzpah.
No, but he does have the chutzpah. But I don't believe he has the passion.
You want an underdog?
Sure.
I think it's Jackson.
I don't think Jackson has the. I think Jackson's a hockey guy. Jackson doesn't care about football as much as the rest. Like,
So
I'm trying to think of a guy who. Oh, but also
Jackson's a
Commissioner-
smart man.
He is a very smart
also
man. He has
not
the brain
Harrison.
for it. No, Harrison was 40 minutes late to class today. We're talking about people as if they know who these people are. These are people no one has ever met.
Do we? How many people do we have watching the stream right now?
One.
Dustin.
Dustin, I
Right
think.
on. Respect you.
I'm
What a
gonna
guy.
text my parents and be like, I hope you're watching.
Yo, get on the pod, bro.
It's also not Hannah.
Not Hannah. Hannah would
She
not.
would. Never mind.
So. All right, I lost it.
Could Chad run the NFL?
I would hate a Chad
Commissioner
run.
Chad.
I would hate a Chad run in NFL.
Everyone has to read,
Everyone read.
and then they can play football.
Good. You know that was a great question. I would go Ethan Crystal
Oh,
or Ben. I would go Ben.
Ben, slam the over on Ben.
I would go Ben.
That
Our
is-
British friend Ben.
He would
British
finally
run
get the
NFL.
expansion team.
But
we
what,
finally we move the Jaguars to
London.
and
Yeah,
you finally
and-
get your expansion team.
And we
overseas.
would also create the NFL esports league
brilliant You play
because he's a
Madden.
big esports fan. So yeah, give me Ben Hosford to run the NFL.
Hosford.
Why not? They play in London anyway.
On the come up.
So,
They're trending in the right direction.
which is exactly why you try and get another market in.
But you can't punish them.
All right. All right.
Florida's crowded. You don't need any more
All right.
teams.
Let's
moving to
talk.
London.
Let's talk some draft here.
What about just the NFLE?
NFL
NFL
Esports,
NFL Europe.
The one that
NFL
didn't work?
Europe, huh? All right. So, all right. So
Asia.
So we have 8, 9, and 10 left. Let's try to figure out this last 3 picks of the top 10. 8 here. I think it should be Christian Gonzalez. I'm going Bijan. You convinced me. You convinced me it's Bijan, so we're going Bijan. I'm going Bijan.
I think
Let's everybody will give their own take. I'm going Bijan, Jalen Carter,
Anybody.
Bijan, Jalen Carter, Peter Skoronski. That's my last 3 of the top 10.
I'm going to take the same 3 players, just in different order. Bijan, Skoronski, Jalen Carter.
Give me Stetson Bennett, Sam Laporta, and Tajay Spears.
You forgot?
That was unbelievably disgusting.
Wait, so y'all are both taking Bijan here.
Bijan at 8.
So Bijan won't go here,
Okay.
and then Adam had Skoronski to Philly.
No, I had Skoronski to Chicago.
I had Skoronski
yeah,
to Philly.
yeah,
He
yeah.
had.
We had
yeah.
the same 3 players, just we swapped Skoronski and Carter. Jalen.
So give me Christian Gonzalez.
That's a dirty duo with AJ Terrell.
Would be nice for the Falcons. Would be nice.
Give me
duo.
The dirty duo.
so Gonzalez,
The Bird Boys.
JSN, Jalen Carter.
Did
JSN to Chicago.
I love JSN to Chicago. That'd be so fun.
were Justin Fields and JSN on the same Ohio State team?
Were they?
I believe so.
I don't think they would have played together long. Like they wouldn't have many reps together, but
Here comes Goodell and a few other guys.
here's
Oh,
Goodell
it's
and
that guy.
some other people.
Who is that guy?
I don't know.
Well, both of these guys. There's 2 guys. There's one guy who's a...
I'm gonna give a draft announcement right after this pick. Right after this pick. Right after. Nobody check their phones. Right after this pick.
Oh no.
I have a draft announcement.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's not the Saints. It's not the Saints.
Oh, okay, then I'm fine. I don't
Bijan
care what
Robinson.
happens now. I thought we were about to move up for Jalen Carter.
He's not announcing the pick right now.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and throw it in before Philly jumped up 1 spot to 9.
Here's your Jalen Carter.
Philly
Can
jumped up
you
1 spot to
give
9.
them the Lombardi now?
What does that do to the Bears?
What does that do to
Where does that
LeBron's
put
legacy?
them? Like, where are they going?
Yeah, what does that do for LeBron's legacy?
Hang on.
What does that do for Skoron's legacy?
Hold up, dude. Can you stop? Christopher and Shane are announcing the pick.
Which one's which?
Bijan!
Ow!
Bijan.
First time he was right.
Good.
I'm so
pull.
happy.
Good pull,
I'm so
Forsyth.
happy.
Good pull, Lionel Frankenstein.
Now there's your Bijan fantasy stock.
You're right.
Do you want to trade him now that he's in Atlanta? That's crazy. I don't think he's going to be good there.
Yeah, I don't
at
think
all.
so. I think he's
You
gonna
might want to
suck, huh?
trade with the number 2 pick. You know,
Yeah,
move
maybe.
back, get Calvin Ridley. Life's
I
crazy.
forgot I have the number 1 pick in our dynasty draft.
You don't want Bijan in
I
Atlanta.
forgot
That's
about
going to
that.
be awful.
Oh, you're right. It's gonna be so
Trade him to
bad.
me.
I can't
You're
wait.
welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I can't wait to have the rookie of the year.
Oh, no, I know. I had 2 picks already.
All right, so Philly jumped up 1 spot according to Ian
was a great trade,
Rappaport.
Is that a Bishop Sankey?
I wanted either Calvin Ridley or Bijan Robinson. And I get Calvin Ridley, so I'll take. You say Bishop Sycamore?
Bishop Sankey,
Yeah.
the running back
Sankey.
from the Tennessee Titans back in like 2013,
Or Bishop Sycamore.
the fake school.
That's what I thought you said.
No,
Both
no,
bishops,
Sankey.
both sit.
Man,
Yeah, both sit.
life is crazy.
All right. So if Philly's going up 1 spot, it's to draft Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Like there's no other purpose in going up 1, which means my Detroit Lions are still looking pretty. Players sitting there.
So is
They
Philly.
get to move back and still get Christian Gonzalez because I don't think Tennessee takes
Still
him.
could be Christian. Well, unless Chicago takes him, but that would be dumb. Still get Christian Gonzalez. Van Ness.
Bijan Robinson. What a guy.
Dude, wow. My Detroit Lions are winning this draft.
I am.
They haven't made a
terrif-
single pick yet.
As a Saints fan, I'm horrified.
Of
The
what's going
division
on.
has gotten so much better in the last 8 draft picks.
Tampa Bay is still bad though.
Well, yeah, so we'll take those 2 free wins because Baker Mayfield ain't doing nothing.
Who's
To Bijan?
Bijan?
I saw
Edgerrin
Edgerrin James,
James.
and I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah,
Although
Edgerrin James is a good.
this, last night on Mock Draft Live, Charles Davis said LT. I don't like
LT.
that, but
I don't
I
see it.
see some.
When I
of
do
it.
comps, I always try to think of current guys because like you can say Edgerrin James, but I don't. I mean, I never watched Edgerrin James enough to know if that's true or not. So
Saquon.
I did watch LT enough, and I
Saquon.
think LT's. Saquon's not terrible. I think he's a much better receiver than Saquon, as far as down the field receiver goes. Saquon that can catch isn't bad. I mean, I still like Jahmyr Gibbs a lot too. Jahmyr Gibbs is more
Rex
James White.
Burkhead.
Rex Burkhead. Wow, what a pull. Okay.
What a pull!
Okay.
What a
When
pull!
I see
What's his name?
Bijan, I think instinctively of a Herschel Walker, a Earl Campbell.
Like just old
Just
school
pound the rock like
old school thumper, huh?
But with catching ability.
Yeah, I
So-
immediately think like Walter
James.
Payton, Emmitt Smith, Barrett.
Not Barry Sanders. Not
No,
Emmitt Smith.
Very much not
Jim Brown?
Barry Sanders at all. I immediately think Red Grange, Jim Thorpe.
Galloping?
Yeah, immediately. The second I see Bijan Robinson, Red Grange is the first name that comes to mind.
I see John Riggins.
what a pull!
Or Larry
No, you
Zonko.
don't. If that's what you see when you look at Bijan Robinson, you need your eyes checked.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh man, where have we gone?
hope we're
We're
making
only
you
8
laugh,
picks
Dustin.
in.
Bijan Robinson. To
We're
the
only 8
Falcons.
picks in, and we sound like some doofuses already.
Hey, we've been streaming for an hour and 46 minutes.
Oh,
Ooh,
this is a-
And
we're
it
1
hasn't
minute
crashed.
away. We're 1 minute away from an hour and Jenny.
From what?
An hour and Jenny.
Oh, yeah. Or 5 seconds.
Jenny.
What was the longest recorded?
An
What
hour
was the
and Jenny.
longest recorded podcast?
Not
An
this
hour?
long.
Record.
Well, no, we had that one with Rebo, like when we first kind of
Oh, yeah, it
started.
was like
that
an
was
hour and a
really, really
half.
long. This is
Still
probably beating it though.
record.
Oh, dude, I mean, unless we end up dropping out before the end of the first round, we're streaming until then, which is a long way away, my boys.
Very true.
But we're looking at pick 9 here. This has got to be Jalen Carter, right?
I think.
Who else could it be?
I don't know. I don't have the inside scoop.
I mean, fair. I just
It doesn't have to be him.
Could be Skoronski. Could be
LT is that
JSN.
comparison again.
They could draft anybody.
They could draft anyone. That is a fair
They
point.
could draft Sam Laporta.
They could draft Sam Laporta.
At 9?
I mean, they could.
love
It's physically possible.
What if
It's
they
not-
run
it's
the card up?
fiscally irresponsible.
They
though.
run the card up and it's for Jake Moody.
Ooh. What if it's Bryce Behringer?
I like that a lot better.
What?
What if it's Ray Guy?
That'd be really dumb
What a move.
to draft a dead person
Kevin
in the
Durant's
first round.
tweeting at Bijan already.
Why? Like, does he have stock in Bijan Robinson?
Texas.
Man's got
Texas.
the first
They both
overall
went to
pick in his
Texas.
fantasy league. He's ready to move.
They both went to Texas. Wait, the Cards traded back up? Yes, Dustin. They traded to 6 and drafted
I
drafted
thought we had
Paris
some more
Johnson
breaking
Jr.
news. I was like, oh,
Imagine the
what?
Cards draft, dude. The Cards trade again.
All right,
For the third time of the night, and we're only at
selection.
9 picks.
The Eagles just drafted me. They drafted me.
After this pick, I have a question for y'all.
Sensational.
I don't want to go to the NFL.
What?
TikTok.
What's that?
Yeah, I just got off the phone with Howie Roseman. So
TikTok.
A streaming.
I'll be the
platform.
selection
A
here,
streaming
guys.
platform, huh? All right, here we go. Why do you just look at the camera like that? Don't do that to me.
Because he's good.
You know what the eyes do.
Remember that time he had that big leather chair on stage?
Oh, here you go.
Jalen Carter.
Oh my God, this
him and Jordan Davis in the middle. Wait, think about the D line in
wanna know what
Philly.
this trade
We've got
was. Just to move
Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Hassan Reddick. Dude, top 8 without a doubt.
All the Eagles gave up was a 4th rounder next year
To move up one spot?
to move up the one spot.
Chicago must have really not liked Jalen Carter.
This next pick is in.
Did you see who it is?
I did. So I'm going to let you guys take a guess, and I'm going to go eat some egg rolls.
Okay.
Okay,
Fair.
with how excited he sounds, I think he's excited for me.
I think he's excited for Boudin egg rolls.
So I'm guessing that they went with a skill player. I'm guessing they went with like one of the wide receivers.
I'm guessing it's JSN.
That'd be great. Oh my gosh.
It would be a good move for the Bears. Honestly, any move on offense is a good move.
Any
for the Bears.
move by the Bears is a good move other than a quarterback.
Right.
And that's coming from a guy who very much dislikes Justin Fields.
What's that last part you said?
They don't go Will Levis at 10. That's not happening. I can check my phone right now.
Forsyth, stop.
Stop this
Stop.
madness right
Stop.
now. Don't you dare lie
Stop.
on my behalf.
Dude, they're not picking Will Levis. Like I'm
Stop.
not even. You just turned off your.
I just
you just
unplugged.
turned off your computer.
That's fine.
We don't need that monitor anyway, as long as you can still see us over there. Hello, how you doing? No, they're gonna go offense. They're either gonna go. No, they're going O-line. They're gonna go Peter Skoronski, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright. They're going one of the 3. They're going O-tackle. You got to protect Justin Fields.
I'd be fine with that too. Like you said, anything helps.
I think
Any
dude,
offensive move helps.
I think
helps the Bears.
Skoronski is getting. I've never seen anything about Chicago to Skoronski as much as Reese likes it. I didn't see any connection social media wise through guys who know what's going on. So I think it's either Broderick Jones or Darnell Wright here. That's one of my 2. I think it's one of those.
What was your question?
So the question I was thinking about was, I saw Bussin' with the Boys tweeted this out. They said, who is your favorite pick your favorite NFL team has ever made? So I'll give you mine first to let you think about it. I went Cam Jordan because sustained success. He is the heart and soul of the Saints, and he has been for years. I mean, since Drew Brees left, Cam Jordan's been our last remaining like New Orleans Saint vet, and he leads the team with a lot of swagger. He loves the city of New Orleans. He leads the Who Dat chant. Him and Demario Davis are my two of my favorite Saints. So I think for me, Cam Jordan's my favorite pick that I've ever seen the Saints make.
I mean, I personally,
Very close second, Chris Olave last year.
I feel like it's a very boring, conversation for me, because I am a Patriots fan. I mean, you can boo all you want.
No, you can say Tom Brady because I know it's what you're going to say.
Pick 199.
But can you give somebody you remember them drafting?
God, but the only people I remember them drafting are like really bad.
Like Mac Jones.
See, I hated that pick.
I know you did.
remember that?
Like Cole
You
Strange.
almost started crying.
I hated the N'Keal Harry pick. I didn't like the.
How do you feel about
I didn't
Cole?
like
Highly
Sony
upset.
Michelle.
How do you feel about Cole Strange?
I really didn't like the Cole Strange
Dude.
pick.
If you're Philly, imagine how happy you are right now. That's crazy.
Who was the Jones? Who was the guy they drafted last year? The other guy.
The corner?
Yeah.
Like Jonathan, Jack Jones.
Jackson
Jack-
Jones.
Jack Jones?
There's a lot of Jones. One of those
They did. They had
quarterbacks, he's
Jonathan
really
Jones,
good.
J.C. Jackson, and Jack Jones. It's a lot of J's.
I think it's Jack Jones.
Jack Jones is their corner right now. Their corner 1.
He's really good.
He is really good.
and
I agree.
I really liked that pick
That's
whenever
good.
they made it.
That's a great pull. I like that you had that like Jack Jones instead of like a Tom Brady or something. Oh wait. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
You told me to change my answer.
Yeah, so
I'm
for
messing
me,
with you.
For
I'm messing
me,
with you.
it's the Titans picking Racey McMath.
You're not a Titans fan.
No.
Also, Racy McMath.
No, but yeah, similar to what you said. Cam Jordan's probably my favorite Saints pick, because of longevity, because of sticking with the team through thick and thin. So for right now, yes, Cam Jordan. But over the years, I
be
think it's going to
Alontae
be
Taylor.
Alontae Taylor.
Yeah. You're a
One,
big
because
Alontae
I was
Taylor.
right. 2, because I was right. But 3, because I think he's going to be a very talented player for a long time. And if the Saints wind up keeping him,
he's going to be a favorite player of mine.
Cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
He plays with some swagger. I love it. I could go
But
with
Racing McMath.
But Racing McMath, it's a consideration. I do
it's
like
not.
the
It's
Titans.
not.
Caleb Farley. What a guy.
I remember the Caleb Farley to the Saints narrative.
I remember the Kenneth Murray to the Chargers, but should have been the Saint. Anyway, I really like Cam Jordan as a Saint. Obviously, he's I think the second best Saint of all time.
Bears pick is in.
You guys stop me whenever you want.
Second
for
best
this.
Saint of all time?
I think so. That is like maybe 2A, 2B with Ricky Jackson.
Willie Rofe?
He's at
Sam
3.
Mills?
Did you see the pick? Oh,
Brandon Browner?
Pick is in.
I consider
Pick
that
is in.
Jarvis Burt.
CJ
Des
Spiller.
Bryant?
Cameron
After
Cameron
Goodell's
Meredith.
Take care of your Bears here. Stop.
Brandon Marshall.
All right, Goodell.
Stanley Jean Baptiste.
Give me good news about my Bears.
This is Darnell Wright.
Patrick Robinson.
Or Broderick Jones. But I think it's Darnell Wright because I like him more.
Okay. Darnell Wright. I'm fine
Because I
with
got that swag.
I think that's a fun pick.
That's
a
a great pick.
Great pick.
That's a great pick.
Great pick.
Steelers are like punching every wall in the draft room right now.
The
Is that
Steelers
who
are the
they
most
wanted?
mad
Is that who
team
the
of all
Steelers
time.
wanted?
No, the Steelers are fine and perfectly happy because they know they're
Joey
getting
Porter
Joey
Jr.
Porter Jr.
Dude,
Penei Sewell?
What a comp. Penei.
Isn't Penei Sewell on the left? Isn't he a left
He
tackle?
is.
Darnell Wright is
Well-
a right tackle, and that's it.
I think Panay played right his first season and then transitioned on over left
And he
last
struggled
year.
on the right.
Possibly.
Yeah, I don't like that comp. Anywho,
I like Darnell Wright.
any more words about Mr. Darnell Wright?
Reese hated him.
He didn't hate him.
He just liked the other guy.
He just liked.
He thought he was the fourth tackle.
Yes, I mean he said he was worlds better than
Anton Harrison and who's the other guy?
I really thought Darnell Wright was going to be a Steeler by the end of the night. I thought that was the perfect range in the first round for him to go, and it makes sense because the Steelers need offensive line help everywhere. Across
Steelers
all 5 positions.
Steelers could be a team that moves up to grab Peter Skoronski.
They only got to move up with like 5-6 picks.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they just have to get in front of the Jets.
they just have. Yeah, I mean, listen, Detroit could move back again. Have back-to-back picks there at 17, 18.
Yeah,
We could
I mean,
we could see it. I mean, they still got plenty of talent left on the board to pick from.
And busyness.
Pick is in for Tennessee.
oh, is this William?
That's what I was about to say.
Is this William?
What do you think? Do you think this is Will Levis?
But
It
what
better
if it
not
is?
be.
But
It
what
better
if
not be.
is?
What if it's Will Levis?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I'm no Titans fan, but I care about dumb decisions.
Can you say it again?
I'm no Titans fan, but I care about dumb decisions.
You think Will Levis is a dumb decision here?
Absolutely. I think, like I said it earlier, he is the second coming of Ryan Tannehill. And Ryan Tannehill cannot get it done in Tennessee.
All right.
Strong
Fair
words.
enough. Fair enough. So, Lott, if it's not Will Levis, who do you want it to be, or who do you think it should be?
Who do I want it to be? Man, I don't know. Probably go with a defensive guy. Who we have on the board?
As far as defensively goes, Nolan Smith is on the board, Miles Murphy's on the board, Lucas Van Ness is on the board, Kalijah Cansey is on the board, Christian Gonzalez is still out
Why
there.
not go get a Christian Gonzalez?
I'm with you.
Like,
And Christian Fulton.
I feel like that'll be a
Just
net
a lot
positive
of
on any
C's and yeah.
That never lives up to it. Crazy. Yeah, we're on a commercial
good
break
crunch.
here with some
was a good
lows.
good old
Rob
Lowe's
Lowe. And
commercial.
I didn't finish my Saints draft question.
Do it as Mel Kiper.
I think we've had enough of Mel for the day. Ready to keep him locked away, far away.
Okay, do it as
Chris Collinsworth.
no. Do it as the commentator Gus Johnson.
I've never practiced a Gus Johnson other than like the birds are flying right into the pie.
No, not that Gus Johnson.
I know,
Other
but I
Gus
haven't.
Johnson, yeah.
I don't know if I could do a Gus Johnson, so we'll work
Who
on
do
that.
I want the Saints?
There you go.
J.T. Barrett.
Oh man,
He'll
You
run
get
up
all
on you and make you smell
this
his cologne.
having a barbecue and you didn't invite me? Hurt my feelings.
I think they're just like clones of one another. Like they are the same person.
One to twin powers.
That's what I've been saying all along.
We are the king and prince.
He's dead.
He's the king.
I am
I'm
the
the
king.
prince.
Prince is dead.
Reese is the dude.
Reese is the duke. You can
Of
be the
Earl?
earl if you please. The earl. Oh, you can be the princess.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Earl.
You the earl?
Can I just be Mel Kiper?
Yes. The king, the prince, the princess, and the duke walk into a bar with Mel Kiper.
Nothing happens.
Well, you look at the royalty here. You know, you've got the crown, you've got the tiara, but what you don't see,
Some questions about the hierarchy here.
what you don't see is the continuity. Pick is in.
And you wonder just how long can this continued success
I really-
continue?
Good point. Continue. I mean, are they chasing the fame
Tennessee's boardroom is
Or
clapping.
for the love of the
of the
game?
game?
They draft
Oh
Taylor Lewan.
boy. Tennessee drafts Layla Tawan.
You know, they did draft Taylor Lewan at 11.
so now they draft Layla Tawan.
So now they draft Peter Skoronsky at 11.
Oh, to play offensive
And
guard.
it's just the same thing
Can we
again.
all agree Skoronski's a better guard than tackle?
He's Elijah Farrah Tucker. That's
Let's
what
look
he
at,
is.
Let's look at DJ's best available here.
Skoronsky, Kincaid, Gonzalez, Levis, Nolan Smith, Lucas Van Ness, Jordan Addison, Smith and Jigba, Broderick Jones, Michael Mayer. I think Addison above Smith and Jigba is interesting.
11 to 22.
And I think not having... No, I'm not going to say that out loud.
What?
Don't worry about what I was thinking.
Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
Yeah, don't worry about
But
it.
where's Massey Smith?
He's
Far away.
He's see
No,
how it's
actually,
top
you know what?
200. He's 201.
I think Tennessee just took Mozzie Smith. And the next pick,
Osiris
Osiris Torrance.
Torrance.
And then the next one, Green Bay, gets Steve Avila.
I think the Saints trade up to get back-to-back picks at the end and take Mozzie Smith and Osiris Torrance.
I would never watch. I would burn this jersey. Sorry, Mike. I would burn.
Don't be sorry to Mike. He needs to be sorry to us.
I guess. I might renounce all Saints faith that I have.
Oh, Saints faith. He
If
says.
they
What about All
drafted
Saints Day?
Can you tell me what day that is?
tomorrow,
It's November 1st.
No.
It's November 1st.
It's the day after.
Traylon Burks did not work out.
Dude, it's been 1 year. We can't judge whether the guy worked
No.
out or not.
Sure, we can.
No, we can't. He just didn't play
What did
early
you
in the
see?
season.
When he did play,
When he did play, he was decent. He had Malik Willis throwing him the ball.
And Josh Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs
Don't
looks
be hating on
looks
Traylon
like
Burks
the guy
like
that
that.
said Puebes.
I've always hated.
Weapons.
I've
All right.
always hated on Traylon Burks. Though.
You have, and I don't.
I've been anti Traylon Burks for a long time.
It's because you hate people with asthma, and it kind of hurts my feelings.
Bro, I had asthma. I was the poster child for a long time.
Discrimination, right there. All right, pick 11.
was part of
Everybody, call it right before I'm going. Peter Skoronsky.
It's probably Stronsky.
Peter Skoronsky.
Oh wow! Would you look
Looks like
at
Bryce is a GM or something. That's crazy.
Elijah Vera
Bryce gonna take over as commissioner?
I kind of should.
Life's crazy.
Actually, no, because then I can't make the draft picks. I just have to get hugged by men way bigger than me.
Commish.
Or a woman, you know, we don't judge. Yeah, Peter Skoronsky's a really good pick here. Fill in for Taylor Lewan is kind of probably the thought process is to keep him at left tackle and keep him in Taylor Lewan's spot. I would personally move him inside and then maybe see if you can find a left tackle in either the trade or the free agent market just to hold down the fort.
Is our resident offensive lineman in the chat?
No, he's at work.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
that's devastating.
Yeah, he has to pop in and he has to pop in and out depending on the
If he's busy.
depending on the
If he has to tell someone how to breathe.
the amount of lights that are on at the moment.
about
If it-
asthma, that's crazy.
depending on whether it's green or yellow, if he has to speak a specific.
What
Bob
team?
Skoronsky.
What team did he play for? Anybody know? I think I told you, Bryce. The Ravens, Raiders. Bob Skoronsky. Oh well, there
Packers.
we go. It would be the Green Bay Packers.
He was a Packer.
I'm good at this.
You are really good at looking at the screen at the exact second you need to.
Life's kind of crazy when you think about it. Get off your phone. You're gonna see a spoiler. That's why mine's upside down and about to die.
Man, he's old.
He saw a spoiler. What did the Saints do?
as a Detroit Lions fan, I'm gonna walk away and let you guys absorb this next pick.
He's talking about,
Is it?
talking about the loins?
It's not Will Levis. It's not Will Levis.
Is it?
It's not.
Give me a monitor. Come on.
I'm just gonna watch.
I
Life's
think
crazy.
As a Detroit Lions fan,
it's JSN.
Probably. But that hurts my Amon-Ra stock. I'm pissed. I like the sun god.
Okay, everybody. Religion and what to do about it.
Ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt.
And their religion.
Pyramids. Who built the pyramids? Everybody, we're going
dish
one
soap.
by one. We're going one by one.
Oh my
Who-
goodness. Fake
Who
fan.
built the pyramids? Byron?
I want to
soap.
show this off to let y'all know I was here before the Super Bowl.
So I take it he likes the pick, but he didn't tell me who he thinks built the pyramids.
Oh boy.
I think Egyptians built the pyramids.
Really?
I think it was just people that used a bunch of Dawn dish soap. And like they moved it up.
Really?
I think it was hamsters from space.
Ooh,
G-Force?
I like that one better.
I think it was the guinea pigs in the movie G-Force.
Do you guys know about the hollow moon theory?
I know about Moon Knight.
It's about. Did you guys see the movie Moonfall?
No.
Is that a James
Hang on,
Bond
hang on.
movie?
Lion selection.
Oh,
Jameer,
wow.
Jameer Gibbs.
Fam cam.
Wow.
At 12? That destroys all my anti-running back narrative.
So I was pushing that Jameer Gibbs to the Bengals whole like narrative,
what?
and now he just went to my Detroit Lions, and he's Jamal Charles.
You sound like you're about to
And
cry.
I am I'm so
He's
emotional
choked up.
right now. The Lions have the greatest running back trio of all time.
Let it out, man.
They have Jameer Gibbs, DeAndre Swift, and David Montgomery. They're adding that to an offense with Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
The sun god.
I mean, sure. They were like a top 5 scoring offense last season. Like,
Previously, DJ Chark.
and you know, they've only got 5 more picks until they pick again. So they could still grab the best edge rusher left on the board.
They could have
They could
waited.
have waited on Jameer Gibbs. This is I don't like this pick. This is like this feels like a James Cook pick of last year.
I think they could have waited. If they wanted Jameer Gibbs like this bad, they could have waited till their next pick to take him.
Look, we
Like,
can.
this isn't me saying he's going to be a bad player, because I really like this move. I like him on this team. Going to be successful. But I'm just saying they could have gotten him later.
I mean,
Without a doubt.
absolutely.
Without a
You
doubt.
could have gotten him at, what are they, at 18 is the other
Yes,
pick?
18. They could have taken
Green Bay
if
is
they
stuck
wanted
with
to.
Aaron Jones.
If they wanted to bolster this offense like this, they could have gotten Jackson Smith and Jigba first.
Yeah, Jameer Gibbs would have been there.
And unless they're scared of someone jumping in front of them, which I don't think will do, because teams don't trade up for a running back unless you're a generational Bijan level talent, which Jameer Gibbs is not. He's great. I think he could be.
Bryce is
What?
over there
You
shrugging.
think he's a generational talent?
He's shrugging.
I think he's baby Alvin Kamara. Alvin Kamara is not generational.
He was when he was drafted. I think
No.
when he started playing on an NFL football field, he kind of was.
I think a lot of Kamara's success early on came
Breezes.
because, people weren't expecting him to be as shifty and as quick as he was. And he kind of stood out because of that.
I think the playbook partially helped in Alvin Kamara.
Absolutely. That and Breeze's noodle arm at as quarterback.
Yeah.
He's going to check it down 30 times a game. I really don't. I love the pick for Detroit, but right there is that's. I guess I said last week on the pod or last pod, I said it's never too early to go get your guy. So I guess Detroit heard me.
This is an
The
example
GM
of
just
it's
listened
too
to
early to
me.
get your guy.
Yeah, yeah.
No, man, I think the GM just he heard the pod, he tuned in,
Pick is in.
and he saw that cat, that Lionel cat over there. He knows what he's talking about sometimes. So if it's too early to, exactly, never too early to get your guy.
Okay, Packers pick is in. Which
JSN.
Which offensive weapon are the Packers about to get?
This is
I mean,
the
I feel like that's the
ultimate
only
screw
thing
you,
that
Aaron
they're gonna
Rodgers.
pick. Like, they need to get
Jason.
Jordan Love some help, like to some degree. I mean, they need to get him a start.
Like when you're starting over, you need a start. So you get your guy a weapon.
That was profound. When you're starting over, you need to start. Profound.
It sounded better in my head.
JSN.
Yeah, I mean, JSN feels right here.
Yeah, JSN.
I really hope they don't take JSN so my Patriots can. That would be incredible, though. What?
When I took it, at the beginning of this podcast, you were like, "That's not happening."
No, because I just didn't see it happening. But if he's there, then I mean, take him. I mean, I have nothing against
Yeah,
that.
JSN definitely would be a good pick for the Packers, but also so would Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Anything to help Jordan Love get the development he needs.
see, my problem is that if JSN isn't there for the Patriots, then the Patriots aren't going to take Kincaid because they already have a tight end. Like they're I think they're going to take a tackle.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm fine with that. It just feels like we've taken tackles in the first round for like 4 years in a row.
Probably.
Kind of that isn't the case, but that's how it feels.
After this pick, we will see the Saints on the bottom of the ticker, which is always my favorite part. I just love seeing no.
You love seeing No get closer and closer to the left side of the TV.
It's my favorite part of the draft. So riveting.
I really like Jax.
You love seeing No.
What about the C?
No, and then next to his name, OL or DL.
Offensive guard, Florida.
Please, God, no.
I'm so prepared for it to happen. Although, if they go guard, it's going to be Steve Avila. Because I feel like he's a better left guard than Osiris Torrance is. And you get Pete out. Just like they did with, wasn't it Larry Warford when we drafted Cesar Ruiz? That was that year?
Green Bay's clapping. War Room's clapping.
You got your vet. You get rid of him.
Rashawn Gary.
What? I forgot that dude existed.
Go get Rashawn Gary.
This so could be
Darnell
Miles Murphy.
Savage.
It could be an edge rusher here.
They just hate drafting offensive weapons.
They do, man. And it's not just an Aaron Rodgers thing.
Maybe not.
Love him in the second round. Hate him for sure.
And I mean, maybe that's the thing. Like, I don't think Alan Lazard was that big of a piece of the offense anyway. Like, he's not.
I definitely think he was wide receiver 1.
Oh, well, yeah. But I think year 2 with Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs, I think they've got something special there.
I'm gonna pop back in just for a second. Hold up. I'll wait for this Packers pick. And then I'll say what my friend who's a Falcons fan said. Crazy dog.
Who's Crazy Dog?
Lucas Van Ness.
What?
Lucas Van Ness.
That okay? What? I'll let you guys talk about that, and I'll go finish my food. My friend that is a
Lucas.
Falcons fan. He's from Georgia. I asked him what he thought about Bijan. He said he's mad because Jalen Carter was still there, and they took Bijan, and it was that Georgia kind of like. Lucas Van Ness is being compared to Rashawn Gary, by the way. He said it was kind of like that Georgia connection. He's kind of upset they didn't take care of. But he, and I quote, Caden said, Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier will both have 1,000-yard seasons this year.
Both?
Algier is not running for 1,000 yards.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
all-purpose yards.
Lucas Van Ness to the Packers. Woof,
I
woof.
love that for Green Bay. Lucas Van Ness
Clay Matthews?
was my guy for edge rushers.
Oh, now he's playing hockey.
He's elite.
Yo, look at that. He is playing hockey.
Was he the guy
Could
who
you
just got
imagine if
laid
he had
out?
gone to Jackson's Titans? That's crazy.
Oh, no, he's the guy who laid him out. Okay.
Lucas Van Ness is such a hockey player.
Oh, I
name.
love Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, look
that's
at
a
LaFleur.
great pick.
LaFleur's excited.
That is an excellent pick. Well, now your Patriots are up here.
Dude, I mean,
JSN is
you
available.
I mean, if that's how you feel.
What do you...
Are you... We do a little dance. Do my little dancey dance. As a Patriots fan, is it JSN or bust? Or do you go and get an offensive lineman?
You see, I personally want it to be never mind. Traded to the Steelers.
Traded to the Steelers.
Traded to the
Okay,
Steelers.
this is Broderick Jones if I've ever seen
Because
it.
of course it is.
This is Broderick Jones if I've ever seen
Where
it.
was the Steelers draft pick?
17.
17.
Wait. Christian Gonzalez is still on the board.
He is.
That kills the Joey
That,
Porter.
that does kill the Joey Porter narrative. However, I think Christian Gonzalez is better than Joey Porter.
They take Joey Porter.
They wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Why is
dream of
Christian
it.
Gonzalez still on the board?
I don't know.
That's my biggest slide of the night so far.
It's pretty concerning. Maybe no one went to his birthday
maybe it's-
party.
No, it's not Jalen Carter. It might be.
What if no one went to Christian Gonzalez's birthday party? Life is crazy. What if we didn't give them back the $100 bill?
You're right. I didn't even think. It's not Brian Drew. It's not Brian Drew, Sonny. It's not.
I hate that we're quoting draft day on draft day.
What else are we supposed to quote?
Yeah, what other day can we do it?
Moneyball?
Yeah,
Scott Hatterberg?
We can quote Moneyball if you
Scott
want.
Hatterberg?
we could talk about Chad Boxberg all we want.
just a little bit caught
Chad
in the
Bradford.
middle.
Chad Bradford.
Life is a game. Love is a riddle.
What if Pittsburgh is giving all the resources they can to Kenny Pickett?
JSN?
Maybe.
They're not taking the tight end. It's not Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer. Could be JSN. But honestly, I wouldn't love that because I feel like JSN and Deontay Johnson are very similar players.
Isn't he on like a contract year?
Could be.
And they didn't want to repay him anyway?
Could be. Could be.
Wait, who
Could
is
be.
this?
JSN and Deontay Johnson. That might be my pro comp for JSN now that I think about it, Deontay Johnson.
See, I would think they would want to get.
I feel like this has to be Broderick Jones. With the way they position themselves, trading up to 14 here, jumping in front of the Jets, who were very well going to take a tackle. The only reason you trade up to this specific spot is to get Broderick Jones, in my opinion.
See, I was so confident in the Steelers taking a DB because of that Patrick Peterson deal, because they wanted to get a guy to train under him in the last few years of his career, of his great career. Go
Hall
Tigers.
of Fame career.
Pick is in.
That they'd get a DB to come and train under him for whatever he has left in his career because he was such a shutdown corner. And
Still
now it's
could be-
ruined.
It could be Christian Gonzalez.
It could be Christian Gonzalez. However,
Are you a Steelers fan?
I don't think they would trade up to
Are you a
get
Steelers
him.
fan?
No.
Shut down corner like Troy Apke.
Very fast. Wouldn't necessarily call him shut down. Pick is in. We are waiting for Goodell to come on stage and announce who it is. I'm thinking this is going to be.
You said
I'm
Broderick
thinking
Jones.
this is going to be Broderick Jones. It's either Broderick or Christian Gonzalez.
It could be Rich Eisen.
Have you seen him run the 40?
A few times. He gets slower every year.
Well, yeah, I guess.
The band's going crazy.
Band is going crazy.
Dude.
They just got drafted.
I love the guy second from the right with the white tie on.
I love the really
that's why I
old
like him.
saxophone player.
Oh, that reminds me of me and Lot if we were like 60 years older. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. He did tell me. I just got a text from Tom Cruise who said, "Told you," about the Patriots trading back.
It always happens.
Yeah,
Here
you were
comes
right.
Goodell.
So shout out to Tom Cruise.
Patriots trading back.
And with the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select.
Broderick Jones.
Hang on, he hasn't said that yet.
Now he has.
Now he has.
It is Broderick Jones, yeah.
Oh, what a pick.
Fly shirt.
Pretty fly for a white guy.
He's
Awkward.
You'd be wrong.
Lithonia, Georgia, huh? I wonder where that's at.
Lithuania.
Maybe.
She just dug his nose.
I also dig his nose. It's a pretty good nose.
Over-aggressive.
Over-aggressive pass pro, huh?
wow.
Maybe that's why Reese didn't like him. Why is everybody having LSU in their highlight tape?
Everybody loves like the LSU.
Dude, who was he rushing? Like, who was rushing against him there? Ali Gay? A guy who's going to go in the 5th round? Wow,
Ali
congratulations.
Oh, yeah, what a bull.
Ali Cox.
Mo?
Mo Ali Cox.
One half of the Twin Towers of the Indianapolis Colts tight end.
Oh,
wow.
Who's their other tight end?
Jelani Woods.
Oh.
They're both 6'7".
Ah.
He's covering some ground. That's some Eric McCoy level stuff.
He's getting work.
I thought Bryce would appreciate this
Okay.
as a fellow Saints fan.
Okay.
And a little personal connection here.
Okay.
I was watching Mock Draft Live last night,
Okay.
and they were talking about some tight ends. I forget who exactly they provided this comp for, but they said Kobe Fleener.
Why?
They said the name of Kobe Fleener, and I just
Why do
thought-
you
to who?
compare someone to
I
Kobe?
can't remember who it was.
It doesn't
that they
matter
comped.
who it is. How do
I
you?
just remembered they said the name. Did someone just fall? Anyway, Kobe Fleener, and I thought Bryce would appreciate that recognition.
Why do you call anyone Kobe Fleener? Like, imagine being in your right mind and being like, "Oh yeah, that guy reminds me of Kobe Fleener." Disgusting.
Kobe Fleener, but better.
Kobe Fleener once did like my tweet, so I guess that's a good thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
What do you do for Aaron Rodgers here?
Is there any offensive lineman left worth a pick right here?
No, absolutely
DeJuan
not.
Jones,
DeJuan Jones isn't worth pick 15.
John Michael Schmitz.
John Michael Schmitz is not worth pick 15. I think you go JSN.
Oh, what a pair!
I think you go
Him
JSN.
and Garrett Wilson.
Him and Garrett Wilson team up back again. You got Brees Hall in that
Get Alan
backfield.
Lazard
He's
now,
coming back
or-
from the injury. Alan Lazard.
Or I agree.
don't
That's
think it
why
is.
I'm saying
Corey Davis is a training camp
Christian
cut.
Gonzalez to pair with Sauce.
Sauce. Great. That's also a great pick. In my mind,
Branch?
though, it makes sense to put JSN on this team. You got Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazard as your outside guys. You put JSN in the slot. I mean, Corey Davis, is he really like that important to this team where you wouldn't trade him for JSN?
I like Corey Davis.
You're forgetting someone.
Who?
Braxton Berrios.
Oh,
He's a Dolphin, by the way.
so we're not forgetting someone.
I'm not forgetting.
Elijah Moore was.
Elijah
on the
Moore got
Jets.
traded.
Oh, he did?
He's
The
a
Browns.
Cleveland Brown now. They still have Denzel Mims, but he hasn't mimmed in a very long time.
He just don't. be
Denzel has
miming.
yet to mim.
No, I think this is. I mean, we've said it for the last like 6 picks. What if it's JSN?
What if it's JSN?
But
or
this
Christian
really is
Gonzalez?
probably JSN.
If Christian Gonzalez falls to Washington at 16, that might be one of the biggest steals of the draft. Be a great pick for your Manders. Great pick for your Manders.
I feel like I had a mock draft.
What if Christian
where I
Gonzalez
had
falls to-
Christian Gonzalez fall to like 18?
What if he falls to like 29?
And I was like,
If Christian Gonzalez
there goes your
falls
Alante
to
Taylor narrative.
29, no, I don't think it does. I think he takes Paulson Adebo's spot. Alante Taylor's a slot guy. Paulson Adebo sucked in the slot.
Since when is Alante Taylor a slot guy?
Whenever they're healthy,
He's not outside opposite Lattimore?
not when they were fully healthy. They had Lattimore outside, Adebo outside, and
Bradley
Alante in
Roby
the slot. Bradley Roby hit the bench whenever everybody was healthy, I believe, for that Eagles game. Whenever Lattimore came back, Lattimore was on one outside, Adebo was on one outside, and Alante Taylor played the slot, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I thought Alante Taylor was our slot guy towards the end of the year.
It just makes more sense for him to be an outside guy. He profiles as an
Listen,
outside corner.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying what I remember.
Isn't Alante Taylor kind of like big? Like, isn't he tall?
Very big. It's like 6'2".
Yeah, he's tall for
Let's
a,
look up
a
Alante
DB. But from what I've seen, he could play all over the field. I mean, besides up front, obviously, but
Put him on the D line.
he could play a deep safety, and
There
I
was,
think
there
he
was
could do it well.
conversations of that. Absolutely, I remember that.
Looking for the Jets.
Did they trade again? It got real quiet.
I like the looks of our war
I'm
room.
doing my Alante Taylor research.
Ah, right on.
Oh, you guys remember Jermaine Johnson?
What a pull.
I hate to be that guy.
He's a tiny boy?
He's 6 flat and he's listed as a slot.
That is wild.
He's 6 foot 195.
I don't think that's the right move.
Look at
for them.
Conk.
I should be on the coaching staff.
All right. I like the confidence out of Lionel over there.
Conk had a good year last year. I don't think they go tight end.
The conch?
I'm not obsessed with Tyler Conklin.
I feel like Dalton Kincaid is bounds better than Tyler Conklin.
That's what I'm saying.
Could it be a trade spot? They've got 3 guys on the phone. Does that mean it is a trade?
Means they're fielding trades.
The Jets' war room looks
They look too like
bland.
It does. It has a Ukrainian flag.
It does.
They added McCole Hardman. I forgot about that. Oh, that
receiver.
changes
That's
things.
a lot of wide receivers.
That
They made-
changes
they made the
things.
pick, I
They
think.
also got Wes Schweister and Chuck
I
Clark,
think they've made the pick.
Oh, really?
I don't know. They were kind of like
Christian Gonzalez.
It looks so bland.
It does look very, very bland. They lost Mike White and Braxton Berrios. Will Levis is the pick here. What if
Devastating indeed.
Okay, it's not going to happen. Imagine they picked Will Levis.
I don't see it.
No. I'm not saying no.
Levis to the
That's not the
Manders.
point. The point is to not see it. The point is, what if they did it?
That'd be crazy.
What if
That'd
they
be a waste of
Sheldon Rankins is still a free agent.
Apparently, that's what I'm seeing.
what if
I'm
they
pissed.
draft Jonathan Velma?
Who?
All right.
What if they go get Terrell Suggs? Terrell Suggs, 15 overall pick.
What if they could draft retired players and they didn't have a say so if whether they went to the team or not?
I'm gonna draft Johnny Unitas with the long sleeves.
You can draft dead people.
Here.
What would be the point of
Do you
that?
draft coaches?
Ooh.
George Hallis.
Ooh.
Marty Schottenheimer.
Over Bill. As a Patriots fan, you'd go George Hallis over Bill.
I'd go.
Oh, okay.
I'd go Bill
I thought
Parcells.
that's what you were just implying.
I'm looking for a GM. I'm done with Bill.
Bill Walsh,
I'm done with Bill as a.
GM.
Bill Polian.
Yeah, he's awful.
You still have Bills out there who can be your GM. Bill Polian and Bill Walsh, both GMs.
Well, Bill O'Brien is already on the Patriots.
That's a lot of Bills.
He's our OC.
Imagine if your whole entire coaching staff was Bill.
I'm waiting to see where Steve Belichick ends up.
Head coach of New England.
That might be the case.
Probably.
I think it's Gerard Mayo.
I think
Gerard
Mayo's
Mayo's the future.
Steve Belichick ends up the defensive coordinator when Gerard Mayo becomes the head coach.
That'd be awesome. What, you don't think so?
No, I agree. That's why I said it.
What, you don't think so? You
I
did,
do.
but you made this face at me like
Yeah,
you
the-
complete
yeah, I
like
know-
like
no,
I'm
the-
stupid.
No,
or
like
something.
the I know face.
Oh,
because I said it.
Like the I told you so face.
Yeah.
You think I needed to hear that?
I think you did.
Okay.
You asked, so I told you. You asked me, what do you think ends up with Steve Belichick?
The
So I
Jets
said it.
pick is in. In like Flynn.
In like Matt Flynn.
Oh, what a
2003 national champion. 2007 national champion, excuse me.
In
2000
like
no.
Quinn. Ten Nelson.
Brady?
It had to have been 03 because 07 was Jamarcus Russell.
Some say it all falls down.
Telling you.
Have you guys seen the top 10 career highlight video of Jamarcus Russell?
Can't say that I have.
Is it his only 10 completions as an NFL player?
I don't know. I haven't seen it either. I'm just
Is it
wondering.
Where
just
is
3
Roger,
touchdowns?
man? Pick's been in for 30 minutes.
Him and Morgan Wallen are getting drunk backstage. Neither one of them's
crazy.
performing.
Crazy.
Have y'all seen the Mario movie?
I have.
Not yet.
He has.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? It's a cute little movie.
Have you seen the
No.
Ratman movie?
Cameo.
Have you seen the Ratman movie?
There we go. Oh, there's
Great
a child.
movie.
Oh, that child's pumping him up. Get him up.
That's the draft pick.
Come on. Tell him Tyler. I don't know if that's your name.
That's who they're
Probably,
taking
it definitely
15
looks
overall.
Like a Tyler.
That's Zach Wilson.
That one. Oh, they
He-
brought out Zach Wilson for the pick.
He looks like an Ethan to me.
Oh, it could be.
He looks like an Ethan.
I could see Ethan or Tyler. either
Ethan,
one.
Tyler. Yeah, both of those make sense. What if his name's something like not
Michael.
yeah, Dave?
He's not a Dave.
Dude, if people are still naming their kids Dave, they need to relax.
By the way, No is on the screen now.
Let's go.
Oh,
Sanofi.
this kid's so hyped.
His name is
Buff
Make-A-Wish.
Sanofi. Dow Buff Sanofi? What y'all know about Dow Buff Sanofi?
I don't think that's his name.
No. If you look at the last 5.
Oh.
This is awkward.
No,
His
it's
name
not.
probably is still Tyler. It doesn't matter.
He's a Make-A-Wish kid. This is great.
It's just a
Good for
Make-A-Wish
him.
kid whose name is Tyler. Like,
It doesn't matter if he's a Make-A-Wish kid. It doesn't change his name.
No.
Kyle.
See, look, we were along the right
Never
line.
would have guessed. Never would. How did he make it that far? We saw him
man.
a few hours ago.
Connections.
He does have connections, huh?
He knows a
I
guy
thought he
who
was
knows
a
a
Bears
guy.
fan.
What did he
pick?
say? What
he's
did he
hyped
say?
about nothing.
Oh,
The Jets like
oh
Dalvin
he
Cook?
didn't
What?
say anything yet.
I can't read. bro.
T-S, Jets. That's what he just
Good
said.
for you, kid. Shut up.
You're welcome.
What a legend.
I can.
Oh, what? What?
Will McDonald
Say it.
the fourth.
Will McDonald had a farm. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Reach. What? Aaron Rodgers is pissed.
That's a good comp.
What?
I mean, it's a. Listen, it's
Me
a,
neither.
It's a good comp.
What is there to say about Will McDonald the fourth?
It's a good comp, but are you taking Leonard Floyd 15th overall?
Oh boy.
Probably not, in my opinion.
Bend and burst.
Will McDonald this high is kind of crazy.
Nolan Smith is on the board.
As
And
is
Will
Miles
McDonald
Murphy.
And Christian Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez has
And
to.
Jake Moody. Like, why
Jake
are we
Moody
taking
is on
Will
the board.
McDonald? EI,
See what you started? This Jake Moody stuff. Yeah, you did.
Mustangs climbing like he's Spider-Man. That was crazy.
Spider-Man.
I've never seen anything like that in my
Mustanger
life.
man.
Flip.
Oh, Mustanger man.
Ooh.
Oh, he can jump over a car?
Oh,
I love him. He's my favorite pick.
That makes him a good NFL
Makes him
player.
a great
That makes him a fantastic
Backflip.
NFL
He
player.
can do a backflip?
Backflip.
Dude's winning the MVP.
That'll surely play in game.
Yeah, he can dunk. That
Oh, watch
translates
this- watch
to
this
being
one.
able to rush the passer.
Another car? What a guy.
That was kind of crazy.
That is.
He just jumped over an SUV.
How is his athleticism only 82? That's kind of
Boy,
crazy.
here are your Manders lot. What's the pick? Let's skip past Will McDonald because I don't know what to
See,
say.
I
about
told
that.
you I like a tight end to my Manders.
Rebo says, "What a terrible pick. Jets stink it up." Rebo,
Amazing, unreal.
Rebo, how often do we agree? Not very often. I agree with you on this one. That is the reachest of reaches.
I do like one of these tight ends to my Manders, but
Is it-
they
is
might.
it- This is
quick.
Christian Gonzalez.
Ooh, that'd be a great pick.
desperately
That'd be a great
need
pick.
corner.
Dude, I mean, they could pick anybody, and I'd be happy with it. Honestly,
What about Will Levis?
I would hate that on it. Like,
Sam Howell.
Okay, remember how I
I
said?
changed my mind.
Remember how I said Taylor Lewan got picked 11 to the Titans?
Yeah.
Dwayne Haskins got picked 16 to Washington.
Oh golly.
I'm looking. All right, that was unnecessary.
Will Levis
But it's
should
true.
not go here.
I think they can infer. All two of them. You're right. I shouldn't have. My fault. Should have never brought up Dwayne Haskins. R.I.P. But
Christian Gonzalez is the pick.
I'm just looking at parallels here. You know what I mean?
Okay, I don't know why.
I just
about
think it's
perpendiculars?
fun.
I think I know you could.
I'm just trying to have fun, man.
I mean, it's fair. I mean, you could say history repeats itself, but I mean, my own personal opinion is that time is an onward march.
time marches on.
Copyright strike.
Brothers wearing beads.
Smokes a lot of dope.
Mama is depressed. Daddy's got a girlfriend. He's screaming from the bathroom. His name is Mustang.
What a guy.
All right, what's this rabbit hole we've gone down? Let's get back to the draft.
Oh boy.
Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah,
just-
I mean, that'd be a great pick here. I'm fine. I love that pick.
I agree.
Yeah. Christian Gonzalez makes too much sense. But nothing has made sense in this draft so far.
True.
Other than Bryce Young.
This pick will mark the halfway spot of the first round.
It sure will. We're marching on.
And I feel like there's a lot of guys who I thought would be gone by now that just aren't.
Kalijah Kancey.
No, I feel like this is. I think we're entering Kalijah Kancey territory right here.
New Orleans move up.
I think JSN is a guy who would have went by now. I think Nolan Smith is a guy who I think would have went by now, and I think Christian Gonzalez is a guy I think
I
would have
don't
went by
think
now.
you understand. If the Saints come out of this with Kalijah Kancey, I've already ordered the jersey.
Nice. Hey, that's what I love to hear.
If Kalijah Kancey has no fans, it means I'm dead. Like,
Kalijah Kancey has 100 fans. I'm one of them. If Kalijah Kancey has one fan, I'm him. If Kalijah Kancey has no fans, I'm dead. That's what Lionel Frankenstein
I
just
cannot
said.
believe Jahmyr Gibbs went 12.
that's the craziest
That's
pick of the draft.
that is the biggest surprise. That's a bigger surprise than Will McDonald for sure.
I'm still so hyped for DJ for getting that correct. That's unreal.
That 2-3 trade.
Unreal.
That is the craziest thing.
That's the moment of the draft by far.
Added this offseason, the Commanders added Jacoby Brissett.
I have word from Mustang. He says, "Time March Calzone."
That's my favorite song, bro.
Time March
What are we
Calzone.
doing?
Time March Calzone.
Oh, they added Cam
Green
Banks, so
room-
they don't need corners.
Is that Will Levis we're looking at?
It's William Levis.
That is Will Levis.
Is he going to be an Aaron Rodgers? He's going to be the last one in the green room?
I think
probably.
Dude, I mean, Will Levis could go to. He looks like a Buccaneer, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. He looks like a Kyle Trask.
And he's gonna do like Amon-Ra did, where like you remember all the positions taken above you. So like he's gonna know all the quarterbacks. He's gonna be like, I know them all.
And it's 3 of them.
Yeah.
Dude, I am so pale. Look at the screen and tell me that I have my arm up. Like my arm is blending in with the wall.
I mean, mine isn't great either.
That's crazy when you think about it.
Well, what are you talking? Yours is against like something dark. Mine looks literally gone.
Mine's a little pinker, I guess. I don't know.
Mine's like white.
What are we doing?
I need
What
to-
is what are we doing? Who's this pick? Christian
Commander
Gonzalez?
selection.
I need to go outside more.
Christian Gonzalez, eh?
Yeah, it makes too
Yeah,
much
I mean,
sense.
we
but
said it.
like I said, nothing's made sense so
Who
far.
knows? Who knows?
Okay. So if nothing makes sense, give me
Jake Moody.
Miles Murphy.
Oh, I mean, Chase
Chase
Young
Young.
didn't pick his 5th year up.
Sorry about it. Who we thinking? Here we go. Boys. This is
Commander
Select.
select.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Really?
Why does no one like him? Why does no one like Christian Gonzalez?
Wow.
I love Emmanuel Forbes.
Emmanuel
I think he's
Forbes.
fantastic.
He's
But
not better than Christian Gonzalez.
Why is he falling?
Dude, Forbes
Do
is
teams not like.
Samari Roll? Who's that?
Birthday?
Don't know, but Emmanuel Forbes has like the most pick sixes in college football over the last like 3 years.
He-
Birthday
you know,
party?
Also, he's a nice okay. He's super skinny, like doesn't weigh enough.
Well, we said that about
six
Sauce.
foot, 6'3"
Look at him.
inch,
He looks fast.
He's
4.35 length. He's got the length.
I think he ran one of the faster
Yeah,
40s.
he ran a 4.35, man.
Well, here comes my
First team
Patriots.
All SEC, special teams contributor, 6 pick sixes, FBS record.
I like it for the Commanders, man. I like it.
I would have much rather Christian Gonzalez.
They must know something we don't.
Man.
That's the
This
thing
is
about.
why they
See,
get
that's the
paid
thing
big
about
money.
NFL teams is that we're just
We're having fun.
we're just dudes
vibing.
sitting on a couch,
They're the
looking
ones
at
that get
the
paid
looking
big
at
money.
the
Oh, Patriots pick
tent of our arm.
Okay, so the Patriots did pick somebody.
Christian,
this time.
it's got to be. I'm gonna say that for every pick from now on. Is this got to be Christian Gonzalez?
We'll see.
Who did
know.
Detroit take? They took Jahmyr Gibbs,
Jahmyr
right?
Gibbs.
What if Christian Gonzalez falls to Detroit again? Not again, but he was there earlier.
That's what I think. I think. That's what I think. Right there,
Life's crazy.
dude.
You talking like Detroit's your favorite team?
They're my second
Get
favorite
the
team.
trade back, make a
I'm
reach
only
of a
talking
pick
about
for a running
Detroit this
back.
much because look how far away the damn Saints are, bro.
Yeah, they're a little ways away.
Also, the Saints only have one first round pick, and that's the thing. We
They
got
will
two
trade
Detroit
up.
Let's
picks.
talk a little bit about that Jacksonville pick coming up in like 7.
Okay, what you want to talk about it?
I don't know.
All right, we'll talk about it then.
They're gonna get Jake Moody.
Okay, we gotta stop. With
I
this
can't-
Jake
We do
Moody.
not have to stop with the Jake.
He was
Moody
the first
slang
player I thought
or
of. That's
discussion.
actually horrible.
Why was the first player you thought of Jake Moody?
Oh, he's already up to.
Oh, come on.
Christian Gonzalez.
Wow.
Let's go.
How do you feel, Mr. Lottober?
That's
As
hype,
a Patriots
man.
fan.
That's hype. I like a cornerback. Yeah, dude, our secondary is going to be kind of crazy.
Kinda,
Our secondary is going to be kind of crazy.
bro. Basically 6'1.5", ran the same 40 as Emmanuel Forbes at like 30 pounds heavier.
Yeah, that's exciting for the
Had
Patriots.
I think 6 picks last year at Oregon.
I think that might be my pick for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I do wonder why.
that's a great selection.
I do wonder why he fell all the way down to 17.
I don't know. 4 picks and 7 PBUs last year at Oregon. Man, that's a really good pick. That might be one of my favorite picks so far.
Man, they had him like outside. Oh no, that's the green room. Green room looked like it was outside.
You know,
Maybe that's why they call it the green room.
because they're kind of green.
Dude, he's gonna have to move all the way across the country. Can you believe that?
Yeah, he was playing in Oregon,
And now,
and now he's
in
playing in
Foxborough.
New England.
Yeah,
That's how
You
the
can't
map
get
works.
much different.
unless he went to like Florida,
Yeah, you know,
one of them Florida
What is it?
teams.
latitude is this way, right?
What?
Yes.
Well, latitudinal, Oregon and New England aren't that different, but longitude, I mean, he's...
Man's is going into middle school geography over here. Mr. Bowles got you right.
I actually didn't have geography in high
Dang.
school. Never took it.
That's so tough.
Name.
How
Never
did
took-
you get out of Riverside without geography?
Never had to take it.
How did you get out of LSU without geography?
I took it in college. I didn't take it in high school.
Name
But they still talk about that
three
loss of
countries that start with the letter F.
France.
France.
Uh,
Name two more. Finland.
Finland.
Name another one.
Fenway.
Good park. Good park for
Is
sure.
there a third one?
Is Frankfurt a no? That's
No,
a city.
That's a city in
That's the
Connecticut.
Connecticut.
Yeah, that's a city. Also that. France,
Yeah.
Finland,
Yeah.
and
Portugal.
that does not
Sign it,
F,
yeah.
Oh,
actually.
my bad. My bad. My bad.
It's
my bad.
fine. No, it's fine. No, fine. Is that a country?
No.
All right, worth a
That's
shot.
a word.
That is a word. Words are countries.
America.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Venezuela.
I'm trying to think. I can't think yet.
Peru. Brazil.
Someone pull up their phone.
Argentina.
Argentina.
Burkina Faso.
Countries
Kind of starts with an F.
that start with F.
Faso.
Let's move on. Name. Let's. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll go in
Boys,
a
the
row.
NFL draft is on right now.
Yeah.
Why aren't we having a geography test?
Well, because what else are we gonna do?
Watch the draft.
Christian Gonzalez went 17 to the Patriots. Emmanuel Forbes went 16 to Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be. He said, "I'm sorry."
Guys, I feel
Life
like
is crazy.
we should go like in a row until one of us misses. Countries that start with the letter A.
Argentina.
Albania.
Australia.
Angola.
America.
Doesn't count. It's United
United
States.
States.
Okay, Estonia. No, that's Estonia. Give me 1 second.
Oh my God, you don't get 3 tries.
Did you say Angola?
Yeah, I just said Angola.
Dang, dude. I might be in trouble. Do you have one? I do. Oh, no. I'm going to look bad.
Not Rwanda. That starts with an R.
I'm usually good at this.
My Wanda, you Wanda, our Wanda.
Arkansas?
Should be, but not.
I'm out. I don't know.
All right.
That Aardvark.
Aardvark is not a country.
He doesn't know either.
Or is it?
It's definitely not.
Who is it, Bryce?
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know.
All right, here's what I'm
I
thinking.
didn't come here for a geography test.
I'm thinking Austria is also
That's what
one.
I thought, I guess.
Oh, my God.
Let's see. What else do we have? I think I might run out after
Yeah, right now.
Austria.
What is it, Mustang?
Give it to us, Mustang.
Algeria.
Aruba.
Aruba.
Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take it to
Copyright.
Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama.
There's
Key Largo.
Antigua.
Okay.
Antigua, baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo?
That's all I could think of off the top of my head. But
That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
there's definitely some more like smaller islands around South America
Okay.
and Central America.
Let's do B now.
We're not doing this. We got to get back to football. All right, can everybody give their favorite pick of the draft so far and their least favorite pick of the draft so far?
Okay. My favorite pick is Christian Gonzalez to the New England Patriots. Literally the last pick. I mean, it's hard to deny a guy that was projected to go so high, a guy with so much talent fell all the way down to my Patriots. I mean, I can't be upset about that.
I just saw another spoiler for my Lions again.
Oh, he's smiling.
No, I'm sorry. I kind of do.
I'm so upset
Why?
because I think I knew what just happened.
Do you know who got picked?
I probably do, but
Give the name and I'll tell you if you're right.
Elijah Cansey.
No.
yes, the dream still lives.
I will tell you this. When you see this name pop up on the screen, you, and me all happy.
Wow.
Is
You
JSN
wish.
still on the board?
It's probably going to be
They
Michael
just-
Mayer.
Is
They just
JSN still
picked-
on the board?
Imagine they picked Jameer Gibbs and Tyjae Spears.
It's going to be like
It's
Dalton
not JSN.
Kincaid.
It's not JSN. Guys, when you see what name they picked,
I know exactly who it is because they need to replace somebody that they maybe traded away.
no, it's not Jeff Okuda.
No, on the offensive side of the ball.
It's not an offensive player.
Damn, that's crazy.
What did you think?
Jack
it was?
Campbell. Thought maybe they went.
It's guys. We gotta stop. You gotta stop guessing.
Dalton Kincaid's on
You
the
got to
board
stop
still,
telling
right?
us no.
Yes, all the tight ends are still on the board. JSN is still on the board. There's been no wide receivers picked through the first 17 picks technically because Detroit hasn't announced theirs, but I saw who it is. First 18 picks, no wide receivers.
Wild.
So this is a defense.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But okay, continue. Your least favorite pick of the draft so far?
My least favorite pick? I don't know. I don't get the Jameer Gibbs pick. Like I
do,
I personally
personally.
didn't know much about him. And the fact that I didn't know much about him, I feel like they could have got him at 18, or they could have got him like in the second
Absolutely
round.
could have got him at 18.
So I don't understand that pick.
But they also could have gotten this guy at 18 because they're about to pick him.
Well, they could have got this guy at 12. I don't know.
Oh, they also
My
could have
prediction
gotten
for
this guy
this.
Well, that's
Don't tell me if
redundant.
I'm wrong or right.
at 12. Okay.
Miles Murphy.
Okay. Your pick? Prediction?
Will Levis.
Will Levis at 18. Okay. What's your guess as to who they pick here at 18 for the Detroit Lions?
Give me like 40 seconds.
No,
Well,
you're not getting 40 seconds.
you might
get,
not have
You get a
40
5-second
seconds.
count off.
Brian Branch.
So favorite pick and least favorite pick so far.
Favorite pick is going to be one that I'll tell after this pick is announced.
Okay. Lions, here comes Goodell to tell you who is a Detroit Lion. Wait, just look at the screen is what you need to look at.
Little Jack Campbell.
What a reach. The
little
Lions
little Jack
have
Campbell.
failed.
Lions,
has
Ladies
been-
and gentlemen,
This has been a rough draft for
we're
the Lions.
we're punching our ticket to the Super Bowl. Brad Holmes.
Lions are doing some weird stuff.
Brad
Shut up,
Holmes
Siri.
is a genius.
Lions
In
are
what
doing
way, shape,
weird
or
stuff
form?
right now.
Listen, you already said that he's Luke Kuechly. So if you get Luke
I
Kuechly at pick
did not say
18,
such things.
it's
Shades of Luke
literally
Kuechly.
on
You did
video.
say that. You did
I said
say
he
that.
has the shadiest of shades. He is got little bit of Luke Kuechly. He's not going to be Luke Kuechly.
Highest graded PFF coverage grade of all linebackers in FBS.
And I
to
mean,
me,
it fits what Dan Campbell wants. He wants the rough and tough, go get him. And that's exactly what Jack
do
Campbell
I still
is.
have drinking that orange thing? Can I have some of that? I'm kind of thirsty.
Jack Campbell is that classic linebacker. It makes sense for Dan Campbell to go get him.
Does DJ like the
They
pick?
have reached
That's what I wanna know.
Will Levis.
You think that's who they go for? They're not happy with Trask.
I think
It's not the Baker show.
this is going to be Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy to the Bucks would be interesting.
All right, so favorite pick, least favorite pick.
Least favorite pick might be Jack Campbell.
That's crazy. you
No,
you
I'm
love
kidding.
Jack Campbell.
I do. I just think
It's
that
a
was
huge reach at 18. It
Crazy
is.
reach there and a crazy reach at 12. They have picked 35 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they just
They
got
could have
like
they
33.
could have gotten Jack Campbell at 35 without a
They
doubt.
could get both of these. They could.
And I think when they moved
34,
back from
34,
6 to
34.
12 with oh no, that was never mind. Yeah, they had 6, didn't they?
They had 6, moved to 12. And
Yeah,
they took
the
Jameer
Arizona-
Gibbs at 12.
yeah. They got I think 33, right?
34.
34. So like
Could have got Jack Campbell
Oh,
at 34.
man.
Jameer Gibbs probably not there at 34. Jack Campbell definitely there at 34. Hey, on your way back, flip the third switch.
least favorite pick is Will McDonald.
Turn the fan
That's
on.
just insane. to take him at 15.
I agree that Will McDonald's probably my least favorite pick. My favorite pick so far? No, it's not one of the Lions picks. As much as I love the Lions. Can you scroll up a little bit? Honestly, my favorite pick so far is Devin Witherspoon to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
I think that it was not something that got talked about, and the second I saw it, I was like, yes. Jalen Carter is also a good pick there at 9 for them, for the Eagles, but I think so far my least favorite pick, Will McDonald at 15. I really like Miles Murphy, and the fact that Will McDonald went over him blows my mind. And then favorite pick, Witherspoon.
See, I'm going to start off with my least favorite pick, and that's both of 15 and 16. Will McDonald to the Jets, and probably more so of Emmanuel Forbes to the Commanders, considering Christian Gonzalez was still there.
That's fair.
Absolutely a reach. I like Forbes. It's 1,000%
I think Forbes is a good player. What is that logo that they have for the Bucs? That's kind of fire.
It is nice, yeah.
See, like I said, the whole division got better today. Life's crazy.
All right, let's see who the Bucs taking.
Please don't be Elijah Cansey.
If you're a Bucs fan, you very much want Will Levis right here.
I think this is Miles Murphy, in my opinion.
Mother trucker, dude.
Elijah Cansey.
How am I supposed to?
I hate that. Oh. You know, I feel like every time I really
How
like
am I
a player,
supposed to push the narrative?
every time I really like a player, he goes to a Saint rival. Like I really liked Devin White when he was at LSU, and then he went to the Bucs, and now I really like Elijah Cansey. He goes to the Bucs, and Marcus Davenport goes. I don't like Marcus Davenport, but he goes to the Vikings. No, he's better than Ed Oliver. I said what I said. Ed Oliver kind of stinks.
Shoots gaps.
Shoots gaps, man. Who's gaps? Caesars Sportsbook, sponsor of the New Orleans Saints.
With the branded
Best
players
practices
card.
of sport betting. Black and gold Caesars Rewards players card.
I'm so beyond upset. Now I have to. I'm going to root for the guy, except for on Sundays.
Yeah,
when
only
they play the
you
Saints.
can root for him 15 games a season. Not his team, but you can root for him personally.
I'm so unbelievably upset. I had the jersey already ordered. I just had to hit pay. I'm pissed.
That's kind of.
But yeah, back to
Oh yeah, what
so
you were
yeah,
saying.
least favorite pick
That one.
could be either Will McDonald to the Jets or Emmanuel Forbes to the Manders. Leaning more towards Emmanuel Forbes to the Manders, strictly because Christian Gonzalez was still there.
Yeah.
As far as my favorite pick, kind of tough. I like Tyree Wilson to the Raiders a lot. I also like Jalen Carter to the Eagles. It's tough. There's been some, pretty decent picks made that were kind of surprising, but will probably work out.
Let's go back and look at the top 10 while we have a minute. Seattle's still on the clock here. So Bryce Young goes 1. That's pretty chalk. I think we all knew that was going to come. C.J. Stroud at 2. That was supposed to be the pick for a very long time. This past week, it was kind of changed to Will Anderson. But C.J. Stroud goes 2, and then Will Anderson ends up on the Texans anyway with the trade to 3, where they gave up, they gave up the 2 1s, a 2 and a 3, to move up 9 spots. 4 is where I think we saw the biggest surprise as far as not what we saw coming with Anthony Richardson going to the Colts. Just talked about Witherspoon to the Seahawks. Cardinals get Paris Johnson at 6, somebody who they probably would have taken at 3 had they stayed there anyway. Raiders get Tyree Wilson in probably the biggest slide of the draft up to that point. Bijan goes with Lionel Frankenstein's pick, goes to the Falcons. Jalen Carter ends up on the Eagles to pair up with Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis as some Georgia Bulldogs. And then Chicago Bears go Darnell Wright at 10. Out of those 10 picks, who do you see succeeding the most within their first season?
Jalen Carter.
Sorry, I'm still processing the Kalijah Kancey
pick.
Bucks. Give me. I mean, it's Bijan. Bijan on the Falcons is going to dominate.
Lot, care to give your thoughts here? Throughout the first 10 picks, who do you think is going to have the most successful rookie year?
Personally, it might be Bryce Young. Like, I'm kind of in love with the Panthers team. I don't know why.
They're good, man.
But I just really like them this year.
I think the Saints are going to have to play extremely well this year if they want to win this division.
Yeah.
And it might be one of the worst divisions in football as far as overall talent goes between the four teams, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to win.
Yeah.
I think the Panthers might have. I can't say that out loud as a Saints fan.
Say it.
As a Saints fan, I can't say it out loud.
Say
I
it.
think the Panthers have the most talented team in the NFC South.
Crazy statement
It is.
coming from Bryce.
Bryce?
A Bryce, you are a Bryce.
I am a Bryce, and so is Young. I am Bryce, and I am Young.
So is Behringer.
Also a Bryce. Also
Young.
Also Young. If you think about it, Harper,
He's hurt right now.
also a Bryce.
He's hurt right now.
Well, he's still a Bryce.
Speaking of Bryce Harper, I've been wanting
wanna
to talk
talk about
about.
him?
I've been wanting to talk about these things for a while.
You want to talk about a little baseball?
I want to talk about how, especially while we're on commercial break, while we're waiting on Seattle, how's everyone's teams doing so far this season? For those of you at home that don't know, resident Cubs fan,
Red Sox
shout
fan.
out Dustin. We got the Red Sox, we got the Nationals, and then off camera right over there we have the Blue Jays.
And then Rebo Hustle, not with us tonight, but he is a Padres fan. So 5 different teams represented across our main guys.
You want to talk baseball a little bit? We can
Yeah,
talk baseball.
let's talk baseball while we're waiting, man.
Those Cubbies are looking pretty good.
Yeah,
Playing
I like
for
it.
the Fantastic.
Bellinger seems to be back. He's batting like 300 with a few good home runs. And then they have Justin Steele. They've been pitching really well.
The pitching rotation has been much better than expected.
Yeah, Dansby.
I honestly thought at the beginning of the season it was going to be Stroman, and we're going to lose every other game.
Nolan is slipping, Dustin. I agree. Nolan Smith should have been picked by now.
Dansby Swanson, he started off like unbelievably hot. He's kind of cooled down a little bit. Like
Yes.
he hasn't had an extra base hit in like 10 games, but he'll figure it out.
They're scoring a lot of runs.
They are. The Cubs' biggest problem is that the Pirates are in their division, which is a weird thing to say. But the Pirates have
and the
been,
Brewers.
like, super good, and everybody thought the Brewers would be back in the hunt this year. Red Sox are just in a tough division.
Low-key-
Very tough division.
No, like,
that entire
low-key,
division.
the Red Sox are doing better than I expected as a Red Sox fan. I think they're one game above 500 right now, or they're right at 500. And I didn't expect them to be that good. And second of all, I don't know this to be true still, but last week when I checked, the Red Sox were 5th in their division at one game above 500. They were the only team below 3rd in a division where they're 500 or above. Like every other 3rd team is under 500, and we're 5th and we're at 500. So I think that's just a testament to how good our division is.
Yeah, the Orioles really came out of nowhere.
Like, look at this. So we're looking at the Red Sox sitting at 500. We're 5th in our division. You put us in the AL Central, we're 2nd. You put us in the AL West, we're 4th by a wide margin. Go to the NL. If you look at us in the NL, we're sitting at 3rd, tied with the Phillies in the NL East.
Phillies and the Marlins.
We're at 4th in the NL Central, highly above the Cubs. And then in the NL West, we're sitting at
You're tied for
2nd.
second.
You're not above the Cubs.
No, I said right below the Cubs.
You said highly above the Cubs.
The Reds. Highly above the Reds. He said the Cubs. He said the Cubs right after I said Reds.
I did not say Cubs.
You said highly
the
above
Red
the Cubs.
Sox because I'm trying to get back on the Red Sox. The Red Sox, they're very good at hitting. They cannot pitch worth anything, it seems, but they can hit. They're like ranked 8th in the power rankings for hitting right now. Masataka Yoshida, he's been good for them.
He's been really good the past week. I think he went 4 for 4 the other day with a home run.
They need to work on their defense. Kike
Yeah.
Hernandez, he leads all of baseball in errors.
He's not a shortstop, but we have to put where he's playing shortstop right now. And we've been trying out other guys like Booby Dolbeck at shortstop. He had 2 errors his first inning at shortstop, so we got rid of him. We called up his name, Emmanuel Hernandez, maybe something along those lines. The second baseman, he played all right. But yeah, our pitching is Corey Kluber's 0-4 this year. And he was our opening day starter.
The worst part about the Red Sox is the division they're in. Like they're in a division where they are going to really struggle to succeed because the Orioles are really good behind Adley Rutschman. Kyle Gibson looks very good. The Rays are playing transcendent baseball. The Yankees are the Yankees. And
we might hit my dream.
And the Jays are hitting out of their minds.
But we might hit my dream scenario of 80 wins in the season, so I'm fine with that.
That shouldn't be your dream, though.
For this Red Sox team, I think it is because of look at the talent we had going into the season. No, like you said it before the year, your number I believe was 78 to 79.
Yeah.
So why isn't 80 like? That's like more games.
Well, like my thing is like you can expect it, but I wouldn't be happy with it. Some would say you're settling for mediocrity.
With this roster, I don't think that's such a bad thing.
Well, change the roster then. Like
I can't do that.
I know, but you should be pushing for that, right?
I mean, I can push for whatever I want. It's not going to happen.
Seahawks pick.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. What a pick.
Wow.
Not what I thought was coming.
I got a new favorite pick so far.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith.
DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett with Jackson Smith and Jigba in the slot. Tyler Lockett's getting a little bit older. He'll probably be out within the next 2 to 3 years. JSN gets some time to develop under a really good receiver in Tyler Lockett and then take his role.
The toe tap.
Geno Smith at quarterback. They may be, taking another one within this draft. Still got Hendon Hooker on the board. Man, I like that pick.
Coloring inside the lines is an art. Just like Tyler Lockett gets that toe tap.
That's good. All right. So we made that pick. Let's get back into baseball.
He's heated about his socks, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, I don't think I'm settling for mediocrity on a team I didn't expect to be better than mediocre. That's like last year.
That's the problem. You should expect them to be more. You should be playing championship.
You have to be
baseball in
realistic.
Boston.
You have to be realistic.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Do Mets fans have to be realistic? They're shooting for the World Series or bust.
Because they have a roster to shoot for the World Series.
You can make that roster if you spend money. And grow your talent. Literally, you have to put pressure on the GM.
My guy, I'm not the GM.
You have to put pressure on him. You can't just
What the hell's Bryce Duhon gonna do?
Dude, you can still be mad about it. We're not gonna do anything about these draft picks, but we can still say who we think. We can still say if it was a good or bad pick because that's our opinion. Your opinion shouldn't be, oh great, we're 500. It should be come on, be better.
No, but with
shoot
the current
for something great.
With the current roster, that's my only point. Is that with the current roster, I think 500 is a good spot to be.
Yeah,
however, I don't like the current roster. I've said that multiple times. I think our pitching stinks. We need to address that. We let too many guys leave. Xander Bogaerts should have never played for a franchise other than the Red Sox. He should have been another Dustin Pedroia. He should have been another David Ortiz. There's no reason Xander Bogaerts should have ever played for another franchise. Whatever he was asking for, we should have handed it to him on a silver platter.
But David Ortiz played for a different franchise.
Did he?
He was a Twin before he
When
went
was
to the
he a
Red
Twin?
Sox. Before he went to the Red Sox.
For how many years?
Oh, I don't know.
Not very long, eh?
Mm-mm.
That's what I thought. But I'm saying, a lifetime, a guy, when you think of Red Sox, you think of that guy. That's what Xander Bogaerts should have been. I'm upset that he left. Trevor Story got hurt, so we can't take advantage of him. However, he wasn't great for us in his first year anyway. But, that's neither here nor there. I think the outfield is, outside of Alex Verdugo, is an abomination. The fact that we're trying to lean on, Yoshida's great for a rookie. But the fact that we're trying to lean on Rob Refsnyder to play center field for us, when just a few years ago we were looking at Mookie Betts winning the MVP and the World Series in the same season. I'm very upset with where our roster's at, but also on the positive side, with the roster we have, I can't ask for too much.
Heard that.
That's where I'm at.
Heard that.
I gave you my spiel. Talk about your Cubs.
We already did.
Talk about your Nationals.
Okay, my Nationals are 9-15. Like it's not great, but it's better than where I thought we would be. I mean, I thought we would be on the same tier as the Athletics, but the Athletics are historically bad. I mean, like
5 games won.
They've only won 5 games, and the Nats don't have the worst record in the league by any means. I mean, I'm pretty. Do the Nats have the same amount of wins as the Cardinals still? No, Cardinals have one more. But okay, but the Nationals they won this series against the Mets this weekend. Mackenzie Gore looks really good. Josiah Gray is really good on the road.
Wasn't Josiah Gray that random running back for the Patriots who had 4 touchdowns? That's Jonas Gray. That's Jonas Gray. The Chargers pick is already in there picking Michael Mayer.
Keibert Ruiz when he was young.
I don't think Keibert Ruiz is the pick here for me. He's a 3rd-round talent.
But yeah, I mean, my Nats are playing like above expected.
Forsyth, you got anything to say about your Blue Jays?
Can they draft Elijah Cansey?
No, he already got drafted.
No, but they are 3rd in their division, 16-9, 3 games above the Red Sox.
He also learned today that Bo Bichette exists.
I've never watched a game. I don't know a single player on the roster except for that Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
What about
But that's
Vlad
my team.
Jr.?
Yeah, that's my team. Love them.
All right. Let's talk about Reese's Padres. What's going on with them, man? Why aren't
they just lost a series
Why
to
do
the
they
Cubs.
suck?
Okay, so here's what's happening. The advanced statistics love the Padres, like especially regarding like on base percentage. They walk like in the top tier of teams. Like they are great at the plate and with plate discipline. Their pitchers are throwing 1 billion pitches every start. Like it's a weird thing. Like they cannot. Their pitching is not pitching to the degree that it needs to be. Your superstars are underperforming. I mean, Tatis hasn't been great since he got back. Juan Soto is batting like 180. But he leads the entire league in walks. Like it's an interesting thing going on with the Padres. They walk a lot, but they're not winning games.
You know, that's not. I mean, it's not the same thing as the Red Sox. But the Red Sox are hitting a lot of home runs right now. But it's not translating into wins because the pitching is so bad. Like it's a similar situation, but not the same. Like at the plate, they're doing things that they need to do to win games. But it's not translating because the pitching can't keep up. Patrick Wisdom has 9 home runs.
Chargers pick. Here we go.
Michael Mayer.
Please.
Ooh, that's a good question, Dustin. We'll get to that.
Quentin Johnson.
Quentin Johnson
to the Chargers adds another weapon for Herbert when
Fair enough.
Keenan Allen and Mike Williams
they just
inevitably get hurt.
They just picked Mike Williams 2.0. Sidney Rice.
He looks like
I
Sidney
haven't
Rice.
heard that name in a long time.
Fair enough.
You know what name I also haven't heard in a long time? Visante Shienko. How do we feel about that? I knew it. I heard you over there.
I think it's a great pick for the Chargers because, you know, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams will both inevitably be hurt.
I don't like Quentin Johnson.
I do.
Why don't you like him?
I just don't like him. What is he good at?
Catching the football.
He's not though. Like his whole question is his hands. Like that he doesn't win 50-50 balls and he drops passes.
He has better hands than I do.
I mean, yeah, but you're not going to get drafted.
But he did in the first round.
I mean, okay. And
What do you mean and?
you can also say he has better hands than that strawberry Abita bottle. Like
NFL scouts say he's a top tier wide receiver. I tend to trust NFL scouts.
Okay, but how did you feel about the Jahmyr Gibbs pick then?
I hated it.
NFL scouts say he's a top running back.
See, a lot of them say that.
The
Yeah,
Lions
only the
scouts.
Lions.
Yeah.
Well, the Chargers say that he's a top wide receiver. If all the scouts agreed, the other 20 teams would have picked him, right? No, he's a top wide receiver.
I don't.
Jahmyr Gibbs wasn't the top running back.
I just don't think so, man.
Okay, never mind.
I don't know why you're hating on Quentin Johnson.
Because I don't, just like you don't like the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, I don't like this pick.
Why?
Because I haven't seen anything out of Quentin Johnson that makes him stand out to me. I think there's a lot of other receivers in this draft who excel at a certain point of their game, and Quentin Johnson doesn't have anything that he excels at, in my opinion.
Okay. Midway through the season, when he has 10 touchdowns. Yeah, we're going to have this conversation again.
I think it's a good pick because I see Keenan Allen and Mike Williams both as possession wide receivers. They'll get the first down, they'll get you 15 yards, but they're not a threat for the deep ball. I see Quentin Johnston as a threat for the deep ball. And I know Herbo can sling it.
Oh, without a doubt.
You say Mike Williams is not a deep ball receiver?
He is.
He's
But he hasn't been.
I think that's his whole shtick.
He hasn't been lately. Exactly. I mean, well, yeah. But, and I also said when they inevitably get hurt.
I think Quentin Johnson is a receiver. He's one of
Yeah,
the
I
he's one of
agree.
the receivers
I agree.
in this class.
See, that we can find common ground on. He is listed as a receiver.
I think
Not a good one.
he's worthy of first round selection, but not to the Chargers. I think the Chargers could have done a lot better with someone like Zay
Jalen
Flowers. Maybe no. I thought
Jalen Guyton did come
Hyatt,
back.
and I was like, I would have taken Jalen Hyatt over Quentin Johnson right there. The Chargers desperately what?
No. Keep going.
Chargers desperately need speed. Herbo's got an arm. Let him use it.
I think Quentin Johnson would have been a better pick here than to the Chargers.
Really?
I agree with that.
I think he would fit better
but
on
only
Baltimore
because
than he
I
would
think the
in
Ravens
LA.
need all the receiving help they can get.
Well, I think he also fills a need that the Ravens don't have. To me, Quentin Johnson is a worse Mike Williams. Why do you want two Mike Williams and a Keenan Allen when you can have a Keenan Allen, a Mike Williams, and a Zay Flowers? Zay Flowers is a completely different receiver than those two. Quentin Johnson is different than Odell or Rashad Bateman. For me, and it's a personal opinion, I think when you have your top three receivers, they should be three different types of receiver. And I think that's what Seattle addressed with JSN, and I don't see that with Quentin Johnson.
Valid. I think this is
This pick
a
here,
trade.
It
New
could
Orleans
be a
is moving
trade. I think it could be a trade. If it's not a trade, it's Nolan Smith. That's my opinion.
Let's take a moment to talk about the comment that Dustin had sent a while back. Is Bijan a top 6 fantasy pick?
Like in a regular fantasy draft?
Yes.
Oh, a dynasty. He's like 101 in every
Just like-
single draft. Super flex, dynasty, keeper, whatever it is.
Like a regular
Regular
startup.
Give me Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Give me Saquon.
Yeah.
Jetta's Chase.
Yeah.
I'm
Is he
taking
a top
Jetta's.
6 running back or a top 6 pick? I think he might be
He
a top
said
6
a top
running
6
back.
fantasy pick.
Top 6 pick? No. Because
I
I'm
don't think
taking
he's a
all
top
the
6
receivers
fantasy
over
pick.
him. Give me Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp.
I'm not taking
Saquon.
Cooper Kupp over him because of injury. Just because of injury.
He was fine to play last year. Just like he could have come back perfectly 100% healthy. Just the Rams shut him down because there was no need for him to be out there. He is fine.
But he also doesn't have a reliable quarterback because we don't know what Stafford's going to be.
That injury concern is valid. But Cooper Kupp is fine.
Yeah, but I
He
mean,
is A-okay.
you need to have a quarterback to throw to you, don't you?
He's the backup.
Okay.
See, when I'm looking at a
Regular draft.
a pick like this in a regular draft, I'm looking at would I take a top tight end over? And I don't think I would.
You wouldn't take a like Travis
I'd
Kelce over
take-
Bijan.
I would take Travis
Okay.
Kelce over Bijan.
That makes more sense.
I would take Kelsey over Bijan.
I feel like
not-
six is a pretty average spot for Kelce to be drafted.
Absolutely. Kelsey's a first round pick.
Yeah.
No doubt he's first rounder.
Mahomes is a first round pick.
We don't take quarterbacks in our first round.
I think the trend is changing. It's been anti-quarterback for a long time. You can get value later on. Guys like Mahomes and Josh Allen, maybe even Jalen Hurts.
Lot talked a lot about the zero running back strategy last year going into fantasy as a joke, and then it actually kind of worked out for some teams that I saw do it because it just like you had guys who weren't supposed to be such good running backs ended up being good enough to help your team. So, in my opinion, he's not a top 6 pick because I would rather take a high-end tight end or wide receiver over a unproven rookie running back because it's only a 1-year league. Now, if it's a dynasty league, of course, Bijan's a top 6 pick. He's a top 3 pick, like unquestionable, eyes closed.
Dynasty startup, Bijan is a top 6 pick.
Dynasty startup, Bijan top 6 pick, yes.
Whoa.
1-year startup, Bijan not top 6 pick.
Whoa. What a take.
Why is that? I don't know why that's such a bad take.
A
Yes.
dynasty startup.
Yes.
Jamar Chase,
Okay. Jay Jettis.
Justin Jefferson,
Yeah.
McCaffrey,
Yeah. McCaffrey.
Saquon,
They're on the same tier.
Jonathan Taylor.
Saquon's.
Jonathan Taylor.
You'd rather have Bijan Robinson than Jalen Hurts.
No, Jalen Hurts isn't a first-round pick in a dynasty startup. I don't know. In a dynasty
The
startup,
only
I don't take
I would take
quarterbacks in the
a
first
dynasty
round.
startup. Ravens pick.
Nolan Smith.
Dalton Kincaid.
Zay
Zay
Flowers.
Flowers.
Yes!
That's such a good pick.
I
That's
drafted him at
such a
number
good
2.
pick. Oh,
Drafting him at
and
number 2.
I love him with Odell.
I'm drafting him at number 2 in our dynasty league.
I love him
You
with
guys are
Odell.
pissed.
I am not pissed.
I love him with
I'm
Odell.
going to take Calvin Ridley at 2 and Zay Flowers at 4. You guys are really pissed.
Okay,
At all the receivers. Sure.
Anyway, I'm sticking to Bijan, a top 6 pick, and a dynasty startup, not a top 6 pick in a 1-year fantasy league. It can be a hot take all at once. That's what we do. It's off the dome, baby.
Right on.
What do you mean, not you? Oh, you're right. I forgot. You only give facts. You don't do takes. You just do facts. I forgot about that.
The Saints are killing the whole narrative of trading up. This is pissing me off. I'm kind of upset.
Watermelon? Strawberry? Let's go.
Right on.
Oh, I forgot how hard Haribo gummy bears are. They're so tough. They're like the beef jerky of gummy bears. That's one gummy bear. He just
Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah, Dustin Odell was picked
Signed
up
to
by
Baltimore, yep.
Baltimore.
So now they've got Lamar locked up, a questionable running back
Where?
situation.
Very questionable.
Odell, Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers. They lost Orlando Brown, but brought in a different tackle to fill a spot. I don't remember who it was. No, false. That was the Chiefs. That was the Chiefs. I apologize.
Mark Andrews is coming back from
Mark
injury.
Andrews is still
Still that dog.
he's still him.
Can we pull up the Ravens draft picks, like their order, what they've got left? Like
are you
specifically
okay?
the Ravens.
Are you okay? Are you having a stroke? Do you need to talk?
Here we go.
Their next pick seems to be round 3, pick 86.
Zach
Perfect
Charbonnet.
spot for Tajay Spears.
Is that too late for Charbonnet?
Do you like that?
His ADP was around 70.
Can you pass the mic to Lot real
And
quick?
with the way running backs are going,
How do you feel about Tajay if Tajay Spears were to become a Baltimore Raven?
That'd be awesome. I mean, that would round out that roster, like perfectly.
I think so.
Like that. That is a great spot. For
I think
him.
I want to push that narrative into tomorrow.
do
Tajay
it.
Spears to be a Baltimore Raven.
I'm about it.
I'm pushing that narrative, just like I was pushing the Jahmyr Gibbs to the Bengals narrative, and then he comes to my Lions. So maybe I'm gonna push like Miles Murphy falling into the second round, and him going to the Bengals. So he'll actually come to my Lions. You ever thought about
no, you
got
got to push a different running back, like
Israel Abenakanda.
No, give me a.
Dwayne
I
McBride.
actually really like Anaconda here.
I like Tank Bibsky. Bibsky. I called him Bigsby. What?
Steve Smith Sr.
I love that.
This
That's
is
a great
really-
comp.
This is a great running back class.
It is.
It's a
This is
very deep running back
very
class.
underrated.
This is awesome. I love slow down a little bit more. Roshan Johnson. He's a Texas running back that doesn't get all the love. I think, he's
Dude,
good.
I love so many running backs. Like, scroll all the way up, and I'll tell you if I like the running back or not.
I forgot Kenny McIntosh.
Do I like Bijan? Yes, I love Bijan. Do I like Jahmyr Gibbs? I love Jahmyr Gibbs. Zach Evans? I think Zach Evans is a good late round pick. I don't know much about Anaconda. Devon A-Chains, he torched LSU. I have no choice but to hate him, but I also like him. Zach Charbonnet is a great running back.
Also torched
Eric
LSU.
Gray, pretty good. Tajay Spears, dog. Dwayne McBride, dog. Mohamed Ibrahim, dog out of Minnesota. Very underlooked. Love him. Tank Bigsby, how can you not love a man whose name is Tank? Sean Tucker, sleeper running back of the entire draft.
Oh, I'm gonna interrupt you one time for the one time.
Yeah.
Oh, and it done went away. Oh no, it's back. Look at that Vikings logo. I liked it a lot. Big fan. Big
I
fan.
can get behind it.
Right on.
Kenny McIntosh, if he doesn't trip in the in that Ohio State game, gets picked a whole round earlier. Deuce Vaughn is a man after my own heart. We're the same height. Love him. Chris Rodriguez Jr. doesn't get enough love because he played at Kentucky on a bad team. Very good with the ball in his hands as well as catching the ball. And don't let me forget about Jaleel McLaughlin, Youngstown State running back.
Go ahead and
First time
educate
seeing his
us.
name.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say his name. It's a cool name, Jaleel McLaughlin.
Do
Oh, no, you don't have to go to the next page.
The Vikings.
But if you want, we can talk. We could
Talk
talk.
about Sir Roderick Thompson.
I don't know anything about Sir Roderick Thompson. I can tell
Jordan
you
Mims.
a little bit about.
Cam Peoples?
No, Travis Dye out of USC. I know that he played with Caleb Williams, and that means a lot to me.
He was
Oh
on
my
the
God,
same
are you
team as
serious right
Jordan
now?
Addison. Life's
Are
crazy.
you
Way
serious?
more than serious right now.
TJ Cole. Why does that Washita Baptist, huh? TJ Cole, wasn't that a... Oh, no, that's Trent Cole. Edge rusher.
What a line.
Philadelphia Eagles.
What a guy.
Okay, so let's look at the 10 guys that are on DJ's top 200 that are still left on the board. Dalton Kincaid, Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Jordan Addison, Michael Mayer, Miles Murphy, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, Keon White, and Brian Branch. If the Saints get any of those 10 guys other than Will Levis or Keon White, I'm happy.
Oh my God, Keon White is such a saint.
He's such a saint, isn't he?
The tight ends are falling.
Dude.
And I love it.
Dude.
Michael
If
Mayer
the-
to the Saints.
If the Saints get Michael Mayer... If the Saints get Dalton Kincaid...
Because let's look at it.
If the Saints get Dalton Kincaid...
Let's look at
I'm
it.
buying the jersey
The
tonight.
Vikings not going to take a tight end. They got Hawkinson. They
Yeah,
got
they
Irv Smith
Hockenson.
Jr.
They don't need him. Jacksonville?
Jacksonville. They have
They
Evan
could.
Ingram.
On the franchise tag.
Yeah, but they're working on an extension right now. Word around town.
Do you really
They
want to
like
extend Evan Ingram?
They like Evan Ingram.
Dude.
He played really well
Not
last
my
season.
choice. Not my choice.
I'm not saying it's your choice.
He played really
Jacksonville
well.
wants-
Jacksonville Jaguars really want to extend Evan Ingram.
I think
the report.
there are more needs for them than a tight end right now. And I think there's people out available that they could use more than these tight ends because they have Evan Ingram. I don't think they'll take a tight end.
Giants just got Darren Waller. Dallas needs a tight end desperately
They're probably gonna if they're gonna go a tight end, it's gonna be Dalton Kincaid.
to
Yes.
follow Dalton Schultz.
Yes.
Buffalo not going tight end with Dawson Knox. Cincinnati absolutely could take tight end. I know they signed Irv Smith, but Irv Smith is basically a strict receiving tight end. You go Michael Mayer, who can also block.
Are we gonna see the Vikings miss another pick?
I have 50 seconds here.
Call back to whatever year that was that they screwed up.
2003?
Sure, sounds
Maybe?
about right.
I mean, I don't know.
Jacksonville
I was,
gets to jump them.
I was barely alive.
They got
I
30,
was, bro. I was like
35
2.
seconds to make. And
Big as him.
they destroyed my narrative again. How dare they?
Lot, how we doing over there? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing
You got
great.
anything you want to say? Any thoughts about what's going on here in this draft?
No.
Okay.
Right
Luke,
now, I'm
Luke
just
Musgrave has the highest grade out of all
Luke
the tight ends.
Babbitt.
right now. I'm just really excited to see where Kincaid and Mayer end up.
Do you think they both go in the first round, given who's left on the draft board?
Personally, I don't know. Honestly,
I think they
have
do.
no idea. They might.
I think it's going to be one of the two. I don't know which one.
If Dalton Kincaid is there, Dalton Kincaid to the Chiefs as the Travis Kelce replacement.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing better than one Travis Kelce is two of them. So.
Dude, Vikings,
They're happy.
Vikings
They
are
just
really
picked Hendon Hooker,
excited.
didn't they?
No,
I don't think they picked
no
Hendon
way
Hooker.
they picked Hendon Hooker. Dude, they are super excited though.
They are super excited. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Did
go.
they just get Brian
Yeah.
Branch?
Brian Branch to Jacksonville is a narrative I want to push.
I'm talking about to Minnesota.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I hope he doesn't go here because I think he'd look awesome on Jacksonville. I kind of like Brian Branch. I think he's really versatile. I like a versatile secondary guy. As do you. That's why you're big an Alontae Taylor guy, which is why you must also like Brian Branch. Pick is in.
I think the fact that he hasn't
Little.
gotten picked yet is crazy.
I think this is about the range everybody expected him to go.
I thought it was more of like mid to late teens.
I think
Vikings
it's
selection,
mid-20s.
23rd pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
They should.
Jordan Addison.
Addison.
Whoa.
Run on
KJ
receivers.
Three in a row.
Four
in a
straight
row.
receivers here.
Cool pick. That's fun.
Cool glasses. Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, that's super
Like,
fun.
route running city, man.
Yeah, he's a LA Angels fan apparently.
You can't, well, yeah.
It says Angels on his glasses.
It's Palm Angels. It's a fashion brand.
Nah,
Okay.
I disagree.
All right. Yeah, I think that's a great combo to have for the future. Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson. I mean, it's going to be hard to cover both of them at the same time. Good way to replace Adam Thielen.
Right.
I think maybe Quentin Johnson here would have made a better fit.
Giants just moved up.
Oh wow.
Oh, Giants and I see that Giants and Jacksonville seem to have swapped.
4 for 25, 160, and 240.
24 for 25,
160.
160, and 240.
What receivers still on the board? Any of them? Just Josh Downs.
Josh Downs.
Jeter Downs.
Maybe on
For my Nationals.
He plays for your Nationals
He
now?
does. Jeter
Good
Downs
for
is a
you.
national.
Good for you. Jalen Hyatt's on the
Hyatt,
board. Josh
Downs.
Downs is on the board.
Ooh,
Cedric Tillman's on the board. Tank Dell is on the board. Jonathan Mingo.
that is probably my guy at receiver.
cool
Jonathan.
name.
Okay, Jonathan Mingo is
AJ Brown part 2.
Jonathan Mingo is AJ Brown Part 2. Words from Lionel Frankenstein. Jordan
Kayshon
Addison,
Boutte.
Calvin Ridley's a really good comp.
Drafted both in Dynasty. Kind of crazy.
Really good comp. Really good comp.
Kayshon Boutte's still there.
He's going in the 4th round.
Kayshawn here. So that no
Booty.
That would be really hilarious.
Saints might draft him.
I would cry.
That'd be really hilarious.
Call Kyle immediately.
I think the Giants take Joey Porter Jr. here.
Dustin
think
said Mickey needs to go get Nolan Smith here.
I'm going to be honest with you, Dustin. I really want Nolan Smith to wear a Saints uniform. I don't think we have to move up for him.
I don't either.
Looking who's left to draft, I don't think we have to move up for him. I know exactly how I feel now.
Lionel
about
doesn't
Nolan
like
Smith, and
Nolan
it's very
Smith.
strongly positive.
Well, I don't like that he doesn't fit anything the Saints want out of an edge rusher. He doesn't fit the prototype. They don't tend to go outside of those freakishly long edge rushers.
I'm just trying to build
Nico
narratives.
Warner's batting
I'm
336.
trying to build a story.
you switch
here.
on over
I'm trying
to
to
the-
build narratives.
Red Sox for me. I kind of want to
If
see
you
All night, so
if you
You've got
hate Nolan Smith,
three
and he
guys
goes to the
300 above.
Saints,
That's
That's
awesome.
good. That's a good.
We've got
development.
2, I think.
I did, all Wisdom and Up were batting all above 300.
How much wisdom do you got?
Dansby's having a great year. I love that for Dansby. I think Dansby is getting his shot with Chicago, and it's awesome. I'm a big Dansby Swanson fan.
I'm really excited about Luis Arias.
I don't know who that is.
Look him up.
What does he do?
He plays for the Miami Marlins.
What position does he play?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I really don't.
Hold up. We're looking at the Red Sox right now?
But I do know he's batting .416.
Who was that? I think that was Kenley Jansen. Why do we have Kenley Jansen as our guy?
we're also 2 picks away from seeing another no.
True. So Alex Verdugo's our only guy batting above 300. He's at 311. A good band.
Dustin said boner alert if that happens.
If Nolan Smith goes to the Saints at 29.
Tristan Casas.
Let's see. Masataka Yoshida is batting 276. I don't mind that at all. See Tristan Casas?
Yeah, he's at the bottom of the screen.
He is.
there.
He's batting 139. That's pretty terrible.
Could be worse.
The fact
Could
that
be. Rafael Devers is
he
only batting
sixth
238.
on the Red Sox in batting average.
Told you, man.
Wow.
Listen, the Red Sox, we hit RBIs and we hit home runs. Don't ask for anything else, okay? Because you'd be making a mistake. Also, don't ask for pitching, please. We're
Definitely
really
not.
bad at that.
I'm not asking for pitching from the Red Sox.
You shouldn't. You'd be asking for a long time. You'd be asking your way all the way back to Josh Beckett and John Papelbon. And
Oh, wow. Matt Chapman is batting 364.
Matt Chapman is second in the entire league in batting average. Second in the
Lionel,
entire
name the
league
team
in
that Matt
OPS.
Chapman plays for. Blue Jays, your team.
It's your favorite team.
Your favorite team. Matt Chapman's your third baseman. Your infield is crazy with the bat in their hands. Matt Chapman, Bo Bichette, Vlad Jr., third base, shortstop, first base, all batting above 330. You do need make it say Boba Fett on the back, though.
Who's
obviously.
their second baseman? Is it Kevin Biggio or is it Santiago Espinal?
You just said two names that I don't recognize, so I'm unsure. I'm not.
Can you look it up? I feel like it's Santiago Espinal.
Kevin Biggio. Or Santiago. They both play.
Oh, okay.
One's played 15 games, one's played 14 games. So
Espinal's batting 179.
Biggio's batting
with
119.
39 ABs, and Biggio's 119 at 42.
So
Biggio
both not
walks a
great.
lot. Biggio has really good plate discipline. He just can't hit.
I mean,
He's walked 3 times.
Weird.
He's
I'm
struck
talking
out
about,
18
throughout
times.
His career,
Oh.
he's had really good plate discipline.
Giants pick is in. It's got to be no. You know what? Deontay Banks.
Oh, Lionel has seen it.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Me neither.
I was right. It is. Yeah. Well, spoiler alert. It is Deontay Banks. Byron just pulled up the PFF does a live thing on like a mock draft where it'll automatically draft who's next.
Oh, okay.
So now it's showing that Jacksonville's on the clock, and it gives their big board as to who's left.
I'm convinced that Bryce has an earpiece. He's just like, he has a connection to every GM in the NFL.
That's our stream.
And then like,
Holy, that is us.
who is being selected. And then he gives the take. Really?
Yeah, he's got a hotline to all the war rooms.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's correctly said 24 out of 24 picks.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. I think,
Especially the second.
I think we were all wrong on picks like 5 through 10.
yeah.
He did not say Will McDonald.
I promise you I didn't. I promise you I didn't say Will McDonald. I didn't say Jameer Gibbs. I
Didn't
looked at
say
my phone and
Emmanuel
saw that one.
Forbes.
I didn't say.
I think he did.
I think
Here
you
comes
weren't
the
here.
Giants
I don't
pick.
remember if I said Emmanuel Forbes or not.
There's no way you could have said Emmanuel Forbes over Christian Gonzalez.
the New York Football
I
Giants.
say he existed. I don't know if I said he's going. Was that me or you?
I don't know what he said.
It was also me.
DJ Turner to the Bengals.
Deontay Banks.
Hey, how do we feel about it?
The pick hasn't been released yet, but I would like y'all to know that Buffalo has moved up to 25 for pick 27 and pick 130. So Buffalo's moving up here. Who could they be? They could be moving up for edge or corner. I'm thinking either Brian Branch, also a selection that could happen. JPJ, Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith.
Dude, Jacksonville's kind of stacking up draft picks at this point.
They've gotten
they've
three-
traded back twice.
3, 4th, or later rounds.
That's pretty good.
Hey, man. I
If
think
your guy is you think you can get him later, then
from what I hear out of like people I listen to, that 3rd to 5th round is where you really build your team. Not like your stars, but that's where you get all your depth pieces that really matter later in the playoffs. So if Jacksonville can get those depth pieces that can rotate, maybe they make a difference next year.
Deontay Banks is way better at
Deontay-
taking tests than CJ Stroud. is what they're saying.
You know, they
Elite
could be
tester.
saying that, but also you got to think of the difference in 22 picks here because C.J. Stroud went number 2 overall.
Hey,
C.J.
all I'm
Stroud's
saying.
also going to be the best quarterback out of this draft.
Wow.
I've said it this
He
whole
said it
time.
multiple times.
Don't think this is anything new. I've called C.J. Stroud Aaron Rodgers more times than I can count because I'm just in love with him, and I hope for everyone else's sake he proves me wrong because I'll be humbled. But if he proves me right, y'all will never hear the end of it.
Do the Bills
I mean,
get one of the tight ends?
To be fair,
Could.
I could see it.
I mean, they could.
I could see it.
I could see it. I wouldn't love it.
I don't know
'cause
why
I
they
think
would
there's
trade
more
up for it.
like not value. Okay, I don't mean value. I think there's a better fit somewhere out there for Buffalo. Instead of getting a tight end. Oh, that would be or Mozzie Smith. Take Mozzie Smith. I think if they take Mozzie Smith, I'm gonna be really happy here. However, I don't think you trade up 2 spots. Oh, they could be jumping Dallas for Mozzie Smith. Because
Maybe.
Dallas is probably a team that looked for him. Man. Or they're jumping Dallas for a tight end to push Lott's little narrative over there.
Yeah, I create them.
Take somebody that I don't want. Man, we are getting close to this Saints pick here.
Brian Branch is still on the board.
Brian Branch is still. What if Brian Branch falls into round 2? Is that a surprise?
But we've seen them be so good, especially lately.
Yeah, but I think it's not a first round. Like CJ went in the 3rd, and he's kind of viewed as one of the best nickels in the game. Like if you can find a guy in the 2nd or the 3rd, why go in the 1st when you can have a corner, an outside corner who makes a difference, or an edge rusher who makes a difference?
I don't know. I just feel like they've had such a bigger impact on the game the past few seasons. That
I think when
they
you
would
have
start
an
to value
elite,
them more.
when you have an elite nickel, everybody knows about him. If you just have an average one, it doesn't. It like nobody really cares. I think you have to have the elite of the elite to make for the nickel to make the difference. I think you can have a playable one and you just sit it and forget it basically.
Yeah,
How
I agree,
can-
but I think Brian Branch can be in one of those elite nickel corners.
Do you guys have like different nickels? All of mine cost 5 cents.
Hello,
That's going to be a clip.
hello,
Shabingo.
Shabuya, Shabuya. Roll call. My name is Joe. I teach math and I coach. So check me out.
My name is Billy. I eat green crayon. So
Check me out.
My name is Big.
Yeah. Chief. Big Chief. We cannot say where that's from. Legally, I don't think we can say why or when we came up with that. But just know we did it.
Yo, skip the ad, dude. I don't want to look at this.
For a
Hello.
relaxing video. There it is.
Enjoy the Zen.
Little Zen.
Upper decky Zenny, upper decky lip pillow. Ferda.
Did I tell you we had a ship on dock a
Ship
few
on dock?
months, few
Named
months
Ferda?
ago named Ferda?
Yeah, you did tell me that.
Every time they talked about it, I just go, Ferda.
Ferda. Man, Will Levis isn't going to be first rounder, is he?
You mean like every quarterback? You mean like every quarterback last year not named Pickett that was expected to go in the first round?
They did say Will Levis was a lock first, as well as Hendon Hooker not making it past pick 20. That was the report for the past 2 weeks. And here we are, and neither one of them is getting taken, and we're at pick 25 with
Look
the
at
Buffalo
McDermott.
Bills.
And the Bills aren't taking
So
a quarterback.
inspirational.
If the Bills take a quarterback, worst pick of the draft.
I don't think any of the next few teams are taking quarterback here.
I think the only team on the rest of the first round who might even somewhat take a quarterback is us.
Yeah.
Saints drafting Will Levis.
Yeah.
Do we want to propagate that narrative?
Dude, looking at the top 10 who's left, there are going to be really good players left in the second round.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of chances are one of Nolan Smith, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, Miles Murphy. One of those four might make it into the second round. Mm-hmm. And I think those are all first-round talents. And in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it the last episode. I think this is the draft we've seen. One of the drafts we've seen in recent years with the deepest talent. Like there is first round talent, definitely up to the second round,
which is crazy.
Definitely up
because
to the third round.
Lionel showed me a report, or told me about a report where he said one GM didn't even have 15 guys with a first round grade in this draft. Said it was a terrible draft. And in my opinion, I feel very differently. Whereas I feel like there are like 3 rounds worth of guys who I feel very comfortable making a starter on my team.
Here comes the Bills pick. Dalton Kincaid.
Wow.
Nice. Dude, my narrative was right.
Good job. Good pick. Good pick.
Let's go.
Dustin said they are showing Levis on ESPN in green room, 2 hot chicks sitting next to him. Prob his sisters. I'm going to message them about the podcast.
Let's go. All right, so we're just going to turn the camera slightly this way. Sorry.
Dude, Dalton Kincaid has a competitive yak.
You know,
What does his yak compete in? I'd watch it.
Yeah, like, do you think his competitive yak is like a long distance guy or like a sprint guy?
Sprint guy.
Okay. He is a pluck and go yak. That's what it is. His yak plucks and goes.
Wow.
Pap.
He also has a red zone pap. Wow.
How much do you think he paid for that yak?
If he's a pluck and go yak, I mean that's 12 easy.
And it's way better than a cow because you got to think of the fur instead of
Also,
the skin.
I've never heard of a pluck and go cow
Oh, look at how happy
Right.
he is.
or a competitive cow to be that.
What a guy.
I'm so happy for Dalton Kincaid to go into a system where he could win a Super Bowl.
And his yak.
You know,
His yak
let
is
us not
crazy.
forget that the best winner of tonight is Dalton Kincaid's yak.
Like, we've heard all about goats, but now we're bringing yaks into the NFL?
Dalton Kincaid is the yak.
The yak of all time.
I would put him top 3 yak all time.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry if that's a hot take. Put some ice on, you know what I mean? If you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
I feel like that's a crazy statement.
Boys, we're 19 minutes away from streaming for 4 straight hours.
Let's go.
I feel like we're in a fever dream right now. This NFL draft has been something.
Them boys.
PFF
bro.
still hasn't updated, by the way. They still have Jacksonville on the clock at 25. We're at pick 26 and Dallas is on the clock. Jacksonville hasn't made a pick yet. They've moved back multiple times. Just gonna have to refresh everything. Oh man! All right, so Dalton Kincaid's off the clock, off the board. We've got 3 picks before New Orleans. Miles Murphy's there, Nolan Smith is there, Joey Porter Jr.'s there. Assuming one of them is left, who would you most like to go to the Saints? Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. Start off with Lionel Frankenstein. Come on in the camera. Let him see your beautiful face.
We back. I'm still trying to get over Kalijah Kancey. Miles Murphy. Easily.
For what reason?
Because I said so.
Okay.
I think he just fits
All
the
right.
Saints better than anyone left on the board not named Brian Brzee.
He does have the Saints build of a defensive end. Do you have any opinion, Lot?
No.
Okay. What you got?
I mean, yeah, if Nolan Smith is still there, I'd love him to be a Saint. But I'd like to shock the nation and say Michael Mayer.
I thought he was going to say
love
Brian Branch. Well, Brian Branch as a Saint.
Honestly, I'd love,
Not that bad.
besides Will Levis, I'd take the next 4.
The next
that are up
4.
there, which
I'd
is
take the
Nolan
next
Smith,
5.
Brian Branch. Yeah, 5. Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr.
And they only have 3 picks before us, so one of them is going to be available using math.
We don't
I
use
would-
meth on here.
Speak for yourself. I would So if we're taking those 5, the way I would rank them in the order I would want them in, they are in that order right now. Except you switch Brian Branch and Miles Murphy. I would go Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr. in that order.
I would go both the edge rushers, then Michael Mayer,
Then Brian Branch. Yeah, that's fair too. That's kind of where I'm sitting. Is Brian Branch, Michael Mayer kind of in the same order? But Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, definitely 1 and 2 for me. I think Nolan Smith is just a big brain guy. I think he's super athletic. Didn't get to show off last year because of his injury, but I think he showed enough the year before that. He has championship pedigree, won 2 straight natties. He comes from a winning. Probably comes from a winning program. He knows how to win. And the thing about him is, not only does he have the product on the field, but he's super, super smart, and I love that. So that's why I like Nolan Smith so much. Is that Joel Klatt?
Will Clapp.
No, that's Joel Klatt, and he's bad
Your
at his
mom's
job.
cheeks.
Wayo.
Don't you dare.
Zach Charbonnet.
You
the
know
Cowboys.
she listens to this podcast. Me and Agent 47 gonna have to have a conversation if you don't calm down. Agent 47. Bro, one time
Jerry Jones is so happy he's about to die.
We've been saying that for 30 years now. One time your mom sent me a nice text message, and it popped up as Agent 47, and I kind of felt bad because I was like, oh, she's being nice to me right now, and I'm bullying her. But yeah, anyway, shout out your mom for being 47.
Fair.
Anyway, Dallas pick is in. Who's Dallas going with here? Monty Smith? Miles Murphy?
I hope it's Mozzie Smith.
I hope it's anybody but Nolan Smith. I hope it's Osiris Torrance.
Take Osiris Torrance. Take Steve Avila.
Please take Osiris. Take
I
Anton
would love
Harrison.
if the next 3 picks are Osiris Torrance,
Or that guy.
Steve Avila, Mozzie Smith,
Beautiful.
which could happen.
Give us Michael Mayer.
Which guy did you want to be, the light up head or the helmet head?
Light up head.
Nice. I'll be the helmet head. No, you can be the guy with the chain on his neck.
Hell yeah.
Who are you?
What are you guys talking about?
Dude, we're on a... Pay attention, man.
What do you want me to pay attention?
You're live on camera. Bro, the dogs are out on camera.
dogs
Holy.
are
Holy. We're getting copyright struck for them toes.
Crazy, bro. Get the age restriction on the pod.
There's already an age restriction,
There is actually an age restriction.
which means we can curse safely.
Darn.
Oh, heck yeah.
I knew it.
We are on hour 4.
We're 14 minutes
yeah.
away.
We're close to hour 4.
We are close to hour 4.
I'm sorry if you don't have every speck of my mind.
No, man, I wasn't trying to...
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. Hey, we can't finish that.
I wasn't familiar with your game.
There we go. We can say that. We can say that.
Oh, boy.
All right, what are we thinking, Goodall? Tyree Wilson wins.
Dustin,
Dustin, after the Cowboys pick, I want you to give me your guesses for the picks to finish out the first round.
Yeah, give us our the last 5. Mozzie Smith.
Yes. He's gone.
That's a hey.
Marcel
honestly,
Darius.
that's a pick that I felt like got chalked up that actually came true. Like
He's
a lot of people
gone.
had Mozzie Smith going there, and he did go there.
The long national nightmare.
You don't remember Marcel Darius? He was I believe he was the
Stud
third
tackle
pick.
for the Bills.
I want to say he was the 3rd pick in the 2011 draft.
That's why I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long national nightmare is over.
Osiris Torrance is still on the board, my boy.
I don't really care.
Steve
if that,
Avila is still on the board.
I mean, honestly.
Keon
yes.
White is still on the board. Andre Carter II is still on the board. Isaiah Foskey is still on the board.
But we don't get Mozzie Smith.
Tuli
We don't get a run-stopping defensive tackle.
Tuli
Let's go.
Tuipulotu is still on the board.
Luke Weipler's still on the board.
Drew Sanders, who's basically just good Zach Bond, still on the board.
That's why I don't
fell.
like him. Adetomawa
No,
Adebaware.
he was supposed to be a 2nd-round pick. I was
not
pushing.
56. He was like 40.
Listen, man. Some people just don't see it. I do, personally. What'd you say? Zach Bond.
Some Zach Bond slander.
I said, hey man, good Zach Bond is just Zach Bond.
That's a fact. I like the way you said that. I love Zach Bond. Zach Bond's a dog. Not very good at the NFL level, but I love Zach Bond.
Not really.
No.
Great special teams player, which,
But he's no Matthew Slater.
that happens. He's not Matthew Slater. He's Craig Robertson.
He is Craig Robertson. That is fair.
Listen, man, I don't lie.
Fullback. What a
There's
guy.
one thing about me, and it's I don't lie. I might say some crazy stuff, but it's never a lie. Like what? About what?
Life's crazy.
That no, you're still here. If I meant goodbye, you would have left. When was it? What do you? Yes, I did. Hello. I do that every time anything ever happens. I'm pretty sure I did. Prove it. Well, would you look at that?
Life's crazy.
There's, maybe I should have made chicken instead of beef. We have beef right now. That's literally beef. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? It's a roast. It's made out of cow. It's beef.
Is anything made out of cow beef?
Yes.
Feels kind of stupid.
Well, milk's not beef.
Oh!
Or is it
Now
just
we're
liquid beef?
having a conversation.
It's liquid beef.
It's liquid beef.
Now we're going back and forth.
It's beef for your bones.
Ah, the good old bone beef, huh? You know what they say about bone beef?
What do they say about
What do they say
Yo,
about
please
bone?
enlighten us.
No, I said not me know. Me know.
Jaguars take Brian Branch.
Jaguars do take Brian Branch here.
They better.
Makes sense.
Better. I did
Although,
say he would look
Osiris
really
Torrance.
good in a Jaguars uniform.
Osiris Torrance.
Jaguars would not take Osiris Torrance.
But what if they did?
Gotta protect T-Law.
And look at that number one need.
It says guard on PFF. But it also says center as the second need for the Saints, which is
Ignore
dumb.
all of that.
Yeah.
I don't
Very-
get the Saints need cornerback. At least not in the first.
I don't understand
I don't
the
get it.
Saints need center.
I don't get. Yeah, that doesn't make no sense.
Corner makes. You're right though. Corner
They
makes
don't-
just as little sense as center.
They don't know Eric McCoy's speed.
They don't know Eric McCoy in general.
On that
Apparently,
one
he's a really
block
good player.
downfield for that Calvin
In the
Kamara
Packers game?
scream against
In
the,
that Packers game.
Yeah,
I was in
Absolutely
Thibodeau when that
sprinting
happened.
downfield.
I was getting
What's up,
pizza
bro?
at the front door. Like the Domino's was at my door, and I was like,
Mr. Domino
"What
himself.
Kamara?" Yeah, exactly.
Mr.
Yeah.
Dom no?
Domino.
Speaking about Dom, how's Dom doing?
what are we doing?
That was doing good.
Dom's doing good? I haven't seen Dom in a long time.
He's chilling.
That's good.
He's at home with Rihanna right now.
To all the Dustins out there, because you're the only one watching, and anybody who may go back and watch this after it's over,
We're all famous.
go watch the Ratman movie on YouTube by Rajan Awasthi. That is RajanAwasthi. Rajan Awasthi. The Ratman movie. It's an hour long. It's once you get into it, it won't feel like an hour. It's a great film. Really fun. Got some good actors in there. I will spoil it for you. Mr.
Spoiler corner.
Locktober is in it.
Oh, did you like the message I sent you? While I was
Oh
on
yeah.
the toilet.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to add that part. You could just said away.
No, they know.
But
He knows.
Time Marches Calzone was a big favorite.
Time March Calzone.
Calzone.
Time March Calzone was a big favorite
add that to my
by
playlist.
Lionel Frankenstein.
March cows on.
Sisters
forgot.
of Pizza.
I forgot that Devin Lloyd was a Jaguar.
Having red
Did you see
sauce.
the thing on Jimmy Fallon where Adam Lambert sang that shared "Do you believe in life after love?" But it was the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man? It was so good. I have to
Who
send
was
that
this?
through.
Adam Lambert, like
Yeah.
the American Idol winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it was with
The fill-in for Queen.
Yeah.
CJ Henderson.
I forgot he existed.
Panther.
What a guy.
Got traded to the Panthers. They have J.C. Horn and C.J. Henderson.
Kaylavon Chason.
They have Jeremy Chin and Brian Burns.
Kaylavon Chason was such
Shaq Thompson.
A dog.
such a good player on
And then he's
LSU.
been in the league.
He's mid.
Just kind of there.
Same with
Exactly.
Patrick Queen.
Laughing at over
Patrick
there.
Queen had a really good start to his rookie season,
And he hasn't done anything.
and then he
He
quieted
has
down
been
a
the
lot.
definition of serviceable linebacker.
all you had to do was talk shit, nut it up. There you go.
Who do you think they pick here, lot?
I'm gonna go with Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
Brian Branch. All right, cool. I'll go Joey Porter
The
Jr.
Jaguars select
Anton Harrison, tackle out of Oklahoma.
Anton Harrison.
Reese is pissed.
Reese is pissed.
That means the Saints can't pick him.
Let's go.
4.98. That is kind of
Please.
crazy. That's pretty epic. I will say. Teron Armstead? Question mark.
Take Osiris Torrance. I don't know what the Bengals guards look like.
Where did
right
Teron
now.
Armstead go to college?
Arkansas playing buff.
You're dang right he did.
There's a tackle in this class from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and he
Oh,
plays
so-
left tackle.
So is he
And
getting
he
picked in 2 picks?
Is very athletic.
He's getting picked in 2 picks.
He very well might.
Is his name like
Don't remember what
Moran
his name is.
Tarmstead or something?
Laron Tarmted.
Yeah. It sounds right.
I'm gonna go put him
Is
in
it Kermit
Madden.
DJ Woo Kid?
Could be. Kermit DJ Woo Kid is somebody a lot of people will never get to experience, but you should. Kermit DJ Woo Kid is one of the greatest athletes of all
Start the
time.
narrative of Teron Armstead replacement.
I want to start the narrative of Kermit DJ Woo Kid. That's it.
Matthew Bergeron.
No.
Such a Saints name.
Update on some NBA news. The Celtics took the series against the Hawks tonight, 128-120.
The Heat with the upset.
The Heat,
Jimmy Butler did the
Gentleman
definition,
sweep.
The definition of willing a team to a win.
The definition of him moment.
Did you guys hear
What did he drop, what,
Giannis's
fi-
comments?
That there's no such thing as failure in sports.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying he used the comparison of Michael Jordan. Like Michael Jordan didn't win the championship 19 seasons out of his career. Were they all failure years? I mean, that was the argument he made.
Definitely a talking point.
Yes, you think yes?
I wouldn't know.
I would say no.
See, it just depends on what you count as a failure or not.
I would say last year for the Jacksonville Jaguars was not a failure.
Not even close.
Therefore,
Without a doubt, they made improvements.
Therefore, you can't count every loss as a failure. However, I wouldn't go as far as to say there's no such thing as failure.
Right. I think this Bucks
Because
team,
I think last year's Cardinals, that's a failure.
I think this Bucks team, the Milwaukee Bucks,
That's a failure.
I think it is a failure.
They were the number
supposed-
one seed.
You're supposed to win the championship.
They were the number 1 seed going against a team that barely won in the play-in.
Yeah. Like you are at a stage in your career, like if you're Giannis, you've won the MVP, you've won the NBA Finals before. Like, what is there left to do than win another one?
Yeah, I mean, you not only that, but it's not just Giannis. Drew Holiday's a great player.
it is a star-studded
Chris
lineup.
Middleton's
Yeah,
a great player.
yeah.
Brooke Lopez finished top 2 in Defensive Player of the Year.
Like,
That
the-
is a squad
the
that got
expectation-
4-1'd
The
by Jimmy
expectation
Butler.
is to win. And if you fail to reach those expectations, then it's a failure.
Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy Butler had the biggest I'm Him series of all time. I think he dropped 56 and 46
points.
56 and 46 in back-to-back games to will the Heat to wins.
Here comes Goodell.
And that's
Bengals
the
pick.
Heat.
All right, here we go.
That's
Who's
the
this
Heat.
Bengals pick here, guys? Joey Porter Jr.?
Cody Mock.
28th pick, Bengals select Miles Murphy.
Great pick for them.
That means Nolan
I
Smith
really
is
wanted
still
him to
there.
be a Saint.
Four of our 5 guys are still
Dustin, Nolan Smith is there. Hey, Dustin, Nolan Smith is there. Hey, Dustin, Nolan Smith is there.
Osiris Torrance is there.
Dustin, look at me in my eyes. I know you're watching this right now. I know you're watching this, Dustin. Nolan Smith is there. That's all I want to say. Guys, you know who else is there? Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
There's quite a few guys on the board where if the Saints took him, I'd be like, wow.
Yeah, there's only 2 guys where I'd be mad.
Yeah, and it's the first one and it's the 6th one.
Who's the first?
Will Levis.
Will Levis, and the sixth one is Osiris Torrance.
It can't.
It's
be
not.
Will
No, it's not
Levis.
Will Levis.
It can't be
Will Levis is going to be the number 31 pick when somebody trades into the first round to grab him, so they can keep that fifth-year option on him.
Yeah, I could.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what they did with Teddy B. That's what they did with Lamar.
I could see the Seahawks doing it.
I could see the Seahawks doing it. I could see
The
scroll
Rams.
down into round
I could
two.
see the Rams doing it too.
I want Brian Brzee. I want Michael Mayer. Anything else?
I could see. Okay. I could see Tennessee doing it. I could see the Raiders doing it. I could see Seattle doing it. I could see the Rams doing it. There's quite a few teams who could do it. I don't know if it'll happen. Miles Murphy would have been a great fit for the Saints. Miles Murphy would have been a great fit. Oh, look at C.J. Stroud crying. Look at Will Anderson screaming. Look at Anthony. You should be crying. You just robbed an entire franchise, Anthony Richardson. Just know that.
I don't know if it's his fault.
It is his fault. I don't like Anthony Richardson.
The Saints
are on the clock. This is the moment we've been waiting for, and so this is a moment we've been. What if they pull up Peyton Turner? We didn't know who Peyton Turner was until draft night. Scroll down.
That's what I was thinking.
Scroll down.
We haven't had that guy like,
Scroll down.
like last year's Cole Strange.
Scroll down. Scroll down. No, scroll down on the prospects. Keep going. No. Stop.
No, it's not far enough.
No.
Siaka?
Siaki Ika, totally a Saints type pick. Go to page
Matthew
2.
Bergeron.
Go to page 2. Go to page 2.
It's going to be Cody Mel.
Could be Isaiah Foskey, another one. Corey Trice, cornerback out of Purdue, another guy I could see the Saints taking.
Kobe Turner.
Oh, hang on. Jonathan Mingo.
Kobe Turner's low-key good, but not in the first round.
Tajay
Forest.
Spears. Tajay Spears. Still there.
Not a first rounder. Derek Hall out of Auburn. Forsyth gets it. DeMarvion
Overshown.
That's a name. That is a name and a
There
half.
it is.
4 minutes.
You're right.
And
Nick
40
Saldiveri,
seconds.
tackle out of Old Dominion.
That's it. That's the one.
Not Michael Mayer or Brian Brzee. I'm going to have to be convinced on why this is a good pick.
Luke Schoonmaker.
Okay, I can try my best if it's Nolan Smith. If it's anybody else, I'll struggle. Or Brian Branch. Both of those guys, I can try my best. Anybody else? Carl Brooks. That's who we're picking.
Here comes
Not a
the
Damn it,
Bowling
they're
Green.
Bowling Green DT.
Here comes the
out
BJ
slash edge.
Ojolari.
Reese would be so mad.
Here comes
Reese
the
would be
BJ Ojolari.
unbelievably mad. First round pick since 2018, 2021, Peyton Turner, 2020, Cesar Ruiz. Terrible pick at the moment. Actually, kind of worked out a little bit, kind of somewhat.
He was running out of breath.
I was running out of breath.
Guy,
2019, none. Who's none? Do you remember picking him? What position does he play?
I believe he
Center.
played point guard for the Lakers at one point.
You're right. Marcus Davenport in 2018. Not a great look from 2018 to 2021.
No.
What if Mickey
Saints wouldn't trade this?
What if Mickey
They're
Loomis's
thinking-
whole thing with the 8 picks was he wanted more, not less? What if this is where somebody trades up to get Will Levis? Guys, I don't know how to put this.
Guys,
It's going to be Yaya Diaby.
guys, my father texted me.
What'd he say?
He said he gave his take on who he thinks the Saints should draft. He said the Saints can get Meyer since he doesn't draft him.
Since he didn't take him.
Mayer. He likes Mayer.
Scroll up a little bit. There's a guy that
spoken.
that I think you would really love here, and that's Riley Moss, white cornerback out of Iowa.
3 minutes.
There's 2 Byron Youngs in this draft.
There is, and they both went to SEC schools, and they both play the same position-ish. One's a D end, one's a D tackle.
Oh, it's going to be Anthony Bradford.
No, we don't take LSU players.
You're right.
Pick is in. We're not trading it. Ooh. Pick is in. All right, guys. Give your final guess. I don't want a wishful thinking. I want a final predictive guess. True to the Saints. Who did we take here?
True to the Saints.
True to the Saints.
Steve Avila.
Okay.
If this is what the Saints are doing, it's Steve Avila or Osiris Torrance.
Okay.
I hope it's Nolan Smith.
Who do you think it is? They look happy. Who do you think it is?
They don't look happy enough.
Who do you think it is? Give me your guess as to who it is.
Osiris Torrance.
I don't know.
For Forsyth's sake, I hope it's Michael Mayer or Breezy.
Who do you think it is?
Osiris Torrance.
I'm going Felix Anduke Uzama.
I would like that.
Oh,
I would
That's
like
who
that
I
a lot.
think it is.
I need to be convinced on that one.
I'm not convinced, so we'd have to be convinced
Adetomiwa
together.
Adebawore?
I'm convinced on him.
I mean, I would like.
You're looking at a guy, he's 6'5", 265, got the inside-outside versatility, polished player, shows his... To be honest, he shows himself in both run-stopping and pass rush. Not quite polished as much as you want him to be, but he's got versatility, and I really like him.
I mean,
That's
I
what
would
I
like
think about
Uzama better than
Adetomiwa Adebawore.
either of the guards that we've been talking about.
I would cry.
I wouldn't like him more than Nolan.
Our
Smith.
guy is there, Dustin. Nolan Smith, our guy. Very smart individual. Athletic
Rodgers,
individual.
is Roger up there?
Comes from a great...
Oh, now they're walking
If
him
it's
back.
any of these four, I'm very happy.
All right,
Oh boy!
boys. The moment we've been
Boys,
waiting
boys,
for
boys.
months.
Please don't screw this up.
They're going to screw it up, aren't they?
I don't want to look.
I don't either. My heart's pounding. Brian Brzee.
Yes!
Brian
Fine
Brzee.
with that.
Oh my God! I'm so happy. Reese, get to the chat.
Dustin?
Dustin does not like
Dustin,
it.
I
Oh
agree.
my God! I'm so happy.
Dustin, I agree.
I think,
Why are we anti Brian Brzee? What's wrong with him?
I think there
He's
were better
exactly
options.
what the Saints need.
I'm not convinced.
How can I convince you? You want a pass rushing defensive tackle?
What happened last year?
Last year was a rough. He had his sister just died,
Fair.
and he was battling injuries last year. You go back to the last year's tape, and this guy might be right below Jalen Carter.
I don't want to bank on a guy's like I don't know, man. I liked Kalijah Cansey more. Like Brzee,
I did too, but
just hurts.
this guy, Brian Brzee, is going to be real good, real good.
I mean, I'm happy it wasn't one of the guards.
Listen, I am looking at who's on the board. There's only a couple of guys who I would have liked more.
There's four guys. I was like,
There's
There's
four guys I would've liked
Nolan
more.
Smith,
Brian Branch, Michael Mayer,
Joey Porter.
JPJ. Brian Brzee would have been the fifth guy after that, I think.
yes.
I think
Because as much as I hype up Adebawore, I think Brian Brzee's better.
at 40, I think you're going to get an edge rusher that's comparable to Nolan Smith.
I think at 40 we can get Anaduke Uzama.
Yeah, there's a reason Nolan Smith is still there. It's because Anaduke, Nolan Smith, Adebawore, they're the same tier of question marks.
They have just the right curvature
There's no
above the dot.
exactly. Brian Branch is great. The positional value is just not there. It's just not.
All right, let me go over the comment section real quick. So Dustin was not happy. He said better options. I agree. Then Reese said yes, and then yes,
Reese.
and yes, and one more time, yes. And Dustin said, pretty sure he took a cheap shot on LSU in the national championship game, too.
You know
what?
Who cares?
Brian Brzee.
Who cares? The man's can play.
I'll do more homework on him, so I don't sound like an idiot. But I feel like for the Saints, a lot more happy than I could have been,
Yes.
based on
Yes.
previous
We could have
seasons.
just landed
Based
a
on
offensive guard.
Based on previous
That's just
seasons,
a
they did a
giant
lot
man.
better job than I thought they would. With that being said, I have had to use the bathroom for like 10 picks now, so I will be right back.
I mean, it's expected. We've been streaming for 4 hours.
Sure. Man's got the bladder of the ankles of some paper.
Sounded
Kinda
like
crazy.
it hurt. Sounded like it hurt.
He's got the bladder of a god,
But the ankles
but the heel of Achilles.
Oh, crazy times. But like at 40, I think you can get a tight end like Michael Mayer's great. You might be able to trade up and get Michael Mayer because this is not Michael Mayer. And unless KC gets their Travis Kelce replacement, that's not Michael Mayer. Pittsburgh's got Freiermuth. Arizona invested an early pick last year in a tight end. Detroit very well could be. So you might have to jump to Arizona, which is not hard.
The Lions could take a tight end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to jump Detroit.
Yeah.
3 countries starting
This
with
guy.
the letter B.
B.
Brian.
Breezy.
Brazil.
Bobby.
Bolivia.
Bobby Tan. Botswana.
Botswana.
Get wrecked.
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, yeah.
I gotta go text Chris and be like, yo, I told you.
Bosnia.
And Bosnia and Herzegovina. Reese's favorite country.
Belgium.
Pay attention. Nolan Smith.
I don't know.
Dude. I had them picking Nolan Smith at 10. If they get him at 30,
Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter,
Jordan Davis,
Jordan Davis, and whoever else is out there.
Hassan Reddick.
Reddick.
That would be it.
Or
Kinda nuts.
Brandon Graham.
If little man Nolan Smith can
Send him to the
Get
Super
around
Bowl.
the NFL.
Send him to the Super Bowl.
Little
Send
man,
him to the Super Bowl. Who'd they pick at 10? They didn't pick at 10. They traded out. They traded up for Jalen Carter at 9. Wow. Dude, that's a draft. That's a draft. It exists.
Dude, they're
Or
all
they get
standing
Brian
in
Branch.
the Eagles' room.
Ooh, also a good pick.
Brian
all
Branch
standing.
or JPJ.
They might have just taken a photo.
Yeah.
maybe it's possible. Maybe it's not.
Oh, a lot of
They
clapping.
look really happy. They look a
all
lot
look
happier
like, they
than
look
the,
like copy and paste
than the
is what they
Saints
look like.
war
It's all
room.
the same
Everybody's
person.
in a suit. That's why.
Reese said, y'all lucky I wasn't able to make it tonight. I'm so excited I would have been naked.
I'm also glad you weren't able to make it tonight if you were going to be naked.
I'm pissed. Dustin's also pissed. That Reese isn't here naked.
Reese, wait, hold up, Reese, you said Brian Brzee has the highest upside left.
Bold.
That's an interesting take to me. I would say Nolan Smith's upside is higher, but I believe Brian Brzee's floor is higher. That's my take. But I want to know your thoughts on that.
I think Nolan Smith wowed everybody at the combine.
I liked him before the combine.
Yeah.
I think he was like really good last year, the year before last. Well, then again, I can't use that argument against Brian Brzee. So
Pick is in for the Eagles.
I just like intelligent players, and I feel like Nolan Smith is that kind of player.
It's his glasses.
No, like I've heard him speak before.
Man said he reads books.
He reads books.
He's terrible at rushing.
Yeah, he's a really bad offensive player. All of his season highs are 0.
You can tell me he rushed for 0 touchdowns.
Yeah, rush for 0 touchdowns.
So last year he had 7 TFLs.
He played, what, 7 games, is that? 8 games? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 games. Got injured in the last one. He had a TFL in every game except for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good in my opinion.
3 sacks.
If you're getting a TFL every game, that's pretty dope.
16 QB hits.
I think he's a really good player.
0 picks. 0 fumbles.
That, that worries me.
Chat's
That
popping
as a
off over
defensive
there.
end, you're not. Okay. You got the highest upside. Nolan is a massive question mark, though. He's just a freak. Like Fast, I don't think he has a high football IQ. I would argue that with a brick wall. I think the last thing you can say about Nolan Smith is that he doesn't have a high football
No, the
IQ.
last thing you could say about him is that he's a good punt returner.
Yeah, he had a 29-yard punt return. Did Brian Brzee ever do that?
It might be dude perfect.
It might be. That is
Dude perfect. And some grandma.
That's dude perfect, and yeah,
Who is that?
dudette. It's dudette perfect. Is that Mae Young? Oh, she's also dude perfect.
Oh. Are they gonna do like a trick shot? They're gonna trick.
The grandma?
They don't even
They're
have.
gonna trick shot the grandma?
They're gonna
even-
trick shot the draft pick.
They don't even
Jason
have the best dude from Dude Perfect up there.
Which one?
Cody.
Why is he the best?
He's just my favorite.
Because he's tall?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Ty is obviously the best. The guy with the beard?
Oh yeah.
Obviously.
Can you go to Nolan Smith's build for me? I want to get his exact
Well,
build.
I'm looking at his stats still. So this is 2021 season. He had 56 tackles,
9
TFLs
for 33 total yards.
22.
Here comes the Eagles pick.
Oh, 3.5 sacks.
3.5 for
They select
Jason Kelsey.
Oh, it's the Kelsey mother.
Oh, that's Donna Kelsey.
Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith.
I think that's such a good pick.
Nolan Smith to the Eagles. Wow.
His hands look comically big. Like, extremely small.
His hands are way too big for his head.
Okay.
Love the white suit.
Oh, Bryce is like, you know what they say about big hands.
No. That's no. I was specifically looking at that page right there. I tuned y'all out for a second.
Juice.
Wow. Comp
Hassan
to
Reddick.
Hassan Reddick on team with Hassan Reddick.
Fact.
Double Hassan Reddick. Juice.
Juice indeed.
He's karate chopping this man in this picture.
Oh, yeah. Get me in that backfield.
With Murphy off the board, it's the best fit.
Oh, get out of the way.
I would agree that Brazil is a better fit than Nolan Smith.
Get out of the way,
I could definitely
Bo.
agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Without a doubt. Listen, I'm gonna within 2 weeks I'm gonna be the biggest Brian Brzee stan you've ever seen because he's a Saint and I have to feel that way. Just let me grieve for one night and then we'll be fine.
He's got serious speed
He's
for
fast.
an edge.
I think he's
4.39. That's a crazy
You know what?
40.
Reese has a good point. He doesn't fit the Saints. I tried arguing with you earlier that he fits the Saints because I'm such a Nolan Smith fan, but
I don't think he's a bad player.
he doesn't fit the Saints that well.
In New Orleans, Brian Brzee has made sense the entire way if you couldn't get Kalijah Kings. He's a passionate defensive tackle.
Brian Brzee fits New Orleans better than Nolan Smith does. I just like Nolan Smith so much as a player. I think he should have went. I don't know why he was still on the board at 30. That blows my mind. Like, to me, he's unequivocally better than Will McDonald.
Yeah, no doubt.
I would have put him around the same level as Lucas Van Ness. Very different players. The most different you could possibly get between players, but I would have put him on that same level.
All right, final pick of the first round. Who do these Chiefs grab?
Yeah, who do the Chiefs
They're not
get?
trading
if-
the pick, I don't
if
believe.
they
I think they're
keep the
sticking
pick,
with
who
it.
do they get?
What wide receivers are left on the board?
So one of Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, and Joey Porter Jr., or two of those guys, I should say, are not going to be first-round picks this year. Which, if you would have told me that before tonight, I would have said maybe one of them, but no way two of them.
Yeah, I thought all the top four guys
I
on
think-
that screen, which is Levis,
I don't
Branch,
think they
Mayer,
take
and Porter.
secondary. I don't think they take a tight end. I think they're going to go somewhere else.
I'd be super aggravated if Michael Mayer went to the Chiefs.
They could go. I think they go O-line here, probably. in
I
my
don't think they
opinion.
really need O-line. They've had a decent. Yeah, they.
We are talking about the team that just won the Super Bowl.
They lost Orlando Brown and signed somebody else. I forgot who it was. It was Jawan Taylor, I think. Right?
Yeah, I don't think they need O-line.
I think this is either the Kelsey replacement because he is getting older. Like, eventually, he will fall.
And also, you can't it's not unheard of for teams to have a two tight end set.
Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski.
Exactly.
It's like it totally makes sense. If he doesn't go here, New
Look at
Orleans
Andy
can
Reid hiding the
easily
cheeseburger in his left hand.
New Orleans can easily move up for their guy. All they got to do is get ahead of Detroit, and moving from like those 8 spots, nothing.
My dad hated the Brzee pick.
Did he give a reason, or just like I hate it?
He just said, I hate the pick.
That's so tough. I'm going to order my jersey right now. Can I get an Andy Reid jersey?
I think this would be a good spot for one of those project inside-outside guys. Like Anuduke Uzama, Adebaware.
Adebaware makes way too much sense here.
I think this would be a really good spot for them. I believe, did they lose Frank Clark in the offseason?
Yeah, he's a free agent, I think.
Okay.
Like, he's just out there,
And
but
Will
nobody
Levis is going
wants
to
him.
be a second-round player.
That's insane.
I never would have thought that. Hendon Hooker, also second-round player. Only three quarterbacks taken in the first round. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
I thought for sure there'd be another one.
I thought for sure
didn't
there'd
know we
be
were
at
playing
least
bingo.
four.
At least.
Oh, you didn't get the bingo card?
No.
Crazy.
Sucks to be you.
Guess I got to talk to Chad.
No,
Woohoo!
Chad didn't hand out the bingo
What a guy.
cards. It was Dr. Z.
No. Chad
Q.
docked us points for
We
having
have
bullet
two-
points the
we
same
have two
color as the
doctors that we call
background.
letters, by the way. We have two doctors that go by letters.
We
Dr.
lost-
Z and Dr. Q.
Chad took a point away from us because our bullet points were the same color as the background of our
did.
PowerPoint. I
They
was like,
weren't
Chad,
the-
what are we
they-
doing?
They
Rookie
weren't the
mistake.
same color?
He also took
one
away.
was black, one was gray, but it's fine.
He also took away 2 points because we didn't put a reference slide.
That's on us.
That's like awful.
Also a rookie mistake.
Yeah, we
Got
got a
30 out of 33. I'll take it. 91, baby. Let's
He
roll.
complimented every single, like all of our. He told us we were really good at speaking. Like he complimented us very well in our speaking.
Had a lot of
skills.
practice.
We
At
did practice.
11:30 last night.
We did practice
I meant
for 2 hours
podcast.
last night.
Oh.
This is not practice. This is play time. There's corner talent to
Talking
get at
practice.
corner at 40, but not D line. I don't
Exact-
think we take a corner at 40.
Who said that though?
Reese.
Yeah.
No, I mean
Like,
I
there's
agree.
talent.
But I don't think we need a
The
corner.
drop off from
Unless
Brian
Joey
Brzee to
Porter
the
Jr. 's
next D
there.
tackle, the drop off from Brzee to the next D tackle is huge.
Well,
In
yeah.
my opinion, the drop off from Joey Porter to the next corner, like who's the next corner on the board?
Let's
Cam Smith.
find out right now.
I like Cam Smith a lot. I really do.
Cam Smith, Tyreek Stevenson.
Tyreek Stevenson, DJ Turner.
What did I tell you about Tyreek Stevenson?
That he was
Could
going
have
to
been
go
a
in the
first
round.
rounder.
Keely Ringo.
I think he's that
a saint.
talented. Keely Ringo is overrated,
Keely Ringo.
beyond overrated.
I think I also think he's overrated,
Keely
but
Ringo is buns.
definitely
Uber athletic. and that's it.
definitely has the name of a saint.
Buns.
Probably.
Buns.
This is a loaded tight end
We have
class.
Travius Hodges.
And the only tight end off
Hey.
the board.
Travius Hodges Tomlinson at 71 might be a fantastic pick.
Exactly. You take the value here because it's such a loaded class at running back and tight end
You
and
would
corner.
love that.
You wait on those.
You know you would love that.
What would you love?
Riley Moss.
Well, of course. I have to buy you a new jersey.
Troy Apke. I mean, he's basically
I am
The
wearing
s-
a Troy
the
Apke
second
jersey.
corner.
Iowa Troy Apke.
Troy
His
Apke
tight
goes
end
school.
class is so good.
Sam Laporta at 71.
Sam Laporta doesn't make it to 71 in my brain.
That's a take.
I don't think he does either.
I think they're going to have
The
four tight
only
ends
one
going
off
in
the
second.
board was Dalton Kincaid.
Because
you
they're
still
gonna-
got Michael
they're gonna-
Mayer,
Michael Mayer,
Musgrave,
Sam Laporta,
Darnell
Luke,
Washington.
Musgrave, and Darnell Washington all go before
Schoonmaker.
71.
Crazy.
They're all. Well, we saw Will McDonald and Emmanuel Forbes go back to back in the middle of the first. We have seen crazy.
Correct.
We saw Will Levis fall out of the first round. We saw Tyree Wilson make it out of the top 5. Like, we've seen crazy tonight.
Reese said Bachel's argument was Porter and Branch and Mayer, and there's talent past those guys, wrong past, but not D-line.
Yeah.
My argument was Nolan Smith.
I also
I wanted
argued
Nolan
Nolan
Smith above all the other ones. But
I have.
I'm a fan of Breesy, yeah. I mean, I like it a lot more than Osiris Torrance or Steve
It could have
Avila.
been real rough at the end of this draft.
Like, I'm not mad at it. I think he's going to fit the team well. Going to fill some holes. I just think Nolan Smith would have had a better career as a Saint.
My dad says that he didn't like the Brzee pick because the Saints always miss on defensive line when they draft one in the first round.
Cam Jordan would like to have a word.
Since Cam Jordan,
Sheldon
he's
Rankins
true.
was decent.
I don't know. It's not my word.
He was decent, but what was he first round worthy looking back at his career?
Probably not.
I'd say no.
Pick is in for the Kansas
I've seen the
City
pick.
Chiefs.
Any guesses?
No.
Is it on offense?
It is not on offense.
It's going to be one of the inside-outside defensive guys.
It's Uzama.
It's Anaduke Uzama. It's Adebaware. It's
Well, that's not Roger Goodell.
That is the Green Goblin.
He does
Willem
look,
Dafoe.
he does look like Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dementor.
That's Dennis Leary.
That is
Willem Dementor.
Willem Dementor.
Clark Hunt,
Apparently it's Clark Hunt.
CEO.
He's lying to us.
Felix Anadike Uzoma.
Uzoma.
I didn't even think about Kansas City being the last pick in the Kansas City draft.
Yeah,
That kind of worked out well, didn't it?
it did.
Where's the draft next year? Have they announced it yet?
I'm sure it did. I don't know.
Why are we going?
I want it to come to New Orleans. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I want to go to
That'd be real fun.
It's in Champion Square.
You got the Super Bowl next year, right?
Huh?
What if it's in like Hawaii?
We could drive there.
Why on earth would it be in Hawaii?
We could walk.
Start walking now.
Oh man.
No, we'd make it
We'd make it.
by next year's draft. It doesn't
We'd
take a year to
definitely
walk
make
to
it.
Hawaii.
No, yeah.
Matt Judon.
Ooh, I love a Matthew Judon.
Does dirty work?
Dirty work.
I think it does.
High side rusher. Okay.
That's another clip.
Oh man.
It's in Detroit next year.
Oh, of course it is.
I don't know if I want
Champion, Super Bowl champion,
I was about
Detroit
to say,
Lions.
funny. You know, they schedule it for Kansas City. Kansas City wins the Super Bowl. They schedule it for
They
Detroit.
did. It was in Vegas last year, and they had the 7th pick.
And schedule in Detroit.
So when you put it like that,
Schedule in Detroit.
I don't think I'd feel comfortable walking to Detroit.
I don't feel well.
you feel more comfortable walking to Hawaii.
Yes.
You go walk on the water.
Yes.
I feel like
Okay.
well,
Through a lot less states.
Well,
you die
because
a lot
there's
more
water.
too.
Yeah.
There's like nothing in like New Mexico or Arizona. Like you're gonna be walking through like desert.
The
unless you live in,
Steelers
like,
are now on the
Scottsdale or
clock
Phoenix.
for tomorrow.
Or Albuquerque.
Can we meet Bryan Cranston on the way?
Hopefully.
Oh, what a dream! Can I draft Bryan Cranston to my fantasy team?
White.
All right, gentlemen.
All right.
I have work at 7 o'clock in the morning,
I work
maybe
at-
6 o'clock. So
I also have
we
work
shall
tomorrow.
see.
All right.
Time.
Final thoughts on tonight's draft.
I'm in the minority here, but miss you, Reese, because the Brian Brzee pick was great, and we shall rejoice when he's inducted into the Saints Hall of Fame one day.
And adding on to that,
Woof indeed.
who do you think the first pick of the second round will be? The
It's
Steelers
the
have
Pittsburgh
it.
Steelers. With
Where did they go in the first?
Broderick Jones.
So there's still Joey Porter Jr. Yeah, that's easy. Oh my God, that's easy.
Hell yes.
I would give that card to Roger now, and just have him hold it overnight.
He'd
Let
lose
it marinate, and then tomorrow just like
What
Joey
if they
Porter Jr.
double down on Jones tackles and go DeWand Jones?
that's psychotic.
They'd get those jerseys mixed up a lot in training camp. They have Triceratops roaming the streets of Detroit. Clip it.
Sensational.
But yeah,
No, I thought it was a really exciting draft. Some wild
Yeah.
scenes. That Houston trade at the top's unlike anything I've seen. Unreal. Really love it. I know Chris has got to be happy as a Texans fan. Too bad he's just not happy enough to tune into the pod. What a loser.
even though he'll subtweet and say, "Hey, go listen to these guys," and he doesn't do it himself.
Gumbo Sports, more like no.
Chumbo Sports.
Okay, I think we're
All right,
a
Lot.
little loopy after 4.5 hours. Lot, final thoughts on this draft?
I had a lot of thoughts about this draft, but I'll keep them with my final ones.
Jameer Gibbs.
I'll go over like my teams. I don't know much about the Brian Brzee pick. I don't know enough about the guy. I have a guy on my right. I have two guys on my right telling me it's a bad pick. I have one guy on my left and one guy in the chat telling me it's a good pick.
I wouldn't say it's a bad
Yeah, I
pick.
never said it was a
I
bad pick.
feel very indifferent. on
You
him.
don't like him.
I don't like him as much as
I
other
like
people.
him. I just would rather Nolan Smith. I'm happy it's not a guard.
He's better than other alternatives, but he's not the best.
Okay,
That's where I'll put
Okay,
it.
so we'll see about Brzee. My Patriots, they ended up with Christian Gonzalez. Heck yeah.
Great
I mean,
pick.
that's amazing.
It's a great pick.
For them. Fell all the way to 17. My Commanders could have had him at 16. Probably not a great pick for them.
Definitely not.
But I think they did still end up with a pretty good corner.
Good ball hawk in
yeah.
the corner.
They do currently have a cornerback with the last name of Wild Goose.
Ooh.
Put that man in the Hall of Fame.
Wild Goose Forbes
What a
is a great combo.
That's like on the tier of name of like DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Like that's good. I want a Wild Goose jersey now.
Brian Brzee just looks like a saint. doesn't
And
he?
obviously the Texans moves at 2 and 3. That was intense. Glad we got to see that. That was really cool. Stroud finds a home, and along with him, Will Anderson at the same spot. That'll be crazy. The narrative of those two guys taking on a young Texans team.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the Texans do next year after picking up C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson back-to-back picks. I know you give up next year's first. You give up a third. I think you gave up a second as well. So you're giving up a lot, but are any of the guys you would get in those positions next year Will Anderson level? Probably not. I don't know. Like, in my opinion, with getting Stroud and Will Anderson, they kind of put themselves out of the running of the top 5 next year. So you wouldn't get a Caleb Williams or a Drake May. So I think you kind of did what you could this year to put yourself in that position to get, they could be picking outside the top 10 next year.
Maybe.
With what they've done. And I don't know that to be true or not, but they've got a really young, talented team. I think they could definitely add some pieces later in this draft, specifically weapons around CJ. I think their defense was actually pretty good last year. If I remember correctly, the Texans actually had a pretty decent defense. I know they've got a pretty good secondary. So
A decent fence.
decent fence, some would say. Indeed.
Where do you think Houston finishes in their division?
I think they finish. I mean, it's hard to not say last,
Second to last.
but I would say third. I could say that. I would say they finish above the Titans. I say they finish third in their division above the Titans.
The thing is, though, we talk about the Titans every year because they're so uninteresting and boring. But like they always end up winning like 13 games.
See, last year they won 7 though.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the year before.
Yeah, like
Where
the
they were
year
the 1
before,
seed.
where they were the 1 seed, 12-5, and everybody was just kind of like they're mid,
Yeah.
and they were the 1 seed. I agree, but I think the Titans are kind of on the way down. They lost all. I mean, they're kind of in rebuild mode along with the Texans, but I just like the people the Texans have more. So I could see the Texans finishing third in the AFC South.
I could see them finishing second.
winning 7 games or so
I could see them finishing second, above the
Colts.
Titans and the Colts.
I say them and the Colts will probably be around the same level. They'll both win between 6 and 8 games.
See, I personally
Titans, Colts, and Texans will probably all win between 6 and 8 games.
see.
And then
I
you'll
have
have
the
Jags win
Texans.
10 to 11.
I have the Texans second to last. I think the Colts might be last.
Really?
I do.
Yeah.
That might be fair. I mean, they don't have a great quarterback.
Well, we don't.
They don't
know.
have any weapons. Their O-line is most of the time hurt. Yeah, I mean, they have 2 really good O-linemen, and outside of that, what do they really have? Their defense has so much talent, but they couldn't stay healthy to save their lives last season. That's a good question. Okay, y'all want to talk about anything else before you get out of here? Maybe.
Oh, who do you think is going to be the first pick of the?
Oh yeah, who do you think is going to be the
second
first pick
round.
in the second round?
with the
Steelers. I mean, I
The
think.
Steelers. I'll trust you guys with Joey Porter.
Yeah, I don't think it's anybody else, to be honest with you. I don't think it could be anybody unless somebody trades to get Will Levis before it kicks off. But
I think it's either him or Brian.
Will Levis
Branch.
is on the phone right now.
he is on the phone.
He's
right
pissed. He's calling his agent.
Yeah,
Him and
maybe.
his- yeah,
I don't know.
He's mad.
His agent.
Mango and his coffee.
His
Don't eat
agent
banana
is P
peels.
Diddy.
Don't eat banana peels.
His agent is P Diddy.
That's a good one.
Bo Callahan's about to walk out of the. Yeah, Bo Callahan's about to walk
Nobody went
out.
to Will Levis's birthday party. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. is probably going to be the first pick of the second round if Steelers keep that pick. Steal of the draft.
I mean, they could have gotten that guy at 17, wherever they were, in the first.
Who's the steal of the draft though in the first round?
I mean, is it not Christian Gonzalez?
I think it is.
I would say he's definitely up there. Can you scroll up so I can see all the picks?
I think it's either Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots or it's Jalen Carter at 10 or 9, wherever the Eagles took him. Jalen Carter to the Eagles might be the pick of the draft.
Christian Gonzalez at 17 or Nolan Smith at 30. Those are my two. Okay.
Not 27.
It's definitely
not 26.
It's not 27 for sure. It's not. I also agree it's not 26. All right. Maybe not the steal of the draft, but favorite pick of the draft other than our teams. Like don't pick the Saints. Don't pick the Patriots, Commanders, anything like that. Like pick a team that you kind of have no relation with. You just like what they did tonight.
I liked Dalton Kincaid to the Bills. I thought that was a super fun pick. I think they needed an upgrade at tight end. I mean, I'm not super high on Knox or anything, so I think Kincaid is going to fit their schemes really well, and yeah, I really like that pick.
Yeah, I think he'll play perfectly into a 2 tight end system. Maybe throw Dawson Knox in the red zone with Dalton Kincaid being that up and down the field tight end to really run down the seam. I really like. I've talked endlessly about how much I love Dalton Kincaid. So going to a system in the Bills where he's going to be getting ample opportunity with the ball in his hands, I definitely agree.
Yeah, give me. I'm going favorite pick, right? Give me JSN to the Seahawks.
You stole
That's
my pick, you bastard.
I'm sorry. You go take Devin Witherspoon or something at 5. JSN to the Seahawks. You want to invest in Geno Smith. You want to prove to him that you really believe he's the guy. Go get him. Probably the wide receiver 1 in this class. Just quite the route runner, elite talent at the receiver position, and someone who can step in for Tyler Lockett when he either leaves the team or hangs it up in the next few years.
Yeah, I mean the Seahawks had a great draft between Witherspoon and JSN. Didn't have to move at either spot. Stuck at 5 and 20. Not something I expected. And they get the number 1 corner and the number 1 wide receiver. So, great draft from the Seahawks.
Is it crazy to consider that like the Seahawks draft was the Jets draft from last year? Did they just take their offensive rookie and defensive rookie of the year in the first round?
Sauce and Brees Hall. Or Sauce and Garrett.
I don't think that's crazy to say.
They both had contenders for both last season in Ken Walker and Tariq Woolen.
Exactly. I don't think that's crazy to say.
They said we're running it back.
Yo,
the Seahawks?
Let's get that again.
Hot take, Seahawks? Nope, not saying it. All right.
They're not going to.
No,
my
hot
favorite-
takes. This is off the dome.
No, my
Off the
favorite
dome.
pick.
Don't think about it.
Seahawks might win the division next year.
Yeah.
Cardinals
are
because
awful.
It's the 49ers.
49ers are very, very good. Cardinals are awful.
So
Rams
good.
are awful.
Niners can come out and beat them easily.
Niners are always one of those teams who you could come out and win 8 games or you can come out and win 15. And either way, you're like, yep, that's the Niners. So I'm going to go my favorite pick of the draft. I loved Dalton Kincaid. I truly did. And I think Christian Gonzalez was a great pick. I think Jason. I mean, I feel like there's a ton of really good picks in this draft.
There are a ton of really good picks.
Real quick, if I can interrupt.
Yeah.
So Nick Underhill on Twitter talking about the Saints. He's there in a press conference right now with Dennis Allen.
Yeah.
He's saying that they were at 29. They were considering quarterback. I assume Will Levis, just because he was the first one, first on the board. But
Glad that didn't
at
happen.
29, they were heavily considered. That was a potential pick of quarterback at 29. I think that's
I
crazy.
just want to see all the picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so
Slow-
glad that
slowly
didn't
scroll
happen.
down.
But you guys are not alone in your disdain for the Brian Brzee pick. There's a lot of folks on Twitter that are anti Brian Brzee.
Okay.
I don't get the
Just to be different.
all the hate.
Just to be different, my favorite pick, I'm going to put Miles Murphy at 28. I would have had him in the top 18 or so. Like, if I'm the Lions there at 18, I'm ecstatic that he lasted that long. And they ended up going Jack Campbell, which that's a story for another day. But Miles Murphy going 28 to the Cincinnati Bengals, who already have some good edge rushers on the team between Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson. Just adding more depth there, man. I think that's such a great piece. I'm sorry,
He's getting choked up again.
This is Lions, man. They'll do it to you.
I had to burp. I'm not gonna lie to you. But that's my pick. Favorite pick of the draft, Miles Murphy at 28. You
got
said
Mustang.
JSN, huh?
Yeah, JSN. Well, my first one was going to be Christian Gonzalez to the Pats, and that was stolen. And then it was going to be JSN to the Seahawks, and that was stolen.
Who says you can't have the same pick?
All right, just keeping up with Reese's comments here. He said elite is a tough thing to say about JSN.
Wow.
I fair enough. I wouldn't say elite, but he's definitely the best wide receiver in the draft, without a doubt, in my opinion. Eagles definitely had the Jets draft, is what he says, between Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. I agree with that. I think you found your starting D end and D tackle for the next 12 years, if you can keep them there.
No, but that's not what the Jets draft was.
I know offensive rookie.
It was just the Jets draft was insane last year, and the Eagles are starting off really on the same track.
Yeah. And then he said, I wasn't here for the reaction to the two Lions picks. How do you feel, Redfish?
He had to change his pants.
I really like both of the players they took, but the value sucks for where they got them.
Correct.
They could have waited until 18 to get Jahmyr Gibbs, and you still would have thought it's a little bit of a reach. Makes a little bit more sense.
They could have waited till the second round to get Campbell.
That's what I was going to say. You could have waited till 34 and got Jack Campbell. So I like both of the players they got. I think they fit the system well, but I think you maybe could have taken Christian Gonzalez at 12, Jack Campbell, or Christian Gonzalez at 12, Jahmyr Gibbs at 18, and then Jack Campbell in the second round, and you get not only the two guys you get in the first round, but you add Christian Gonzalez to that. Then again, I don't know how other teams viewed these guys. Maybe the media was completely wrong about where these guys would end up, and everybody viewed them this way. But I think value-wise, very tough. Player-wise, very good. So if that gives you anything to work with there, that's kind of how I feel about the Lions picks.
Figured out my favorite pick.
What is it?
It is Zay Flowers to the Ravens.
It's a great pick.
Top tier.
I love that 4 wide receivers went in a row.
Yeah, most
20
mock
through
drafts
23.
only had like 2 going in the first round.
Because that's been the word for a few weeks. Is like the only guy with a first round grade was JSN, and then Zay Flowers might be the second guy to sneak in there.
early
Everybody
second.
else was sliding out. But then everybody was like, no, we need wide receiver, and we're going to take one. And I think the cool thing about where the wide receivers went is it's not the places that need the number 1 receiver. It's the places that need the help and the depth.
The
at
number
receiver.
2 or number 3
The number 2
receiver.
or 3, exactly. Like Seahawks, they have DK and Tyler already. You add JSN. Chargers already have Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. You add Quentin Johnson. Ravens already have Rashad Bateman, Odell. You add Zay Flowers. Vikings, you already have Jay Jettas. You add Jordan Addison. So it's not like a team that needed that number 1 receiver to step in immediately. It was somewhere where those guys can get help and be working against elite guys every day in practice. Any other thoughts, boys? We've hit 4 hours and 41 minutes. Reese agreed. I'm assuming that's with my Lions thing.
Yes.
Okay. Gibbs and Swift don't play too similarly. To be honest with you,
Yes and no.
agreed. They're similar sizes,
DeAndre Swift going to get traded.
but I don't think DeAndre Swift is going to be...
It doesn't make sense to have him on the roster.
I don't know if he's going to get cut, but I don't know if he's going to play a role in the Lions next
It
year.
makes no sense because you got your receiving back, Jahmyr Gibbs. You got the pound the rock, David Montgomery. And you got DeAndre Swift that does both. Why does he even need to be there if you've got one of each?
No, yeah, I'm with you.
That was a
what
really
I was-
dumb pick by the Lions.
More LSU highlights.
What was it, like Jahmyr Gibbs or DeAndre Swift?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
I don't think it's a dumb pick, personally. I think it was a dumb pick where you took him, but I think he's a good pick for your team. I think, but I like Jahmyr Gibbs, so I don't know. I guess it's biased.
I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I just don't know how well he fits what the Lions want to do.
I think he fits amazingly what the Lions want to do. DeAndre Swift has been the most injured player in all of football the past 3 years. He
Very Tyler Eifert-esque.
very Michael Thomas-esque. Like, doesn't play games. Straight up just doesn't play games. And when he's on the field, he's really good, but he just doesn't play. So you get a guy who's kind of similar to DeAndre Swift, who's never had an injury problem. If you like what DeAndre Swift brought to your team, you get Jahmyr Gibbs, who does it and in my opinion, better.
Jameer Gibbs is a little baby boy. I don't know if any running backs have succeeded at that size.
He's like, I think
Under
DeAndre
200,
Swift is
right?
5'10". Jameer Gibbs is like 5'9".
I'm not worried about height. It's the weight. He's a small man.
I think Jameer Gibbs is like 198.
No running backs have succeeded, as far as I know.
I think Darren Sproles was like 180 something. Darren Sproles is a very small individual. And he had a couple years where he was really good. Yeah, Jameer Gibbs is right at the 200. 199. Like, he's right there. But he's not. They're not bringing him in to be a third, 3 down, pound the rock guy. They're bringing him in to be that receiving guy.
So, I just think that was still just an awful pick for the Lions. I think they had a rough draft, at least in this first round.
No,
I
like
love
that-
the players they took.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I love the players they took, but the value-wise, it's not great. Yeah. Value-wise, you could have waited on both of those guys and gotten them later. But like the players fit your team, but it's just tough to look at them going at 12 and 18 and justify it when you have guys going after them who you're like, they're better. Like Miles Murphy going at 28 when you took Jameer Gibbs at 12. Hard to justify. Same thing with Nolan Smith. Even Brian Brzee. I would have taken Brian Brzee over Jack Campbell without a doubt in my mind. Like, that's no doubt. All 4 receivers probably over Jack Campbell. Like, Jack Campbell's not a first-round talent in my brain. I think he's a great player, but I don't think he's a first-round talent.
No, I think he's going to be a great line defensive leader later on in his career. Just like you compared him to Luke Kuechly. I think he can be at that level, but I don't think he's ready for it yet. I don't think
And you're putting pressure on him by picking him at 18 to be that guy immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
Boys, we're at 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Reese did call
The
Mazzie
Smith to the Cowboys. Yeah, true.
Amen.
And he fits well. You're right.
If he was
You're
there at
completely right about
29, I'm almost certain the Saints were taking him. So I'm so glad Dallas was like, hey, you big guy.
that. You know,
I'm also Reese, how do you feel about Anton Harrison
You know what?
going 27 to the Jags?
Lot's going to love this take that I'm about to give. So I kind of want to give him the mic after I'm done with this.
Oh.
I think Sean Payton was the problem with the Saints draft. The 2 years without Sean Payton, what have we done? We've gotten Chris Olave, Trevor Penning, and Brian Brzee. Need-based, need-based, need-based. With Sean Payton, we went Cesar Ruiz, didn't make sense at the time. Marcus Davenport, traded up for Marcus Davenport, didn't make sense at the time. Peyton Turner didn't make sense at the time. Sean Payton may have been the problem.
Let's push the narrative. It's time to have a conversation about Sean Payton, y'all. As a coach,
No. I'm
I'm getting there.
Okay.
As a coach and
The replacement quarterback for the Chicago Bears.
as a guy trying to make draft picks, guys. He doesn't have a good history on either front. At least a recent history on either front.
You know, I mean, it's hard to look at the 2017 draft and then complain about the way the Saints draft.
No,
but the
that's a
2017
great draft.
But the 2017 is such an outlier. To me.
Yeah. Let's talk about 2018. Let's talk about 2019. Let's talk about
Marcus
2020.
Davenport,
Let's talk about
Cesar,
2021.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like the 3 years before the 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Those 4 years. 1 year we didn't have a first round pick, but the other 3, they all felt like bad picks at the time, and 2 of them ended up not working out well for us. So,
I mean, we don't know about Peyton Turner yet. It's been, a year? 2 years?
Are you in love with him?
I said we don't know what he can do
I'm
yet.
just saying. Are you hype on him right now?
I want to see what he can do.
Okay.
I think for taking him in the first round, he should have been better.
yeah, I don't love him in the
He
first
hasn't
round.
been on the field, so we don't know what he is yet.
Get on the field in 2 years.
That feels like
you've
that-
gotten 2
that
years
feels
and
like
you
a
haven't gotten on the
problem.
field yet. That's kind of his fault.
And Cesar Ruiz, it filled a need. We needed interior offensive line. Maybe not center, but he's been proven to develop as a guard.
That's
It's
what I
taken
said.
him-
That's what I said. The Cesar Ruiz didn't fit at the time, but it made it's better.
So jury's
I think
still
I've
out
said
on
that.
Peyton Turner. Marcus Davenport, that's an L. Only because of the trade up. Only because if they had stayed where they were
and took Marcus Davenport, we'd look at it differently.
No, I think it's still a bad pick. He had half a sack last year and just left on an $11 million contract to the Vikings. 1 year prove-it deal. Like, I think that's still a bad pick for a first-rounder. For a first-rounder, you're looking for a sustained starter, and he wasn't that.
Last year he wasn't, but the rest of his career when he was on the field, he was productive for the Saints.
Yeah, but when was he on the field? Very rarely. Same thing we've seen with Peyton Turner, and I feel like we're going to get the same thing. We're going to see flashes of him when he's on the field, and then he's going to leave because he can't stay on the field, he can't stay healthy, and he never proves that he's worth the first-round pick.
Woof.
That's just how I feel about the past 4 years of the Saints draft. And then last year we get Chris Olave, who was top 5 in Rookie of the Year. We get Trevor Penning, who we don't know what we're going to see from Trevor Penning yet, so he could end up being a very bad pick, or it could end up being a good pick. Kind of same thing that we saw, I guess similar to Peyton Turner, but a year later. And then we get Brian Brzee, who fits arguably the biggest need on the Saints team this year. Jags had great drafts in the past, and here they are peeing it away. His film was great, but he failed my drill test. Reese has a drill test for O-lineman that is 100% hit rate, so I trust him. I trust Anton Harrison is going to be a bust because Reese has a 100% hit rate with the heel click in the combine drill.
Yeah, my thing with Sean Payton, look, I'm no guy who's a savant when it comes to the general manager side of football. But when it comes to coaching, I feel like I can look at it and like what I see or don't like what I see. And with Sean Payton in his last few years with the Saints, I think I didn't like what I saw at all.
I think one more piece of that is in those last couple of years, it was very much desperation mode. I don't know if that has anything to do with Sean Payton or that's just the Saints as an organization realizing that this is the end of the Drew Brees era. If they want to get him another ring, this is how they capitalize. And you have to take those shots on those project defensive ends and those project interior offensive linemen that may or may not pan out. There's a reason they're a project. It didn't work out because of that desperation.
In my opinion, if you're looking to win a Super Bowl immediately, you don't take a project. You take a guy who's proven. Like, that's the anti.
No one is proven.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, project is for, like, if you want to hit a home run in a couple years. That's what a project is to me. If you're thinking this is Breeze's last season, you don't go after a guy who's going to take a couple of years. You go after a guy who's going to help Breeze immediately. So you would have went after a wide receiver who's going to step in and get you 1,000 yards from day one.
I think that's just the safe way of going about it. If you really want to capitalize on this is the time, you've got to swing for the fences. And if you miss, you miss.
I feel like project isn't the way you do that. I feel like project is the thing you have to build upon. You can't do that in one season.
Project X. Crazy movie.
What?
You ever seen that movie? Project X?
I didn't know what you were talking about.
It's about a house party.
What?
You've never seen Project X?
I have no idea what you're talking
about.
It's
about a party.
It sounds like a really weird party title.
Oh my gosh.
Gentlemen, I'm going to let you continue the debate, but I have got work in about 6 hours.
Hello,
so
indeed.
I'm going to call it a night. It's been a blast.
Lionel Frankenstein is heading out for the night after 4 hours and 52 minutes. Going strong without a crash of the computer.
That's impressive.
Impressive. On this CPU. I mean, we're gonna sign out too. Let's be honest here. I also have work in the morning, so that's the thing that has to happen.
Appreciate you guys having us on.
Yes, sir.
Enjoying this mock draft.
Come say goodbye to the camera so they can all see you.
Put those grippers away, bro.
Lionel Frankenstein says goodbye.
That's where the camera is.
Give him the salute. The OTD salute. There it is. OTD salute. Mustang, care to give any final thoughts before we all sign out here, approaching the 5th hour of the OTD NFL mock draft extravaganza? Egg rolls. This is one thought. Mr. Lottober, any final thoughts before we sign out on this NFL mock draft extravaganza?
Any thoughts that I had wilted away about an hour ago.
Yeah, fair. The last 3.5 hours have kind of been a fever dream. My only thought is I wish Reese would have been here.
Right.
I feel like we would have had a lot of fun if he was here, a lot more passionate moments, because he gets very passionate about some things. I do want to read his last comment before we sign out. He says, "My thing with the Saints past drafts, I feel like the only what the hell pick was Ruiz, given the players available, and he's kind of the best one we've got." I would say Peyton Turner. Like I've never heard his name before. As a guy who like really cares about the draft, I had never heard Peyton Turner's name before. We picked him. Marcus Davenport was a head scratcher because of the trade up. So I mean, maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'll regret saying some of this stuff. But oh well, it's off the dome. It's what we do. Listen, if Nolan Smith wasn't on the board, I would have felt a lot different about that Brzee pick. I just have a man crush on Nolan Smith, I guess. If he's not on the board, I feel a lot different about the Brzee pick. So I'm going to look back on it tomorrow and be like, you know what, that was a great pick for us. He was a really good fit, I will admit it. So overall, I think the Saints could have done a whole lot worse than Brian Brzee. Could have done a whole lot. They could have picked Osiris Torrance. They could have picked John Michael Schmitz. They could have picked Joe Tippmann. They could have picked a lot of guys who aren't Brian Brzee, and I would have been upset. So I think this was a very fun draft. I think it was an unpredictable draft.
Yeah.
A lot of weird trades. Like there wasn't any trades where everybody knew coming in that this trade would happen. There was a lot of just like small moves that you didn't expect. Like, you know, the Eagles hopping up 1 pick, Jacksonville hopping back 1 pick and then 2 picks, Buffalo moving up 3, like just little things here and there that you didn't really think about before. But all in all, I think the draft was fun. I think this was fun. This live stream, we talked about everything under the sun tonight.
Yeah, we really did. I never got your take on who you think built the pyramids.
I think the Egyptians built the pyramids.
I think that's a fair take.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the hollow earth theory?
We're going to talk about the hollow earth theory after the podcast. That too.
That's a different thing.
The earth and the moon can both be hollow but both be solid at the same time, and the theories still work. Let me tell you that part.
Whoa.
I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore.
I don't know what you're talking about
I
either.
need
I've
sleep.
never heard that one.
All right.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to say our due diligences. That wasn't a word. And head out of here for the night. Thank you for watching this Off the Dome Sports Podcast. Thank you for listening to Redfish and Mustang and Clown Car. And Lionel Frankenstein, who left. Thank you for Rebo and Dustin for being so awake in the chat and giving us something to talk about. Thank you for giving your takes. I wish you were here, Rebo. I think you would have brought a great dynamic to the group. Maybe if you're off tomorrow or Saturday or any day that you care to spend time with your friends, we can see you sometime. Sorry that you got married and stuff, but yeah, it's been fun. I'm really glad we did this, even if half of it was illegible content that nobody will ever care about, and we only had 2 people who ever watch it. I think it was all worth it in the end because we had some fun. So thank you for everybody watching live. Thank you to anybody who comes back and watches this later, spending your time with the boys on Brightside and their buddies, with Joe Burrow sitting right behind us. This has been the Off the Dome Sports Podcast NFL Draft Extravaganza, and we will see you next time.